The great garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your great garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself.
In 2020, the AP first reported Georgia results at 7:20 p.m. and declared Biden the state's winner by 7:58.
That's not correct.
p.m.
They did not. That's like days later. Georgia was not.
No, excuse me. On November 19th.
Yeah.
On November 19th.
Yeah, I know.
But the first
that was like a week and a half later.
Yeah, I know. I was here.
Okay, I thought you meant
you're saying they first report. They had a 2-week span between their first results and actually
the actual winning.
But anyway, Kamala's on the board. The good people of Vermont are not expected to rebel.
By the way, just to be clear, we did a Commit 100 program where we had volunteers come across the country, chase ballots in Arizona. Vermont was the only state that didn't have someone sign up.
We need to colonize Vermont and a lot of the New England states, and this is a long-term project, but we can take them so easily. So easily.
I don't know if he's watching right now.
Welcome him.
If he is,
we are live on Real America's Voice, everybody. Hello. We are doing live coverage. It is now 7 o'clock Eastern. Steve, is that right? Steve can also join us. He's at the, what hotel is that?
The Willard.
The Willard Hotel with a great scene there. Guys, polls are closed. Blake, I need you on all this stuff here.
Yep.
I need full data room. Danny, I need you crunching numbers. We are looking at Florida. We are looking at Georgia. Right now, initially, the returns in Indiana are positive enough to show that there is a rural surge happening across the country, that there is an uptick, there is no bleed for Trump. All that seltzer stuff is a bunch of rubbish and nonsense. The environment is better for us. We don't yet have a pinpoint on the suburbs. Jack Posobiec.
And as a reminder, for all of these states, I should say most of these states, but the states that we're going to be talking about soon, the mail vote in a lot of these states comes, MAIL vote, the mail-in vote comes in, gets reported first. So you might be seeing something like, oh my gosh, Kamala's way up. That's because they're going into mail.
And I forgot, we should also call South Carolina. I don't think, despite the best urges or the best efforts of certain people from the South Carolina Republican Party, that's not likely to be competitive. So we're gonna be gutsy and we're gonna call it, and we're gonna say that's another 9 points into our column. We are over 10% of the way to victory. So 28-3 right now. That will be traumatic to all the Georgians who are watching our stream right now.
Yep. The race has been called. Donald J. Trump has won Indiana. Yay! Woo! Yeah, it's been officially called by the AP. No surprise there. And Seltzer, I thought that the Midwest was good. We'll see. I don't want to get too.
Let's not get arrogant, Charlie. Charlie, remember that anything we say can and will be added to a smug highlight reel if we.
All right. No, well, let me say this. Let me.
Did they just say we won Indiana? We just won Indiana? Let's go. I'm probably going to play these guys for a while. I still need to change, shower. I got a lot of stuff I need to do.
Michigan. What are we seeing Steve Bannon?
Well, first off, did we intrude? Is this a bro fest out there? I thought you guys were going to have a couple of 6-packs of cold beer. What is going on, man? It's a little cash out in Phoenix. I know you guys are the Wild West, but dude, it looks like a fraternity house. You guys are the most sophisticated. Charlie, you and Turning Point have turned around the whole country. And I know that because the Atlantic magazine has this puff piece on Charlie Kirk today, say the new kingmaker, right? And every piece of it's fantastic. They said Charlie's done this, Charlie's done that. I'm saying we got to merge in Charlie's stream into us. We get it, and I thought, it looks like we're at a tailgate at an Arizona State game in Tempe.
That's a compliment, brother. Steve, because we've been handing out thousands of these hats to the frats this year. I will tell you, so you're not far off at all.
So Steve, honored to have you here, and you know what, we will own that because we're going to be here for 12 hours, so we got to stay comfy. Steve, what are we seeing so far? Turnout, and it's not too late. We need to continue to see that surge of turnout.
Listen, I think that the story from tonight, you saw, John and Natalie are with me. We're on the roof of the historic Willard Hotel where we had the war room for Stop the Steal in 2020 right across from the Ellipse. Here's the thing, Charlie, you guys at Turning Point have done this now for 4 years. You've brought together a convergence of many different forces. And I think tonight we're seeing the physical manifestation of that, the outcome of what you've had a big surge, and everybody still got to get out to vote. Their polls still open in a number of states. But I think the story is that the Democratic Party did not turn out, it looks like, did not turn out some key constituencies that have kind of had fed up with it. And if you look at Elon Musk and David Sachs and Danica Patrick and Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Vivek Ramaswamy, these other high-tech people, Tulsi Gabbard, Nicole Shanahan, RFK, the new coalition, and you guys have led this at college campuses and with young people, we're putting together a new coalition while the old coalition of the politics of the 20th century is collapsing around, the politics of joy is collapsing. I think that's the story tonight. Now, listen, are we going to, it's tight in North Carolina, it's going to be tight in Georgia.
Yep.
It's going to be tight in Nevada. It's going to be tight in Pennsylvania. It's going to be tight in Michigan, tight in Wisconsin. The one place that ain't going to be tight, Arizona.
Well, we
and
don't
Arizona
know that yet.
shows if you have a okay, maybe it's not going to be tight, but I don't want to jinx you. But it looks like in the early numbers,
people are still voting in Arizona.
Arizona is going to lead the way. Yeah.
Well, we will see.
But it looks like you guys have pulled off something that's extraordinary.
I appreciate the kind words. We will see. We're 2 hours left from me accepting that compliment. If you are in Arizona, go vote and stay in line. By the way, we have Florida vote. We have Florida totals. You
coming
see
in
this?
fast.
Yes. Stuff is coming in Florida. Florida, they allow you to pre-canvass the early vote, and they just dump it right at 7.
And Donald Trump is up already in the pre-canvass early.
Some of the stuff is looking amazing. I want to flag a few. Broward, 70% in already. Broward is a very blue county. That's north of Miami. It's the most important blue county in the state. And Broward, 70% in. It is Kamala, 61 to Trump, 39. So she's up.
And by the way, in 2020,
I'm getting that.
Yeah.
In 2020, it was Biden, 64.6, Trump, 34.8. So like 3 points better. 3 points to 2.5 better. I'll do the math here on how many votes it's looking like as well.
I wanted to say that right now, what we're looking at in Florida, I don't want to say this is 2016 energy, but Blake, you agree, Florida can give us a little bit of a picture here, and Florida is roaring right now. Florida is on fire.
Heck yeah. I want to see Miami-Dade go red.
In order for us to have the night and the week and the month and the 4 years that we want to have, right? It goes night, week, month, 4 years. We had to have an amazing performance in Florida. This is the early vote, Blake. This is we are winning the early vote drop. The pre-canvassing early vote, we are winning. And by the way, that's without Collier County reporting. That's without any. By the way, half of Florida hasn't closed in their polls, just so you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, not half, just not half.
I'm sorry,
just Gatesland.
Yes,
Panhandle, yeah.
Florida won.
About 1 million people there.
Florida won. But Florida is roaring so much, guys. Roaring right now. So I just want to give you. By the way, South Carolina has now been called for Trump.
That is the list.
We beat them. We beat them to it.
We beat them on that, right? I can confidently say Donald Trump's going to win the state of Florida. Can we say that, Blake?
I'm going to be professional about it. We'll wait till we can really dunk on them.
I mean, you're looking at what I'm looking at right now. It's pretty good. Do we have any? Oh, Georgia's reporting. We have data coming out of the state of Georgia. Guys, things are about to happen really fast right now. We have one county, and it is Twiggs County. Donald Trump winning 1,500 votes to 1,200 votes. So, by the way, we have a 40-plus minute line right now in one of our top precincts in Arizona. That is a great sign. Stay in line. If you are in Arizona, stay in line. Text your friends in Arizona. Open up the Charlie Kirk Show. Watch with your friends in line. Go to your local polling place. Right now, if you are near a polling place, go drive to your polling place and hand out water and hand out food. Get in your car and go help that local polling place. I want to get back to Steve in just a second here. Steve, Florida is roaring right now. In 2016, Steve, Florida was
huge swing
there. And Steve, I also, we're live on YouTube, Steve, so let's not mention any 2020 stuff if you can, or else we're going to lose our feed. So help a brother out here, all right? We got 90,000 people on YouTube right now. So remind me of Florida 2016.
Oh, 2016 Florida. That was the one that, in fact, Broward and those all held back. We had a gap, and I asked. I said, why do they report so late? Because we got the 5 o'clock exit polls, and we were losing in Florida. We had people call. We went on the Mark Levin show. We started focusing on the West, and we eventually, blew it. I think we won by a couple of points, but Broward County and down in the southern part of the state held back. And I said, why are they not reporting? And they said, well, traditionally they hold it back to see how many votes they have to overcome in the rest of the state. And once we passed the 50,000 limit, they were reported. Ever since then, and this is because of DeSantis and grassroots and President Trump, you've really made Florida a stronghold for MAGA. Remember, in 2016, it was still a battleground state.
Yeah, and by the way, some people are saying Florida's called for Trump. I kind of, is it fair now?
Update the map.
Is that fair to say, Blake? I mean, do we want to get ahead of ourselves?
Screw it.
Let's do it.
I mean,
we're going to win it.
I think we're going to win Florida.
That being said, I don't know if we should read too much into Florida because remember,
hold on.
you had this internal migration after COVID. And
Yes,
so
but-
a lot of those people came from the states that are now swing states in the north.
Fair
like
enough.
your Rust
However,
Belt.
let me play devil's advocate. If the Kamala energy was real, we'd see it manifest somewhere. We haven't seen that yet, okay? We have not seen the Trump weakness.
I hear you. I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to build the
I'm
case,
tracking.
right? I'm trying to just start from baseline where people said Trump's going to have a terrible night. We're actually marching forward here in a pretty, by the way, just so we're clear, we have a 40-minute wait in 5 of our Super Chase precincts in Arizona. Steve, do you hear that? We have long lines in all of our Super Chase precincts still after crushing them in early voting in Arizona. What is your message, Steve, to the people that are still waiting in line watching this live stream? We have 400,000 people watching this right now, Steve.
You have to be part of history. This is historic, not just with President Trump, but the MAGA movement. And this movement's ascendant. We're bringing in new people all the time. And these are not celebrities. It's not Katy Perry and Beyonce. These are serious people. Each one's an expert in their field. This movement is at the very beginning of its infancy. And that's why you want to be part of this. Go out and vote tonight. Take as many people out to vote tonight. The bigger spreads we get on this, that we don't have some of this mail-in ballots, they may be able to call it at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That's why, like Arizona, Nevada, the rest of the country, if you're in Texas, go out. You want to be a part of this. You want to talk to your friends, say, hey, I voted, I had President Trump. I took a bunch of people to the polls. This hangs in the balance, and particularly if we can put up enough numbers tonight and say, hey, look, we got a mandate and get President Trump some runway in the first 100 days, it's vitally important. So this thing's a long way from over. There's some long faces and some sad faces at MSNBC and CNN. But right now, we got to drive this. We got to run the score up.
There's an exit poll. Take this with a pound of salt. That this is an NBC exit poll, okay, of independent voters in Georgia. Trump 54%, Harris 43%.
Huge.
If that is half true, okay, if that is half true, I mean, Steve, if that's half true, buckle up, baby. I mean, if that is half true, meaning that if the delta is half of what they say, it is.
That's 11 points.
I think you're going to see also in Florida already. Natalie's been talking to me about. There's some Hispanic districts that I think you may see some historic representation of President Trump. We already know that the African American vote is going to be down to 11%. You're seeing the collapse. You're seeing the collapse of the traditional coalition of the Democratic Party, and you're seeing the beginning of and the ascendancy of a new coalition around this populist nationalist group called MAGA. Right, not your father or grandfather's Republican Party. Somebody put out an article today that the party of Ronald Reagan, the Republican Party of Ronald Reagan, is dead. Well, as much as we love Ronald Reagan, that party is dead, and this is Trump's party. And what you're seeing tonight, when you can win independents, particularly in the suburbs of Georgia, by 11 points, 54-43, it puts to bed the fact that, Trump's a fascist, Trump's a Nazi, that people, independents, suburban moms don't believe that. So I think that as we go through the night, these are the type of statistics, and that's why you want to be a part of it. If you're in Arizona, if you're in Nevada, Colorado, there's tons of things in play. New Hampshire, get out there and vote. Make sure that we see these numbers.
Again, exit polls, you have to stay with a pound of salt, okay? You have to take that. Andrew, do you have a thought?
No, I mean, I'm just saying, we've been looking at the Arizona numbers because we had an Indy surge today in Arizona. I mean, it is the story of the day is that Indies came out today, and normally you're expecting depressed turnout with Indies because they don't have as much motivation to get out, less tribal, they don't have a team, that sort of thing, and they came out. And so the big hope for Democrats in Arizona is that Indies are going to break in historic fashion for Kamala Harris. In 2020, indies broke about 9 points towards Biden. That's what won in the state. What we see here, if we get parity nationwide, 50-50, we're cooking with some serious gas. So to see an 11-point spread on an exit poll, if it's half true, that's an enormous signal. So let's hope it's at least half true.
We have 100,000 people on YouTube, 74,000 on Rumble. Hello to Real America's Voice. Really quickly, I'm signing hats for anyone that wants to become a member, members.charliekirk.com. You get a personalized hat signed to you. Want to thank Jill, Sam, Ethan, and Ryan. Okay, Blake, you got that face when you're looking at numbers. What are we looking at here? Florida looks healthy, man.
There's some amazing ones we're seeing in Florida, I'll be honest. Like, I'm looking at the early vote in Monroe County. That's Key West, actually. So it's 64% in right now. It is 58-42 in favor of Trump. In 2020, it was 53.5 Trump, 45.5 Biden. So big swing in our favor. Again, that's early vote. So if it were to turn out somehow maybe early vote favors us and election day doesn't, then this could moderate. But if we see a pattern that we're hoping to see, which is overall election day vote might still slightly favor us, these numbers look amazing out of Florida.
I want to thank Data Republican at Data Republican on Twitter. She is feeding a lot of this data to me. She's a great person. I've got to know her distantly on Telegram with Jeremy Carl. We're on a group chat. Thank you, Data Republican at Data Republican. Okay. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. I just want to say, guys, I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. If this Georgia exit poll is even directionally accurate,
we're in a good spot.
Carly Bonet says, I think Charlie Kirk is about to explode.
not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
There is, again, exit polls are exit polls. Take them for what you want. But just the exit polls in 2020 had Joe Biden winning independence by 20 points.
Remember the guy? He was like, polls are for firefighters.
Hold on.
Polls are for firefighters.
Wait, hold on. Is this apples to apples? Is
Steve signing off? Okay, Steve, we'll talk to you soon, my friend. Wait, what?
Wait, is this apples to apples, the same exit poll versus this poll?
In the exit poll in 2020
from NBC.
I'm trying to find the independent marker. I can't find that. Just so.
Command F.
NBC exit poll had Trump 54, Trump 41.
Okay, welcome back. We were just on Charlie Kirk's coverage. We're going to get ready. Megyn Kelly's going to join us here in a minute. Actually, I felt the need to talk about the 2020 election, how it's stolen. So, Charlie Kirk.
You missed that YouTube window, Steve.
Hold on. Charlie Kirk, what are you talking about? Charlie, we're permanently banned on YouTube. We're permanently banned on Spotify. We were permanently banned on...
The #1 spreader of misinformation.
#1 spreader of misinformation 2 years in a row.
Wow.
Who wins that and then gets the crown again? And you're sitting there telling me, don't say anything about... I felt like I was on the Tim Pool show. They kind of brief you when you go into Tim Pool. You can't say anything about election denial. Why would we say anything on election denial? We're only doing the show from where we had the war room in the Willard Hotel to make sure that we could actually reverse the big steal, and we're over the ellipse. Yes, we're doing this to put it up in the grill of Jack Smith and Nancy Pelosi and Merrick Garland and CNN and MSNBC. Suck on that, okay? That's what we think about 2020. And hey, where are those low propensity voters in Pennsylvania? The ones that mysteriously came out in 2020. But, by the way, when we won 15 House seats, John Solomon, What are the probability? First off, that Joe Biden are we kicked off YouTube yet? I guess we're not. We're on Real America's Voice, don't worry. Joe Biden got 15 million more votes than Barack Obama at the top of Barack Obama's game. Do you buy that, sir?
I'm going to disappoint you because I'm going to say I spent a lot of time in Milwaukee and Atlanta in 2020, and I saw the vote operation that they turned out. They turned out a lot more vote than they had ever done. And I know a lot of people hate me for saying this, but I'm a reporter, and what I saw was a machine of epic proportions in the blue urban areas. I think over time, history has shown that we haven't been able to prove the big steal, right? That's where I stand as a reporter. I always leave an open mind to it. But listen, we're going to win election tonight.
Hang on. Our next, at the 9 o'clock hour.
I'm out of here, right? Yeah.
No. No. I'd love you, Simon. You're here all night. No, when we merge the shows back in, Solomon's going to do the Charlie Kirk hit. He'll be safe. He'll be a safe pair of hands. That 100,000 on YouTube will not go away. Continue on, Solomon.
Yeah.
You're killing me, but continue on.
Listen, this election and what Donald Trump did so brilliantly in 2024 is he took down the rearview mirror and he has driven the car forward. There's no rearview mirror in Donald Trump's 2024 election car. And he saw a changing electorate. And I think if these numbers that we're seeing now, independent voters, the departure of several key constituencies for the Democratic Party hold, that strategy will have proven to be brilliant. He spoke to America as it was in 2024. Kamala Harris was the one in the last 6 weeks of this election that was trying to bring America back to 2020. This is a profound moment in the Republican Party. If these numbers hold up, Steve, you've talked about having the Big Tent and making this a real lasting moment in America. This could be the night that the Big Tent is finally filled. Then the key is the hardest work starts on November 6th and 7th. How do we hold it?
You've got breaking news. First, I want Arizona. We also have bomb scares, right?
Yes. Two things. One, just a quick point on that. I also think an interesting dynamic here is that you saw so many states vote to ban the private spending, right, in elections from the Zuckerberg-type organizations.
Wisconsin among them.
And I think in some ways this sort of proves our theory of the case, which was that turnout, those GOTV efforts were purely
I agree with that. Oh,
and
they were
always described sort of as legalized fraud in a way.
I agree
now
with
that you took that out, that puzzle piece out of the puzzle, I think it makes it a lot more difficult for them.
Hang on one second. We'll get back to this in a second. I've got John Solomon here and Natalie Winters, my wingman. Megyn Kelly now joins us from the Megyn Kelly Show. Megyn, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Listen, talk to us first. What is your sense tonight? You've been in those newsrooms at Fox. You've been in the newsrooms when the exit polls come out. We've already seen some long faces at MSNBC and CNN, and we got a long way to go. I mean, polls are still open. We've got tons of people out there that are driving people to the polls to put up numbers. But Chris Wallace just said, look, with the numbers I see, it could be hard for her in Pennsylvania and other places. What is the sense you're getting from the MSNBCs and the CNNs of the world as you watch this?
They look dour. And what I've heard from my own internal sources at various places is that the numbers are very, very tight, but Trump has more paths. So I don't think they're hearing much different than what we're hearing, but they certainly didn't get a jolt of good news. I do think that, having gone through this enough times, prepare to be surprised and to have everything you believe fall apart multiple times. You believe in these exit polls, then the next wave comes and they dramatically change. Then the next wave comes and it happens again. And you really don't know anything until we're much later in the night. So it's very annoying when you watch Rachel Maddow get happy. I think you should only tune into MSNBC when we know she has reason to be sad, and that's wonderful, and we all want to see that. So I understand if Trump's winning, we're all going to tune in over there to watch her and Jen Psaki and Nicole Wallace cry their tears. But it's too soon to say that right now because I've been watching what you guys have been watching, Charlie Kirk and others, Elon sounding the alarm that Republicans need to get to the polls. And right now, and then a little bit of steam coming out of that pot when Charlie was saying it seems to be doing better once the working hour closed and more men were showing up at the polling stations.
You've seen this new coalition around President Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, Tucker Carlson, yourself, Elon Musk, David Sachs, Bill Ackerman, just on whether it's entrepreneurs, financiers, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., it seems like a new political entity is being formed, and that entity is at kind of the launch stage to become ascendant, where you see Kamala Harris. The story tonight, CNN said earlier, will be who didn't show up to support her. Is that where are we seeing the beginning of a real realignment here in American politics, not Democrats and Republicans, but kind of a populist nationalist party versus what Kamala Harris and their cohorts represent?
100%. And only Donald Trump could have pulled this together. Because as you know, Steve, he's not a hard partisan. He's pretty moderate. He's a deal maker. He's flexible. He wants to get stuff done. And so he's very open-minded. Kamala Harris wants points for saying she's going to put a Republican in her cabinet. And she's talking about Liz Cheney. Nobody wants to see Liz Cheney. No Republican see Liz Cheney in the cabinet. Whereas Donald Trump has actual Democrats coming to join him, like Bobby Kennedy, like Tulsi Gabbard, who up until 2 minutes ago was a Democrat. They drove her out of the party, and so did Reason and Logic. But he's open-minded to different ideas. And he can take somebody like Bobby Kennedy and say, yes, I want to put him on the FDA, which is corrupt and has sold its soul to the devil in order to make big money once the people leave the FDA and go work for Big Pharma. But I'm not going to let him touch anything having to do with gas or cars, right? Like, that makes perfect sense. So I think there's so much there for the average person, the moderate voter, the independent voter, the one who wants to get along with the other side, to be excited about and to get behind. The real question will be, if Trump wins, whether they can get around the media assault that will be coming their way. Because even though they should be celebrating the fact that Elon Musk is saying, I will work for you for free, I would like to be your employee, they hate people who support Trump so much. I really question whether they'll be able to celebrate it or even allow it without a full assault.
Talk to our audience about, what are you looking for? Now, polls are closing in Virginia, in Georgia. What is Megyn Kelly going to look for the rest of the evening? What are the tells that would tell you that you think that the MAGA movement is going to have a good night here and President Trump will be reelected?
Well, I had a very smart pollster tell me that we need to watch Virginia 3, which is a predominantly black district. And he was saying that we'll know it early. And he was saying that if the turnout is very low, as we've seen some signs of, that the black vote is down, it's a very bad sign for Kamala Harris. And he said that these things generally don't go just one off here or one off there. You know, as certain districts go, so goes the state, so goes the country. So that's one of the first things that, we need to keep in mind. I also really want to see what happens in New Hampshire. And call me crazy, but Team Trump started paying some attention to New Hampshire late in the game. New Hampshire should be a red state. I mean, it really should be a red state. And I think he might actually have a shot there, Steve. I mean, you can look at the map, and if Trump falls apart in the blue wall states, and I'm not saying that he will, I have no idea what will happen, but if he does fall apart in the blue wall states, but he manages to shore up the Sun Belt, he could still get this done if he wins Nevada, part of the Sun Belt, and New Hampshire potentially. So I'll be interested to see that, because that's an early one.
Megyn Kelly, how can people get you on social media? How can they get your show tonight to watch it?
We're starting at 8, half an hour from now, at youtube.com/Megyn Kelly, or we'll be live on SiriusXM Triumph Channel 111.
I want to thank you for having me on your show the other day. It was great. I saw it got a lot of traction, and really welcome you. And thank you for coming on Real America's Voice, our election night coverage tonight.
You're a star, Steve. Thanks for having me on. Good luck tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. You're the star. Thank you. The Dexit and Megyn Kelly talking about, and I've said this, I said it in Vanity Fair in the interview, and you've known him even longer than I have. President Trump's a moderate.
Yes.
President Trump, I mean, I'm a fire-breathing right-wing populist nationalist. I'm as partisan as you get. That's not President. President Trump is a moderate, and I think she's right. That's why you've brought in Tulsi Gabbard. That's why you've brought in some of these other people.
Agreed.
That's how we're building this kind of MAGA movement, which you're gonna have the harder core kind of ultra MAGA here, but you're gonna have a whole wide swath, and that's why you can't be as partisan as some of us are,
right,
and particularly people who are at the beginning. You need those types,
yep,
but though you can't win the Georgia suburbs, or you can't win the Georgia independents 54-43. That number on the exit poll, which Charlie Kirk kept going back to, is a massive number.
Yeah,
and you add that
holds
to a big turnout on the Republicans and 95% participation, that's a coalition that's hard to beat.
Donald Trump was a deal maker in the great business world, and a very good one. And I think it took him some time as a political newbie to figure out how you made deals that brought coalitions together. But when Donald Trump could solve his issue with Governor Brian Kemp in August and create peace in Georgia and give the avenue for all Republicans to come out and support him, those are the sort of things that Donald Trump has gained the ability to do. He's just gotten wiser and smarter with politics. And I think all these things that he's done, reaching out to Elon, reaching out to Tulsi Gabbard, he has built a coalition by making deals. He hasn't strayed from his conservative core principles, but he's smart. He doesn't have to get everything. You know, Ronald Reagan said 80% every day is a win for me, because you're moving the country to the right side. Donald Trump, I think, has learned the art of making deals in the political world as well as he made them in the business world. And that gives him momentum. If he wins tonight, he has the ability to govern a Washington that's been ungovernable for the last 25, 30 years. He has the ability to bring in the big dogs and work together and get this town functioning for the American people instead of for the elitists.
Okay, I'm going to do some producing and directing because I used to be a film director. My clock, my individual clock, is going in the opposite direction. We're actually adding seconds into.
It's like Democrat vote counting.
The machines are broken. You're very, very sharp, young woman.
I've learned from the best.
You've got, so if we can get the clock so it actually ticks down and not ticks up, we may be able to go to a break. Talk to me about what you're seeing. Particularly, I want to make sure we give enough time. The bomb scares are spreading. That's now in Arizona, and they are concentrated in traditional Democratic strongholds.
Yes, 4 Navajo Nation polling sites have been targeted, according to Adrian Fontes, by Russian bomb threats. These are also extending to Michigan and Wisconsin. So conveniently, it's basically all the swing states are the only places where these apparently brilliant Russian operatives are calling in the bomb threats. But just to make one quick point, if we have time,
yeah, sure, we got all the time in the world. I'm going on. I got over 2 minutes.
I think that means we went over the clock. I could be wrong. I think the newspaper guy in the room.
I could be.
So one of the counties, Osceola County in Florida, it's one of the largest predominantly Hispanic counties in the entirety of the United States, also plurality Puerto Rican. So there's a lot of interesting, I would say, crosstabs to sort of dig into there. In 2016, it was 35 Trump, 61 Clinton. 2020, 42 Trump, 56 Biden.
Yep.
And now with 71% in, Trump is already up at 48.1%. And I was watching Steve Kornacki give his analysis on it.
Yep.
He says that number, that chasm, is only going to change in the direction that becomes better for Republicans.
Better for Trump.
Yeah, the red sides come in later in that county.
So it speaks to that.
Okay, let's take a short break. We'll get our clock worked out, and we'll take a short break. We'll be back here. I think we're going to try to go to Amanda Head. I hear she has some information in Georgia. Short break here in Real America's Voice. We'll be back on election night coverage in a second.
Real America's Voice 2024 election coverage is brought to you by TrumpKnifeSet.com. This is the #1 Trump Christmas gift for 2024. TrumpKnifeSet.com.
What will happen to America if Kamala Harris becomes president? The answer to that question is revealed in our explosive 88-page special report, and you can get it absolutely free from one of America's most truthful news sources, WorldNet Daily. Dozens of trusted experts come together to paint a shocking but accurate picture of what will become of the greatest nation on earth if Kamala Harris becomes president. Just call 8337-KAMALA. Or go to KamalaFreeReport.com and download your copy of Kamala's America immediately. That's KamalaFreeReport.com.
Our friends at Noble Gold are doing something I haven't ever seen before. Noble Gold and Kevin Sorbo have teamed up to provide a free 7-part masterclass that they're calling the Economic Crisis Toolkit. This free series offers video training on asset protection strategies and how to discover growth opportunities during economic crisis. These are tools that host Kevin Sorbo breaks down in 7 easy-to-digest economic classes. Learn to simplify economic concepts and give yourself the personal tools to find potential weak spots in your portfolio. All combined, it's over 1 free hour of premium content dedicated to you becoming a more resilient investor, no matter what future financial challenges may arise. Helpful investor tips narrated by the Hercules that Hollywood canceled, Kevin Sorbo himself. Sign up right now to gain free access. Register to unlock the class at wealth.noblegoldinvestments.com. Visit wealth.noblegoldinvestments.com. Donald Trump is fighting to save America from Kamala Harris and her cabal of government gangsters. But he isn't doing it alone. I am mobilizing thousands of ballot chasers to win this election. But I can't do this alone either. I'm asking you to join the movement to save the country. Just 42,000 more ballots would have turned 2020 into a victory. Turning Point PAC is funding thousands of ballot chasers in the key swing states. that will decide the November election. We're putting boots on the ground in Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, and more. But we need your support to keep these active.
Election coverage is brought to you by AMAC.
Welcome back. We're in the heart of the Imperial Capital. We are on the roof of the Willard Hotel, historic Willard Hotel, overlooking the Ellipse, the Treasury Department, the White House. John Solomon, I got Mark Serrano at the REV DC studio. We're going to go there in a moment. Toss him. He's got some analytics for us. Solomon, why is there a massive chain link fence around the White House, sir?
It's a great optic to continue the idea that Donald Trump is extremist. The more the American public start to realize that Donald Trump is a moderate willing to reach out his hands and bring this coalition, the more they've tried to double down on he's an extremist, don't touch him. I'm unaware of any threats on the White House today from talking to U.S. intelligence and law enforcement, but it makes great optics.
Not
It's like
that,
boarding
there's no MAGA's either working or voting.
Yeah.
Right? They're working or voting.
Right.
This is actually an obscenity to shut the city down, to have the plywood boarded up, right? Like you're going to have a major security event, which they call it, and to put the chain to what does it show the world when we put the chain link fence? So they're trying to show MAGA's dangerous, Trump's people are dangerous. If they don't win, they're going to come out and have a riot.
They have demonized half of the country for the last 4 years, and as the election polling starts to slip away from them, that demonization has to increase because they got nothing else to close the deal. But I haven't found anyone in Washington D.C. that told me we had a legitimate threat here in the last 2 days or the next 3 days.
And you're fairly dialed into the national security community. Not one person came forward and said there was any threat environment.
No credible information of any threat. Listen, the tension's high in the country generally, but it's no higher today than it was 6 weeks ago, and they didn't have chain link fence around or barbed wire fence around the White House a few weeks ago. This is all part of the optics of trying to continue to demonize Donald Trump and his followers. I suspect that Donald Trump's followers are going to be quite peaceful tonight.
Natalie Winters, you have an update.
Yes, well, I think these fences are, let's call them what they are. It's agitprop, right? It's sort of the physical manifestation of their MAGA violence narrative, which leads us, I would say, very nicely and gently into this whole idea of bomb threats conveniently in every swing state, right? But just some more breaking news. Duval County, which was carried by Biden allegedly by 4 points in 2020, has actually flipped and is now in favor of President Trump.
Oh, that's stunning.
What's the vote total? Yeah. No, that's
how much
trending our way.
How much reporting is Duval County? Do you know? That's massive for Trump.
I think it's 90%.
90% of Duval County.
Let me see if I'm right.
Well, let's go to Serrano. Maybe he's got a Mark Serrano over at the REV Washington D.C. studios. What do you got for us, brother?
So, Steve, look, it's been 1,384 days since the Biden regime came into play, and we decided, you know what? The posse and the RAV community, they deserve the very best here at election night. So we put together an election night headquarters. We've got some of our crack data gatherers with us here in the studio. We've got several of them around the country who are reporting real-time data to us. So as we go through the evening, Steve, I know we're going to break through to you with breaking news about states as they fall towards 75%. Donald Trump especially. Look, we're taking a look at old data, right? That's going to be comparative analysis for us. I love the fact that the Real Clear Politics average kept Kamala Harris ahead because we want to be running through the tape, as you say, Steve. As we go through the night, we're going to be taking a look. Obviously, we know what the swing states are. We, of course, because Donald Trump went to Virginia, Donald Trump went to New Mexico, we're following those as well. New Hampshire is a key state also, largely because of that governor's race, Steve. I think that this governor's race may be the thing that brings New Hampshire over the top for Donald Trump in this race tonight. So we're keeping a very close eye on that race. And of course, Steve, the Senate races we all know, but as we go through the evening, Donald Trump may very well be the reason why he's able to pull across the finish line candidates like Bernie Moreno, like Kari Lake in Arizona. These are critical races we're going to keep an eye on as well. And Steve, you know what? We want to keep an eye on the clock. So in the swing states, as you know, and you've already discussed, Georgia and Virginia closing up at 7 o'clock Eastern time. These are all Eastern time zones. North Carolina at 7:30, Michigan 8 o'clock, Pennsylvania 8 o'clock. Now, as we know, the secretaries of state in Pennsylvania and Michigan are going to hold out as long as they possibly can, but that's when the polls close in those states. And then we will go later on, Arizona 9 p.m. Eastern, New Mexico 9, Wisconsin 9, and then Nevada is not until 10 p.m. tonight. So we're going to keep an eye on all those states. And you know what, Steve? We're going to fill out the map. So let's go to our map right now as we go state by state. We're going to be filling out the map. We already know, as you've been discussing here, that Indiana now has turned to Donald Trump. Kentucky is in Donald Trump's corner. Vermont, of course, is deep, deep blue, and they've already called it. Heck, you know what? The mainstream media called Vermont before there were any precincts reporting. So we know where that's going to go. And then at this hour, also West Virginia is being called for Donald Trump, Steve. Now, we also have enough information. You were just talking about Florida. We have enough information now. Look, Broward is right now, Kamala Harris is 5 points off where Joe Biden was. But Miami-Dade, very importantly, Miami-Dade has flipped. Joe Biden had it 55-45 4 years ago. Donald Trump is now at 55-45 in Miami-Dade. And so we here at the RAV Election Data Center, what do we got percentage right now in Miami-Dade? 9% reporting,
that is,
but it's held tight.
How much? Yeah, that's a massive. I mean, that's a massive flip. That's a
big deal.
That's for only 9% of the, but only 9% reporting right now.
Correct. Only 9% reporting. We're going to monitor that really carefully, Steve, and we'll see how those. Are we still at 9%? Correction. 74% in. Trump is up by 9%. 74% in at Miami-Dade. Yeah. Steve, nice. Sorry about that correction. 74% reporting in Miami-Dade.
That gets the Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the.
I got to tell
Absolutely.
you, that is a. Hang on for 1 second, Mark. Hang on 1 second. John Solomon. What does that portend for the Hispanic vote? I mean, that's a blowout number.
Yeah, it's exactly what the Univision CEO was telling America a few days ago. It's exactly what Ron DeSantis began to show us in 2020 race. Hispanics have moved to be free agents, and Donald Trump may be closing the deal, certainly in Florida with them. And I think if this keeps up, you may see that trend across the country. Cuban Hispanics particularly have become increasingly enthralled with Donald Trump. They've always been a pretty reliable Republican thing, but I think they're even more reliable in the last few years. You're seeing some movement tonight. I'm talking to some of the people doing this.
I'll be back to this video. How should I, what's the best way to save this? I'll be back to this video here. I'm going to catch up on some stuff I wanted to catch up on. I wanted to catch up on some stuff to, when I totally catch up on some stuff to keep you all informed about what's going on today. So got quite a few videos I've saved today that I got to catch up on. I know, should I wish I would have been a little sooner, but I'll start off with this one. We'll do, okay, I'll just do one at a time, I think. No, figure it out. I got me a few ads. All right, let's see this bullshit.
On in the United States, let's get our viewers up to speed with the very latest at this hour. Several states have reported disruptions to the voting process. In fact, the latest coming in from Georgia, where authorities say that non-credible threats briefly disrupted voting at 2 polling locations in the swing state. As per the election officials, they say that they will seek a court order to extend voting hours after 5 non-credible bomb threats were reported. These threats reportedly led to officials temporarily evacuating 2 polling stations for over 30 minutes. More reports coming in of parties trying to disrupt the electoral process on the final day. In fact, the FBI has issued a warning against 2 fake videos. The agency has warned American citizens about 2 videos that are falsely citing terror threats and voter fraud. As the FBI tries to combat election disinformation, FBI officials have said that both videos are not authentic and also that these are attempts to basically deceive the public with false content. In fact, just a short while back, Donald Trump addressed the media after he cast his ballot in Palm Beach, Florida. The Republican presidential nominee spoke on a slew of issues, calling the current campaign his best of the 3 elections. Not just that, he emphasized on his stance when it comes to immigration, calling it the #1 issue in the United States. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, who already cast her vote in an early ballot, remember, will be attending a traditional family dinner ahead of the...
Okay, so we got some bomb threats there. I've heard they were fake, but my point is they're trying to keep people from voting. Let's see, that's 8 minutes. Kind of too late on that. A couple of videos here I really wanted to got a 15-minute video on the voting machines broken. Kind of curious about that. Let's see. Wait for the ad. Oh, that's the video. Okay.
Call a co-worker. She works at the courthouse, just not in the election office, and he is informing us that literally everybody in the county is having the exact same problem. Oh,
Boy, here we go.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering. Eyes are everywhere. It's election day. Look, I don't know when I'm publishing this video, but most polls are open till 7, 8, 9 o'clock or whatever. Look, if you haven't voted, especially if you're in Wisconsin or Pennsylvania or any other swing state, please stop what you're doing and go vote Trump and bring some people with you. If you know somebody in Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, or you're feeling blackpilled or whatever, just give me one more vote. All right, you can cram it in my face if things don't go well, and I will accept it willingly. But please, 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 there's still time today. Don't get out of line. Cast your vote. There's already some shenanigans going on I want to discuss. By the way, you all remember this awesome Tailgates for Trump full-color hilarious meme cookbook? Well, in honor of the election, we have released a holiday edition. We also put the old one up for sale too, and a bundle. The holiday edition has 50 recipes, hilarious and delicious, like Big Mike's Christmas orbs, McMega fries, Peanuts Freedom Bean Almondine. You've got a threat to our Dumac cookies and many more. There's a limited supply available. Link in the description. tailgatesfortrump.com/store. Also, all day 15% off everything on Coffee Brand Coffee except the Advent calendars with promo code VOTE. There's something for everybody here. Our fall flavors are ridiculously good. Our stalwart flavors like blueberry cobbler, our unflavored coffee, everything roasted fresh to order. Let's get into the news. All the links in the description to support the channel. Let's talk a little bit about some shenanigans. I'm in a deep red part of swing state Pennsylvania, and all of the voting machines are broken across this county and the neighboring ones. People are stranded in line, and the constable told them that if they don't get the machines working by 10 p.m., they will turn people away. Stay in line. Don't let them discourage you from voting. If you see this, there's some video I want to share of that. I guess it has something to do with the SD cards. Again, why we can't have paper ballots. This, I mean, if there's ever been an example of, why we need paper ballots, this is it. Here is video from Johnstown, PA. All the flash drives on the ballot counting machines need to be replaced in Cambria County. They are not counting votes.
Flash drives just like the machines.
So say it again. Flash drives
the
are not.
flash drives that go to the machines are not synced up. And so they're having to get new flash drives out to all the machines.
Yeah.
That's what
Is that just Cambria County?
Cambria County.
That we know of. Yeah.
That they know of. Boy, I mean, it sure would have been nice to have paper ballots, or it should.
Why wouldn't they test that in advance? You would think they would test that in advance, right? To make sure everything is working properly. Wow.
Sure would be nice if these idiots had tested anything ahead of time. I don't understand it. This is crazy. Here's another video. Our county right now, the entire county cannot submit votes.
It's spinning it back and saying the exact same thing. We can't reach the courthouse. Roxanne did call a coworker because she works at the courthouse, just not in the election office, and he is informing us that literally everybody in the county is having the exact same problem. Okay. So they must be getting overrun by calls. I am continuing to make sure there is an option. I do have an emergency where you can fill out your ballot and stick in there, and I can pick it up at the courthouse and begin to count it. The people that are in there now don't want to do that because they want to make sure that their vote is counted. And it's not that they don't trust us, they don't want to do that, and that's what's holding up the line. I'd imagine if anybody here wants to fill out their ballot and put it in the emergency box to go up to the courthouse, I can take it out. If you guys want to wait.
I mean, can we get again, paper ballots, please. You had how many weeks to prepare for this, by the way? How many weeks to prepare for this? And sure enough, and of course, it's in a deep red county. What a coincidence. In a state that is highly likely to decide the election, a deep red county, voting machines broken. Now, they have extended early this. Oh, by the way, here's another shenanigan here. Wait, I got to keep all my shenanigans in order. Here we have the election judge that showed up almost an hour late into a voting location in Allegheny County, PA. Voting could not begin until he bothered showing up.
Are you kidding me?
It's election day, bro. All this in Pennsylvania, where the election essentially.
Yeah, wouldn't you be there like an hour early? The fuck?
Hinges. Now, if Pennsylvania gets fortified, Trump still has a path to victory. That means he has to flip Wisconsin. Everybody that I've talked to locally says they've never seen lines like this on election day. I don't know what that means because, yes, generally Republicans vote in person more, but we don't really know until we know, right? We don't know until the counts start coming in. Also in Pennsylvania, early this morning, we learned that Republican poll watchers in Philadelphia, York, Westmoreland, Allegheny, Lehigh, Cambria, Wyoming, and Lackawanna counties were being turned away. We've deployed our roving attorneys and engaged with local offices and can now report that all Republican poll watchers have been let into the building. We will keep fighting, keep winning, and keep sharing updates. I mean, I would say that the Republicans are more ready now for the shenanigans than they were in 2020 or 2016. Obviously, things break. Machines break. This happens. If we just did paper ballots, we wouldn't have to speculate. You wouldn't have people saying, what's going on here? Now, perhaps some slightly good news. We have some early voting in, extremely early. You have Dixville Notch, which is like a tiny county of like 10 people or something like that. They released their voting results last night. And Biden in 2020, Biden had won all 5 votes, all 5 people that voted. In 2024, 6 people voted, and it was 3 for Trump, 3 for Harris. So that's a +2 votes for Trump. I mean, yes, it's tied, but instead of having a 5-point lead, it's tied. Also in Guam, Joe Biden carried 55% of the vote, with Trump getting 41. So that was a 9 + 5, 14-point lead in 2020. In 2024, Kamala Harris has 49% of the vote, and Trump has 46. So instead of a 14-point lead, it's just a 3-point lead. And also the legislature flipped red there, the first time since 2008. Again, this is extremely limited data. You also see Philadelphia City Commissioner's Office tells non-citizens that they can vote if they are Philly residents. This is via James O'Keefe.
James O'Keefe here in North Philadelphia on 5th Street. Right here is the Philadelphia City Commissioner's Office the day before Election Day. And across the street is an NGO called SAIBA. That's SAIBA. And they are telling people to vote. They are telling people that all you need is what's called a TIN number. That's ITIN number. And you can vote if you're not a citizen of the United States. So we sent an undercover reporter to this NGO right across from the place where people are early voting, and she got confirmation that, yes, in fact, she can vote with nothing but an ITIN number.
I mean, nothing but telling non-citizens that they can vote. I mean, again, here we have a polling place in Oklahoma City. They've got a BLM and the trans flag at a polling location that's illegal. Now, these are all negative things, right? Now, voting has now been extended to 10 p.m. in Cabrera County, Pennsylvania, in response to a software malfunction in the electronic voting system that has prevented voters from scanning their own ballots. Again, I guess that's good. Hopefully people could come back. But it is curious that this stuff happened in a deep red county in arguably the most important state in the election. Now, again, Trump can win if he flips Wisconsin and loses Pennsylvania, but I want him to win both. I mean, he could still lose if he wins Pennsylvania if some other craziness happens. But, I mean, this is so wild to me that here we go, an hour into the day, breaking Pennsylvania. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of a white pill. By the way, don't forget, tailgatesfortrump.com/store, link in the description. It's a great gift. I know a lot of people bought this original one for a gift. This new one's going to be even thicker, full color, 50 hilarious recipes. Get the bundle. It's great. For $60, you can give the family member or friends or family member the perfect gift this Christmas. Let's look at this. Let's look at Florida. Florida Republicans now lead by over 1 million voters in 2024 election, in historic development. Republicans now have 4 million votes, Democrats at 2.9 million votes, and NPA, no party affiliation, at 2 million votes. I mean, of course, Florida was never in play. That was nonsense. Here we have, interestingly, Maricopa County election day. So Arizona is obviously important too. Maricopa County has Republicans at 16,000 to Democrats at 7,300. Margin, Republicans plus 23.9. Again, Carrie Lake in here. Ignore the numbers. Go vote. It doesn't matter. Every vote counts. Here you have now a white pill in Pennsylvania, which is why if you know anyone there, you should vote. Pennsylvania update. Republicans are now even with Democrats in their mail-in ballot return rate, about 86% each. They trailed by 8 points in 2020. Democrat firewall now at 420,000 votes, or 22.3 points. In 2020, it was 1.1 million. So the Democrat firewall is only 45% of what it was in 2020. If I look at 2020, I'm curious, what was it? 2020 Pennsylvania election results. It was obviously a narrow margin, blah, blah, blah. Let's see the final count. Joe Biden looks like he won. What is this? He won by barely 3.4 million to 3.3 million. He won by 100,000 votes. He barely won Pennsylvania. If Republicans show up today, they can take Pennsylvania back. Also, here we go again. According to Laura Trump in Pennsylvania, there were 8 different counties trying to block Republican poll watchers. We know we talked about that, but here is the final RCP poll. Again, vote. If you're watching this video and you haven't voted, please go vote. If you already voted, call somebody. Literally pick up the phone and call someone and be like, "Hey, did you vote?" And then obviously, call a likely Trump voter or an independent, someone who's willing to be convinced, and go and do whatever you can to get them to the polls today. Every vote, it has to be too big. It has to be beyond question. Every vote counts. Now, Trump projected to retake White House. By RCP average, they have Trump with 287 electoral colleges with probably the most boring map. This is Trump winning Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Really just Trump winning PA and Arizona and Virginia and they have Trump winning PA, Arizona, and Nevada. Nevada is not required to win the election. And neither would Arizona, right? Because he would still have 270. He would win 270 to 268, even if he didn't win Nevada and Arizona. I'm hoping he wins Wisconsin and or Michigan, but you never know. Make sure you subscribe, follow. I will be live streaming the election tonight, right around 6 o'clock on all.
Cool deal. What I want to do next. Like I said, started a little late, but I'm here. I'll be here for a while. There's a couple of videos that I just wanted to get somebody's 2 cents on. I'm going to watch them. Y'all watch with me. That's fine. If you don't watch with me, that's fine too. And let's see here. Got Lily, a special guest here. Now, let's see what this was. Come on, share screen.
Well, good morning. Brother Roy here, Old School Bible Baptist Ministries. Well, today, my friends, is Tuesday, November 5th. Today is Election Day in the United States of America. And can I just encourage you today, just sitting here, having a cup of coffee with you, just like to talk to you for just a few minutes. Because according to the people that go out and gather this kind of information, and I don't know how accurate they are, but according to those folks, there are millions of Christians who are not going to vote or just uninvolved with the world they live in. And I understand God has called us not to clean up the pond, but to catch fish out of it. But I'd like to make the case for you today that we still have the duty and the obligation to do good works and to perform righteous acts within our society that we live in. I'm just going to give you, for a biblical point this morning, the story of Jonah. In Jonah chapter 3, go through the whole thing. Jonah swallowed by the whale, called to go preach to Nineveh, and he tells Nineveh, "Hey, God's fixing to destroy this place. Now, we know that about the whole world, don't we? I mean, we have the prophetic scriptures. We know this world is going to hell in a handbasket. We know God is going to judge this world, and that means in the United States of America too. And that God is going to judge all nations for their sin. But it doesn't mean it has to happen right this second. And the righteousness of a people can change God's mind and can withhold his hand of judgment, just like in the book of Jonah. And what happened in Jonah? So Jonah, verse 4, began to enter into the city a day's journey, and he cried and said, "Yet 40 days and Nineveh shall be overthrown." So the people of Nineveh believed God and proclaimed a fast and put on sackcloth, from the greatest of them even to the least of them. For word came unto the king of Nineveh, and he arose from his throne, and he laid his robe from him, and covered him with sackcloth, and sat in ashes. And and they proclaimed a fast. They put on sackcloth, and the proclamation was, let them, in verse 8, let them turn every one from his evil way and from the violence that is in their hands. Verse 9, who can tell if God will turn and repent and turn away from his fierce anger, that we perish not. And look at verse 10. And God saw their works, that they turned from their evil way, and God repented of the evil that he'd said that he would do unto them, and he did it not. It's kind of like the thing with Abraham, right? When with Sodom and Gomorrah, God came down to talk to Abraham, and Abraham was bargaining with him, right? Hey, if I can find 40 righteous people, will you not destroy the city? I could find 30 righteous, right? See, everything, God knows everything, but he hasn't preordained everything. You were created a living soul. I was created a living soul. A soul consists of your mind, your will, and your emotions. See, God made you an independent, sentient, living being, and that means you have a soul, and that means you have your own independent will. And that's not a violation of the sovereignty of God. That is an exercise of the sovereignty of God, that God in his sovereignty gave you a free will. And in that free will, you can affect not only your life, think about it, how your choices, what you do in life affects the quality of your life, affects how much God can bless you in your life. And the same goes in your home, in your family, in your church, in your city, in your state, in your nation. It matters what you do. What you do can affect how much blessing will come upon you personally, in your home, in your church, in your nations. What you do matters. Do you have children? Do you have grandchildren? Do you not care about the country they grow up in? Do you not feel an obligation, a responsibility, and a duty to do whatever you can to make a better world, to make a better country for your children and for your grandchildren? And that's my plea to you today, is you can make a difference. You can go out and vote today, Election Day, November 5th, Tuesday, probably one of the most important elections this country has ever seen. Now, the choice, hey, the choice could not be any more binary. The difference between the two candidates and their positions could not be any more different. On the one hand, you have a woman who wasn't even elected or primaried. She was selected and placed in there. A woman who is the most liberal senator ever in the Senate. A woman whose positions, policies, and positions are each and every one absolutely diametrically opposite of the morality and the truth as revealed in the Word of God. On the other hand, she's a career politician too. Remember that. On the other hand, you got a guy, he's a bit of a clown, right? Hey, nobody said he was a saint. Hey, I wouldn't give him any credit for knowing the doctrines of the book. I don't know if he's saved. He may be, he may not be. But I do know this about him. Not a politician, not in it for the money. He was already a billionaire, already a TV star. He didn't need the money, didn't need the power, didn't need any of that. He's just a regular guy who made it good, made it rich, not a politician. And he said, man, I want to come in and give back and do something for my country. Look, man, he's a little bit like Solomon and David. He had some concubines and whatnot. We get all that. We're not electing a pastor. But look at his policies and look at his positions. His policies and positions are America first. Make America great again.
Yeah.
He wants to make this country good. He wants to go by the morality of the Bible. He loves the Bible. He put out his own Bible, the God Bless the USA, Donald Trump Bible. He has Lee Greenwood singing God Bless the USA. Listen, we got a guy, he is for the right positions and policies, biblical positions and policies. Now, he's not a perfect man. He's an old sinner. Listen, spent 30 years in prison. If there's anybody who should be more cynical and like, I don't even care, they're all the same, government, big brother, blah, blah, blah. There's anybody that should have that opinion, it's me. But I'll tell you something else. 30 years in prison gives a guy a little bit of discernment, a little bit of perspective on life. And look, God didn't preordain everything. In his foreknowledge, he knows everything, but he's left a lot of stuff up to you. Now, if you one of them kooks and you think the earth is flat and the Illuminati and the Freemasons control everything and you're living in a delusion anyway. So it really, I'm not even trying to talk to you because you have lost all touch with objective reality and do not have the sound mind that the Holy Spirit gives a human being. But if you're a rational, thinking Christian, today you need to exercise your duty and your obligation to your home, to your children, to your church, and to your community. You need to go out and vote for the candidate that's standing for the stuff that we believe in. Not perfectly, but 1,000 times more than the other side. What's the other side stand for? You know. There's nothing over there that's not satanic and wicked on the other side. The choice is black and white, light and dark, good and evil, clean and unclean. There's never been a clearer choice on the direction that this country goes in. Say, well, it doesn't matter. I would listen. Well, then, if you think like that, stop cleaning your house. It doesn't matter. It's just a wicked house. Just stop feeding your family. It doesn't matter. They're just a wicked family. No, it's all one thing. It's your life, your family's life, your church, your community, your country. It's all one thing. And we as Christians have a duty. Look, render unto Caesar what's Caesar's, and render unto God what's God. And I think for you to render unto God means you need to render unto Caesar. And that's your duty, your obligation as an American citizen, to get out today and to vote biblically for the candidate that wants to take this country in a pro-America biblical direction, whether he's perfect or not. He's driving we got two bus drivers. Which way you want to go? I think he's driving the bus in the right direction. Anybody that knows this book will believe that too. So, hey, that's my spiel this morning. That's my Hail Mary. That's my last one. Because I spent 30 years in prison. I miss my daughter growing up, but I get to watch my grandkids grow up now. The Lord tarries, and I want them to have a good life. I want them to be free. I don't want them indoctrinated with a bunch of trans sodomite stuff. I want to be able to continue to preach this word unopposed on street corners. I want prayer and Bible back in school. I want America to come back to God. And they're not gonna do that under Kami Kamala. You can bet that. All right then. So hey, you know what to do, man. There's still a little time left. Go out and get in that line and cast your vote today for Donald J. Trump. That's your duty as a Christian in America today. God bless you. We'll see you in the next one.
Like I said, I'm a few hours late, but catching up on some stuff. Should I go see where we're at right now? Let's see. Where's the there? Okay, here we go.
In 2020, you had the top of the Democrat governor ticket underperforming Trump by a large margin. So it would be inconsistent for a second consecutive election for people to split their ticket. And I think Josh Stein is running a little bit behind Roy Cooper's last election. So that's kind of interesting too. We'll see. That would suggest that black vote's down maybe a little bit in North Carolina. It'll be interesting. I'm just waiting for a couple of my North Carolina people to give me another update. But, Josh Stein winning, not a surprise at all. That was, he was up 10 points in the polls. I think the place to watch now is when the black vote comes in from those urban areas. Is it up from Joe Biden or down from Joe Biden? Remember, Kamala Harris would have to overperform Joe Biden with the black vote in North Carolina to capture the state. So it's not something that's looking that way right now, but we'll keep a very close eye on it, Steve, because you're right. It changes the entire electoral math tonight. It changes the entire game board in a very short period of time.
We're going to get Matt Boyle of Breitbart's got a lot to report. We're going to get Matt up in a second. Anything else before we get
and DeKalb, the judge, has just ordered those precincts that were, subject to the bomb threat hoax potentially to stay open later. So they finally got the
Have they given a time? Is it going to be all night?
It'll be...
Well, let's get Matt Boyle in here from Breitbart, national political editor, running the Breitbart site tonight. Matt ran it in 16. In fact, Matt, you were with me in 16, and also in 20 you ran it too. You've been doing this a while. Give us an update. People are a little nervous about North Carolina and they're not feeling all that comfortable about Georgia right now. Your assessment?
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that. What we're seeing across the board is very good signs for Donald Trump. Obviously, the state of Florida was called as soon as the polls closed in the western part of the state. So Donald Trump has got Florida's electoral votes never in doubt. But like the fact that it was that decisive, and now Decision Desk HQ is giving Donald Trump a 70% chance of winning the presidency tonight. So the fact is that I think the energy is there with President Trump. We are seeing him hit his numbers across the board in a lot of different places, and I think we got to just continue to roll with the votes as they're coming in. But things are looking promising and looking up, and the Republicans are already 2 major steps towards retaking the U.S. Senate majority as well, with Rick Scott's decisive victory in Florida, and Republicans, of course, never in doubt, but taking the West Virginia U.S. Senate seat. So now we're to 50-50. And we're watching Ohio. We'll be watching Montana later tonight.
Well, with Justice taking the Manchin seat, he's up on Tester, and President Trump's going to win there by 25 or 30 points. I think it's pretty safe. The safest bet maybe we have all night is that we will take the United States Senate. Now, you may get Bernie Moreno, you may get Kerry Lake, you may get Rogers in Michigan. Baldwin may go down in Wisconsin. You could get Sam Brown in Nevada. We've got 3 or 4 other potential pickups, but at least you control the Senate, right?
Yeah, and I do think that, again, what we are seeing across the board demographically here is Donald Trump is hitting his numbers. If you look at key counties across Georgia, in other places in the country, we are seeing Donald Trump massive swings his direction. In fact, it's still early in Virginia and North Carolina, right? I don't expect calls there for a while, and until we get a lot more results. But the fact is that the Virginia race is, last time I checked a few minutes ago, about a 3% race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And frankly, the fact that Donald Trump only trails her by 3 this late into the evening with that many results, I think there was something like 30% or something reporting, is not a good sign for Kamala Harris. We're seeing swing counties in Texas that are showing double-digit swings Donald Trump's way. These are counties Democrats thought they could win, and instead they went wildly the other way. Key counties in Georgia are swinging Donald Trump's way. And again, this is all why Decision Desk HQ, the real statistics guys, right? And they call races. I don't call races. But the Decision Desk HQ guys are seeing the same thing that I'm talking to you about right now. And they are saying that Donald Trump has a 70% chance of winning the presidency this evening.
Let's go to North Carolina, because remember, without North Carolina, she's jammed up on the blue wall. She's got to run the tables. If she wins North Carolina, this gives her many different options to do this, right? Yes. Let's go to North Carolina. A lot of guys I know have kind of hit the panic button already in saying they think that North Carolina looks like it could go, that she could squeak out a win. Do you have any assessment?
I think it's too early to tell. I think that we'll be tracking the numbers as they come in. I think the last time I checked, it was only a few percent reporting in North Carolina. So no surprise that the Democrat was going to take the governor race, right? Like Fox News called that within seconds of the polls closing, but that's expected. That was expected even before all the gnarly stuff came out on Mark Robinson, right? And so we were expecting a split ticket decision, and that's normal in North Carolina, by the way. North Carolina has a Democrat governor right now, and they voted for him when in years past when the Republicans have won federal elections, right? So we're used to this, right? In North Carolina, I think it's too early to tell. And, we'll be tracking the numbers very closely here. But again, things are looking very promising in Georgia based off of the numbers that we're seeing for Donald Trump. And there's been no formal call yet. And again, what we're seeing, it's way too early in places like Pennsylvania and Michigan, but we're starting to see some results trickle in from both of those places as well. And we'll see. We'll kind of keep tracking things as it goes. But I'm not worried about North Carolina right now. I think we need to see a lot more numbers before anybody starts panicking in any respect.
We've got the Senate. Do you have any assessment of the House, the Vindman race? And it has taken from the more blue parts of the of this county. Vindman looks like he's at least got a pretty substantial lead over his opponent. Any other sense of things happening in the House?
I haven't dug too deep into House races yet because I've been tracking the White House mostly. But I will say there was one race I was tracking down in South Florida. That's Congresswoman Maria Salazar. She won re-election easily. So, that was a district Democrats thought they might be able to take. So, but I think it's too early to tell on that front. There's a lot of too early to tell right now, Steve. But things are looking promising for Trump.
John, you've got an update on the abortion amendment?
Yes, it is. The decision desk on the Hill just called this. Florida's abortion amendment fails, leaving 6-week ban in place, a sign of just how red Florida has become and how consistent its vote is. I mean, you see Donald Trump has won Florida. They defeated the abortion amendment. So it means the Democrats will still have a pan to make. Say that again, Matt?
And the marijuana amendment, both the abortion and the marijuana amendments have gone down in Florida. That's a huge deal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
It is a huge deal. And it will show you that Florida's a solid red state.
Explain to our audience what is Decision Desk, who's there, because right now Decision Desk has two numbers that are pretty interesting. Number one, they say President Trump has a 70% chance probability of winning the presidency. They also have just come out and say that the Republicans have a 2/3 or 66% chance of holding the House of Representatives. So how important is that number? How do they calculate it? Who are these guys and how accurate are they?
Yeah, they're statistics guys, right? Like they're just like the Associated Press desk that's going through and crunching the numbers, or any of the major news networks, right? Like that's basically what they are. They're nonpartisan. All they're doing is they're looking at the statistics of elections. I can't remember a time that Decision Desk was wrong when they formally called the race. And I've been doing this, like as you mentioned there. This is my third presidential election at Breitbart. I've been here for even more midterm elections. It's my fourth presidential election working in the business. I don't remember exactly when Decision Desk came along. It was somewhere in there. But the fact is that they're just as reliable as Cook Political Report or any of the major networks or the Associated Press, generally speaking, when it comes to calling a race.
Yep. Tied to Nexstar Media. The big.
I'll be right back. We got more voter fraud, more voter bullshittery coming in. Let me find that video. I just had it. So I'm going to go back to this video. Wisconsin to recount 30,000. It's only a 1-minute video? Okay. Just goes to show you it's never easy, right? There's always some bullshittery.
Now, 30,000 ballots in the state of Wisconsin have to be recounted. Officials are saying the recount is due to an error with ballot tabulators. They're confident results have not been tampered with. The error likely delaying the result of approximately 105,000 ballots in the state.
We cleared all the results and they started the count over to ensure that there was no tampering. Now, I know for a fact that these machines are highly secure. There was no tampering. We were able to confirm that, but over abundance of caution, we are reprocessing. What I'm happy to report with the reprocessing is now that we're reprocessing, the ballots have had time to rest. The group is kind of in their flow now. We've dealt with some of the errors initially, so it's moving quicker than it was this morning.
Okay. Interesting. Go over to some, maybe go to watch some Tatum for a bit. Let's see if I can get that up.
Let me see what we got in the Senate race. Right now, as far as reporting, it looks like Maryland is less than 1% of the vote. Larry Hogan, it looked like Maryland is ahead, but it's less than 1% of the vote. It don't count. It looked like Rick Scott, Republican from Florida, they called it for him. 90% of the vote, 55% has gone to him. One thing I don't understand is how is Florida, as big a state as Florida, how in the flying flip is Florida 90% done with their ballots. They've gotten over 9 million people, 10 million people that have voted in Florida so far. They're 90% done. How is that? It looks like they're going to finish their vote tonight. And Donald Trump is up by 1.5 million. It looked like. Let me see. Now, what is he? 4, 5, 6, 7, 1.3 million, roughly. It looks like Democrat in Texas, 41% of the vote for Allred, which is the nut job in Texas that I don't think he has a chance of winning. But right now they're neck and neck, 22.3 million apiece in Texas. And Texas haven't had nowhere near all the counties counted. I mean, they're nowhere near counted. If you look at Texas, there's nothing there. I mean, the scary part is that these big counties like Fort Worth, Texas, Fort Worth, Dallas, Austin, Houston, they can get janky. Why you say that, Mr. Tatum? That's where all the Democrats live. Okay, that's where all the crazy Democrats live. So right now, let me see if I can click on Dallas, where Dallas is at. It don't look like I can click on that, but we shall see. You know what? I wonder, can a young lady give me one of these? One of these on these apple juices. Yeah, with I want the yeah. With the secret Republican sauce in it. All right, what did he say? Super chats? You super chatted me, bro? How you gonna super chat me in my own house? Dustin said Kamala 2024. Yeah, right, bro. You'll be having fun outside. That's a lot of super chats that came in. Thank y'all all for the super chats. I appreciate it. Hey, just so you know, we got some sticks. Come in here, man. Don't get in the camera. My son over here looking like, I almost said LeBron James, but Lord, forgive me. How was your game?
It was good.
Y'all win?
Oh yeah. It was.
Oh yeah, like y'all.
It was a scrimmage. We played the Sunkers.
Did you dunk?
I almost did, and then it bounced off the ring. Like I'm like.
So you got hung. That's pretty much what happened.
Pretty much.
How many points you score?
16.
16? That's good.
But I was open. This was I had to do. I didn't shoot any other three. This is my only 3 attempt. And I got it on the side. He inbounded it. No one was around me. Went up. I did a little like James Harden move. I said, got it. I said, swish. They called it travel.
They called it a travel?
Yeah, because so he inbounded, and when he inbounded, I was running over like this. He caught it, and then I did this. I'm like, that's a gather step, right? Is that not?
It depends. It depends.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. And so I went up, switched it, and then they called it back. And I went for a layup, and they called it. I don't know why they called that one, but.
Oh yeah, well I'm proud of you, man. Good job, man.
Thank you.
All right, did they call some more Arizona? We got a thank you for the super chat. That was my son, Caden. Lord help us. He's taller than me now, and he's 14. First time New York voter. There was never a reason to vote in a state with the worst taxes and infested. Hold on, what does that say? Them a libtards. Been watching you for a long time, Officer Tatum. You should run for president. Man, I tell you what, one day I might pull up at the presidential race. So right now, Donald Trump is still ahead in the poly market. It looks like they may have called a few more states. Let's go back and look at the presidential election run. Donald Trump is up 51% of the vote. I don't think that's a real indication of anything at this point. Let's see if I can get the results in here. All right, look like they called something else for Trump. So Trump is sitting at 101, and Kamala Harris is sitting at 49. The one that went horizontal to go vertical in her career. I like just calling it out for what it is, man. Can I call it out for what it is? Can we stop playing games and call these people out for what they really are? So Florida's called for Trump. South Carolina's called for Trump. West Virginia is for Trump. Kentucky is for Trump. Indiana for Trump. Tennessee for Trump. Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Right now, Trump is still ahead by about 300,000 votes in Texas with 50% of the vote tally in. The reason they haven't called Texas because a bunch of counties are still waiting to cast their vote or get their votes counted. When you look at Dallas County, you look at, when I say not Dallas County, you look at Tarrant County, you look at Dallas, the city of Dallas. If you look at Austin, Texas, Houston, Texas, these are big metropolitan areas that are going to go Democrat. I don't know how Democrat they're going to go, but they're going to go pretty strong for the Democrats. Toast to everybody watching. This apple juice is so good. Never had apple juice that spicy. All right, so we looking good, man. And, I just want you guys to be encouraged. My heart tells me that we gonna win this thing by a lot. I mean, he gonna win Wisconsin. He gonna go down and win. I mean, Iowa for sure. He's gonna win Ohio. He's gonna get Pennsylvania tonight, North Carolina, and that's gonna be the end. I think he's gonna have Georgia in the bag. Right now, Donald Trump is up in Georgia with 52% of the vote. He's up by about 300,000 votes. Now, let me say this. We all remember, right?
I'll get back over here. It's looking good right now, but again, we're a long ways away. How it looked good? I thought it looked good the last time. And then we get all the shit coming in at 3 o'clock in the morning. All those votes coming in at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, what the fuck? And then we got the whole insurrection thing that we learned about last night, that if he does get in, they won't let him in. I got about a 15-minute video on more voter fraudery. I really wanted to show. Let me see if I can find that again. Let me go to my playlist. Let's see. Boy, there's a couple of these videos. Which one's the best one to watch? You know what? I'll do this one real quick. We're going to go back to this real quick. Let's see.
We voted for Bernie Moreno for the United States. Hey, guys. Good morning. Good to see y'all. Appreciate you coming out to see one of the great traditions, of course, in American democracy. I, of course, voted for Donald Trump and myself. So did my wife. And we also, for all the locals out there, we voted for Bernie Moreno for the United States Senate. And if you want the policies of Donald J. Trump in the United States Senate, then Bernie Moreno is the only candidate in this race who I think is the candidate of peace and prosperity for the United States Senate. So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio. So I appreciate you guys being here. Happy to take a few questions. You obviously can see my kids bouncing around here. There's Usha. And, we'll take a few questions, but we're going to hit the road, go back home, and then head off to Palm Beach.
Senator, regardless of the results tonight, half the country probably won't be satisfied with the results.
Sure.
What's the message to them, potentially your supporters, if it doesn't go the way that they wanted it?
Well, look, I think our message is, first of all, we do expect to win, but obviously no matter who wins, half the country, as you said, is going to be at least partially disappointed. I think my attitude is the best way to heal the rift in the country is to try to govern the country as well as we can, create as much prosperity as we can for the American people, and remind our fellow Americans that we are all fundamentally on the same team, however we voted. I certainly hope you vote for Donald J. Trump today. I think that his policies are going to promote peace and prosperity for our citizens. But if you vote the wrong way, in my view, I'm still going to love you. I'm still going to treat you as a fellow citizen. And if I am lucky enough to be your vice president, I'm going to fight hard for your dreams and for your family over the next 4 years.
Senator, do you have an opinion on who will fill your Senate seat if you win?
No, look, I'm way too superstitious to think about those things. Let's get this election over the finish line. Let's make Donald J. Trump the president-elect, and then we'll worry about what happens afterwards. No, actually, he called me about 3 in the morning, apparently from the plane headed from Michigan to Palm Beach last night. I was in bed at the time. I haven't been able to talk to him this morning. I was going to call him as soon as I woke up, but when I realized that he got back home around 5:30 last night, I decided hopefully he's asleep, and so I'm not going to call him. I'll certainly talk to him probably on the way to the airport or when we land.
Senator, you grew up 20 miles away, Middletown, now you're standing here, maybe in a few hours you'll be the next vice president.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that in that moment? Here to here, and possibly second commit.
Look, it's an amazing thing. My heart is just overwhelmed with gratitude to the generosity of the American people. The fact that I'm standing here is very much a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the history of the world. The fact that I have a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful kids is more importantly a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the world. So I think that what today represents is an opportunity to pay down a debt that I owe to this country. And if I am the vice president, I'm going to work as hard as I can to pay down that debt. I don't think I'll ever be able to return what this country has given to me, but I'm going to try, but we have to win first.
Sir.
You know, my most important message is we ought to argue, disagree about, persuade each other about politics. That's part of the natural process. But we can't discard friends and we can't discard family members. I think that if we all just recognize this basic principle that we ought to love people, we ought to be friends with people, we ought to be family members with people, regardless of their politics, that would do a lot to heal the division. I know myself, I've had a lot of friends, not a lot, I've had a few friends who have cast their friendship aside because I decided that I wanted Donald J. Trump to be the winner in the last election and in this election. I think that's a tragedy, and I'm not going to follow that example. I'd say to everybody, whether you're voting for Donald Trump or voting for Kamala Harris, remember, friends and family, that stuff is what really, really matters. We ought to be kind to one another. We ought to treat each other with respect. And fundamentally, what we're trying to do, President Trump and I, is just build the kind of country where our fellow Americans can achieve their dreams. But that's all of our fellow Americans, regardless of who they vote for. We'll take one more question.
Senator.
No, I'm not too worried about that. Look, one outlier poll doesn't change what we've seen on the ground. We feel very good about the energy. We feel very good about the early vote. But ultimately, the ball is in the courts of the American people. Today is the day. If you don't want an open border, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to get back to low inflation and affordable groceries, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to return the world to peace and stability, vote for Donald Trump. That's my pitch to voters. I really do believe that we can have a golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, but voters are going to ultimately make that choice. I don't worry about any one poll. I think that we're going to win. I really do. But ultimately, the voters make that decision. We'll see what they think about this by the end of the day, hopefully. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Let's see what this one is real quick.
Link for tickets. Well, here's one more. Passwords for Colorado's voting systems were posted online for anyone to see for months. If you knew where to look. Democratic Secretary of State Jenna Griswold's office apparently posted them online by accident. Griswold's office found out last Thursday and had not told the county clerks who actually run elections. Then the Colorado Republican Party went public today, demanding that Griswold secure those voting machines. Here's Marshall Zellinger.
The Colorado Secretary of State's office is required to maintain a spreadsheet of certified voting systems for each county. That's this list. At the bottom of any spreadsheet, you can have multiple tabs. You can also hide a tab. But if you post the raw spreadsheet to a public website, apparently anyone can also unhide the tab. This happened and apparently revealed one set of passwords for voting computers in Colorado. next confirmed this with the Secretary of State's office today, but we learned about it this morning in an email blast from the Colorado Republican Party. The passwords had been up for months without it being known.
Okay, no biggie. It's just quaint weird. Just weird. It's an accident.
Yeah. Will that be in all the swing states?
I think so.
I think it's funny where to look. I don't know. I don't even know where to vote.
Right.
Okay, just so you know, another weird coincidence. Colorado and continuance of government dictates this. Like if Trump had been shot and died, and the riots Jamie Raskin's talking about, that triggers continuance of government. What used to be only for nuclear war, but thanks to the Patriot Act, it's for civil unrest. And then the national capital will go to Colorado.
Oh, no.
And the head of NORAD, I'm forgetting his name, but he will become the president, and he divides America. This, by the way, is real.
This is real.
He divides America into zones until we get things under control. So that chick, Kimberly Cheadle from this Secret Service, she's from COG. She got cut off by a Republican while she was saying it.
But she was talking about the continuation of government, and they said, you can't talk about that.
No, they didn't. The guy just talked over. You're thinking of the Ollie North trials.
Oh, that's right.
Someone brought up COG because that's how they did that treasonous crime. And then James Inhofe goes, there's national security. We can't talk about COG. But they've been bringing it up ever since COVID, when Trump caught COVID. They were like, don't worry, we've got COG. Now suddenly they're talking about it. So that's what the plan will be if there's a civil war, is Colorado. So that means whatever's going in Colorado is like coming straight from the shadow government's mouth.
That's right. And let me tell you how shady this actually is. The Colorado Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, accidentally had over 600 passwords for voting machines across 63 counties on their website for months, if you knew where to look. Let me tell you how shady this is and how corrupt Jenna Griswold actually is. These passwords were found on a spreadsheet on the Secretary of State's website, accessible through a hidden tab, which was discovered and publicized, meaning virtually only those who knew the hidden tab was there knew where to look. Jenna Griswold knew about this since last week, but did not notify county clerks who run the elections. The Republican Party had to go public with this. So that's exactly what's going on. And Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters was arrested and targeted after she submitted a forensic report that Jenna Griswold and Dominion destroyed election data in the 2020 election. This is the same woman who tried to get Trump removed from the ballot in Colorado and said he was a threat to democracy. That's what the fuck is actually going on in Colorado right now.
For 8 years. She got 8 years for doing that. And the left just I saw people fuck around and find out, bro. And now this came out. She should be released instantly, immediately released out of prison right now. She's like how old is she? She's like somebody's like aunt or grandma. And now they're throwing her in prison. It's like unbelievable.
Hey, come see us on tour. We're going to be in Los Angeles, Columbus, Ohio.
That was fucking wild. What do I want to get to? A checkup real quick. Let's see. Who's live again? We got Tatum live. I think I'm going to go see Rudy Giuliani for a minute.
Let's go ahead and bring up some math here. And
Throw me a pen. Just throw me any old pen. Doesn't matter.
ready?
Jack, they're on the pen. That was pretty good.
We got a future.
Yeah, well, the way the Giants,
New York Giants, get them a jersey.
So what? How many have reported?
5% has now reported
in Georgia.
In Georgia, so we're gonna go ahead and bring that up and get our update here.
So Clayton County, how many have reported there? 78, right?
That's right. So we're in Tennessee right now. Let's take a look at Georgia. So Georgia with 65% reporting.
The lead has shrunken a little, 52% to 47 now.
Yeah.
As but a large percentage of DeKalb County just came in. So even with that large percentage of DeKalb,
That's-
maintains a 5-point lead.
There's
So with DeKalb County now 65% reporting, President Trump still maintains a 5-point lead.
73% report.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's reported.
Fulton 78. So there's still out of those two counties, we're still looking at about a quarter of the vote, about a fifth of the vote left, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But
65
more of those counties have been counted in the entire state, which is a good thing.
That's right.
And Fulton County, how much of Fulton County has reported?
So in Fulton County, 78% reporting.
70, all right.
So 65% of the state reporting, Trump maintains a 5-point lead.
Yep.
So we'll be watching that very closely. 52 to 47. She's managed to cut that lead in half.
Who has?
Kamala Harris.
Go to Gwinnett.
Which lead?
In Georgia.
What's the number now in Georgia?
52 to 47. Trump leads with 65% reporting.
Teddy, pull up Gwinnett.
Gwinnett, where's Gwinnett? Is that
That's
south?
go up north.
North
of Atlanta.
Gwinnett
Right
County,
there. Right there.
18% reporting.
Okay. What do we got?
Harris maintains a 60% to 39%.
39, 18.
Rocking some Georgia there. Where's my other I wanted to go to? Go back to the Patriot News Network for a bit.
Coalition of Joe Biden has been broken, and that Dexit we were talking about 2-3 years ago, it's playing out before our eyes now.
If the Hispanic vote totals and direction in Florida translates to the rest of the country, if the 25% of African American men in Georgia voting for President Trump and others staying home, all of a sudden places like Richmond, my hometown, don't get to be such firewalls for the Democratic Party.
That's right.
This is a true game changer, is it not?
It's a generational change, and I've been saying this for about 2 months now. I think Donald Trump was putting together a shift that could be generational. Now, to keep it generational, Republicans have to do something the day after the election and every day since, have a conversation with these voters, keep them engaged the way Donald Trump engaged them, because he'll be busy running the country if he's president. And so how you hold this together is going to be the great exciting question for Republicans tomorrow if this holds. But all the demographics are clearly shift tonight. Kamala Harris is significantly underperforming Joe Biden in almost every category that I can get good data on. I still want to see women and suburban women, but it doesn't seem like she's going to perform well enough there to erase any of the losses that she has. Another one I'd like to see, because I think it's a generational shift, may very well be.
Hey, what's up, Sam? I paused it for a minute. Did anybody tell him to, like, A, get a haircut, or B, just hairspray? Haircut. He's got two. Looks like he's got devil horns, this guy. I just now noticed he's got like 2 horns of hair up. Yeah, we're looking so far so good. Where am I at? I probably need to reload this, right? Or first play. Am I
Jewish voters. I'm seeing some early data in.
They know the. But we got to see what the. Well, they called it by 9 o'clock, so this must mean that we had to see what the percentages are. But this means that she locked in those two. What we thought they expanded the map. The basic expansion of the map was New Hampshire, which you heard early in the evening could be close. Virginia. Maybe New Mexico, maybe Minnesota, right? Those are the 4 that are kind of on the cusp.
Yeah, if they're calling that race, it's because a lot of the Democrats vote out. What's happened this time in Virginia is the Republican vote came in a little earlier than historically.
Yeah.
So it's made it look better for Donald Trump, juiced it a little bit, but that would make some sense. I haven't seen that call, but I'll check with Natalie's, I'm sure, right on top of it.
With 78% of votes in Fulton County for a state total of 66% of votes, and Trump is up by 5 in Georgia.
Yeah. Up by 5.
They're going to get close. That's a race that's about to bake to close.
You think it's going to decision Dexter close to?
I think in the next hour, just unless
New York Times has it in lean R.
Yeah, lean R. It's moving to bake status. That's what someone just told me in Georgia GOP, that it's in the oven baking and it should be ready in 45 minutes to an hour.
Do we have? Is David Zier? Do we have?
Must be
David Zier production staff is David Zier. I'd like to get David Zier in North Carolina.
Great idea.
With some, he's got an exit poll and he's got some statistics. Is he ready?
That's great.
Is David Zier? Can we go to David Zier in North Carolina?
I'm here.
So, David Zier, can you give us an update, brother, on what's going on? Because this right now, this is the linchpin between blocking her just up at the blue wall or give her multiple paths to the presidency. What do you got?
Well, Trump's up about 8 right now at about 26% reporting here. And the exit polls from earlier today said that 47% of voters say they're worse off than they were 4 years ago. Hispanic votes are up, black votes down, 3% with women, 1% down with men maybe. But the Trump campaign gave me some numbers which were really astonishing here. They're saying women in early voting were down 154,000 votes. Rural votes were up 26,000, which is good for Trump. And that the North Carolina urban turnout is down 175,000 in early voting. So I thought those are really significant numbers to keep in mind. And I've been speaking to campaign officials all day here from Wake County, the largest county in North Carolina. So even though Trump loses here in Wake County, if he loses by less, that's a very good indicator. So we'll see where that goes. But I just spoke to another campaign official, said they were very positive about Trump taking North Carolina. And I'm waiting for the state GOP chair, Jason Simmons, to come down to come on with us.
I thought we won easily last time. And then all the votes at 3 o'clock in the morning and all that. Again, there's a lot of stuff that went down last time. And so, yeah, I'm not going to celebrate. And again, I showed videos last night. That got saved of them wanting to use the Constitution to say that he can't get in. So if he does win, they still don't want to let him in. So there's a lot going on. There's really a lot going on that I gonna watch out for. More is maybe I'll go back to Tatum for a minute. Where's he at again? There he is.
Republican anyway, baby. But I know a lot of my cousins. I know at least one of my uncles vote for Trump. All my young cousins that I talk to on the social media vote for Trump. One of my cousins, shout out to my cousin, you know who you are. We were talking on LinkedIn, and she said, hey, just so you know, this side of your family got some MAGA supporters out here doing the work. So T, I got you. I was watching. I was listening. So these are people that I don't think voted last time and didn't vote for Trump last time. So it gives me a lot of courage or encouragement that things will get. Daniel Brooks, thanks so much for the super chat. Let's hope that betting odds hold true, because I just learned that the betting odds are more accurate than polls. There have only been 2 incorrect in history. Smells like good news. Well, look, man, when you put $3 billion on something, you mean look how the betting world, look how Vegas do the spread in football. They pretty much accurately almost predict the spread, the parlays. I mean, people normally put their money where they think they're gonna win at. It could be wrong, but with all that we know and Donald Trump's previous success, I think it's pretty accurate to say that we kind of close to it. Trump has to win. I need some sleep. God bless you, your family, Brandon. Nick, get to work. Haha. Love, Mom. Grateful to watch this way. W, y'all. Christy?
Yeah,
that's your mama. Hey, mama. Hey, mama. I didn't even look at the name. Yeah, Nick, you better get to work. Your mama watching you. I'm going to snitch on you if you ain't over there working. But love you, mama. Thank you for letting me take care of Nick and for allowing me to have him to help me with these videos, because I don't know what I'll do without him. I'll be homeless. You better not cry, Nick. I'm gonna put the camera on Nick real quick. Mama, don't let him cry on the TV. All right. I'm gonna get up and turn it. Let's see. My 2 kids are old enough to vote now, and both voted for Trump. Proud Papa. Mike, God bless you. And thank all y'all for the super chats. All right, let's see what we're looking at. Donald Trump is still surging in the poly market. He's now up 73%. It's looking pretty good. I mean, this thing look like, go to the other screen where it's the little swivels like this. This thing remind me of when I lost a lot of money on Robinhood. I almost get PTSD looking at these little dots and these things. Everybody that been on Robinhood know what that look like. You know how how it surge? Oh my God, I lost so much money with this. That thing, like, just so y'all know, when that thing was at the bottom before it surged, you know how it's going up and it's got the little dot on the top? I used to put money in right there. I was day trading, which I would recommend that nobody ever do. It's gambling. I put the money in right there and I was playing a lot of money. I'm not going to tell y'all be ashamed of me. But I was buying like 1,000 shares at a time. And when they go up $1, I make $1,000. And they go up $3, I make $1,000. When they go down 10, I lost $10,000. And I hope my wife ain't watching this. So I get a little PTSD when I see that thing going up and it blink, because that's all I was doing. And I was the Republican. I put the money in when I was a Republican, and then when it was volatile, it would freeze. The market would freeze, and they wouldn't let you trade. And then my account looked like the blue one when it was going down. So word to the wise, y'all, don't be day trading, bro. I wouldn't do it again. I lost all that money. Let's see. Let's look at where we're at so far. Let's see. Results. I don't know why this thing just can't go back. All right, I got Donald Trump at 103 and Kamala Harris at 71. It looks like they're steady calling different states for Kamala Harris. They called New Jersey, which I thought Trump could win New Jersey, to be honest. It ain't over yet. 37% of the vote. They called it for Harris, but I don't know, man. I think some people may sweep through and get New Jersey. I think Trump should win New Jersey. He's not going to win New York, but he can win New Jersey. All right, let's get some quick updates. Donald Trump in Texas, 55. Oh, they think they called something else. They called something else for Trump. I think they called Louisiana. 0% of the vote, and they call Louisiana for Trump. I mean, maybe something ain't right on here. Let's see. They called New York for Kamala Harris with 0% of the vote. I don't know. Maybe it just hadn't updated yet. But they called Kamala Harris New York, which I'm not shocked. I think she'll win New York. But I think Trump can win New Jersey. New Jersey, where y'all at, bro? How y'all gonna let two-tone knee-pad Harris win in New Jersey? But so far, we got Trump at 120, Kamala Harris at 99. Let's get some updates, and we got some results that came in Texas. 55% of the vote is in. Trump is still up by 600,000 votes. Trump is up by 600,000 votes in Texas. Let's see what else. Georgia, 65% of the vote in Georgia, and Donald Trump is up by 200,000 votes. We'll get to that in a second. Donald Trump whooping them in Florida. North Carolina, 37% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is up. Donald Trump is winning by about 100,000 votes in North Carolina. Virginia, 48% of the vote. Donald Trump is up by about 30,000 votes in Virginia. Pennsylvania, 16% of the vote. Kamala Harris is up by a long shot. I think she's up by about 300,000 to 400,000 votes right now. But like I said, there's a lot of counties outstanding. Majority of Pennsylvania, mostly that would traditionally go with Republican, has not been counted yet. Ohio, Donald Trump has got a healthy lead in Ohio by about 200,000 votes.
Do you think that was some voter fraudism, or just happened to happen? I still got some videos on the some bullshittery that went on today that I may go to. I may go to that now. Let's see. I got a couple of them I wanted to do. Let's see if I can. Was this it? This was I'll go to this one real quick.
Raja. And all this says, oh, coincidentally, all in swing states. What a coinky dink. Look, if you're watching this video and you still haven't voted, you can listen to it on the way to the polls. There is still plenty of time. So unless you're watching this on November 5th or 6th, there's plenty of time. But let's get into Google getting caught red-handed with some pretty bad shenanigans. Also, a huge shout out to my company, Coffee Brand Coffee, is doing a site-wide 15% off sale today. Promo code VOTE. It is the single freshest coffee you can buy anywhere online. We roast it all fresh to order. We're not some drop ship garbage like everyone else sells. Our fall roast selection is flying off the shelves, extremely highly rated. It's our best lineup ever. We obviously have our other flavors and non-flavored coffee. We also have teas now available, cold brews, and so much more. And the Quartering presents the Christmas version of.
Yeah, can I fast forward here a little bit? I want to get to the action. You see, where's it at? Are you there yet? All right.
Pre-order yours in the description down below. Google admits Trump-Harris search discrepancy, says, quote, fix is coming. You see here, Google has acknowledged an issue that users have been flagging when searches for where can I vote for Harris produce a nice, fancy, interactive map tool to find polling places, despite not doing the exact same thing for where can I vote for Trump. I mean, are you kidding me? Donald Trump has been running for president or been president for the last 16 years. You didn't have this working? It's my opinion, obviously, that this was on purpose. It's just my opinion, I guess. But, you know, I think, like, to me, it's very odd. Very, very odd. Especially when you talk about the stuff going on in Michigan, you see stuff going on in Pennsylvania. We got more to talk about here. The Where to Vote panel is triggering some specific searches because, quote, Harris is also the name of a county in Texas, Google said in a statement. Fix is coming. Are you kidding me? There's not, I'm sure there's all sorts of counties and cities named Harris. The interactive map appears to have been sponsored by voter information project Democracy Works. Notably, searches of where can I vote for Kamala did not generate the interactive map either. So is it nonsense? I don't know. But look at this. Look at the predictive search. Where can I vote for? And the first prediction is Harris.
Wow.
And president present near me, Dancing with the Stars, the VMAs, Big Brothers, Grammys. No Trump. There's no, I mean, where's Trump? You know? Nowhere in there. You know, of course, this isn't the first time they did it after the attempt on Trump's life. Who knows if, you know, that is, you know, proof positive. But of course, Kamala embarrasses herself again, pretending to call a voter, but accidentally showed her screen, and it was on the camera app.
Have you voted already? You did, thank you.
Now, some people are saying, like French loser XQC, that you can actually use the camera app while you're on the phone. But then a lot of people are saying there's not even a green dot at the top. So I don't know if she was or actually wasn't on the phone. But basically everything about Kamala Harris is completely fake, wildly fake. Of course, then we look at this. Elon Musk saying, what's going on here? Google. This on top of a Georgia poll worker was just arrested for allegedly sending threats of things that go boom to fellow election officials for attempting to frame a voter for it. This is a poll worker in an important swing state in Georgia, a state that Trump lost in 2020, is hoping to gain back in 2024. The individual in question had expressed ambitions of managing elections in the future and identified as none other than a Democrat. I have a few questions. How do people like this end up in positions of power, especially in relations to our election? I mean, I think that's probably a fair question. That's definitely a fair question. Now, hours before the poll, Nate Silver, who has a long history of getting things wrong, said that he ran 80,000 model simulations and said that Kamala Harris beats Trump in a majority of the matchups. What is that majority? 50.5%, more than Harris's 50.015, Silver said Tuesday morning. According to his model, Harris wins the Electoral College 50.0. It's totally worthless. He's saying it's as close as it can get to 50-50. I think a lot of these pollsters are trying to hedge. They're trying to pretend like, oh, nothing. Everybody keeps saying it's the closest election ever. It's the closest election ever. How? How on earth is it the closest election ever? Like, literally, Kamala Harris is a garbage candidate supported by garbage people. I don't even really understand how you could argue that it's close. The closest election in history. Daily Mail's top political voices all make their final result. Let me guess. They're all going to say, ooh, it's like 50-50. Anybody could win. That's not a prediction. A prediction is Kamala Harris will win or X, Y, and Z will win. I don't, it's so wild. Then you had, of course, a man at the Capitol just now with a torch and a flare weapon. Man smelling like fuel, carrying a torch and a flare, arrested at U.S. Capitol. I suspect this is probably somebody else who is hoping to self-immolate. What is going on? Why are, I'm guessing that this is probably somebody who, again, wanted to make some sort of statement against Kamala Harris, where, again, I'm told that her supporters are, vast, and she must have 70 or 80 million people voting for her. Look, I've been wrong before.
We got about 4.5 minutes on that vote. On that video. My place closed around 7 p.m. and I think I went at like 5:40 p.m. 5:40 p.m. and it went smooth. Yep, no issues.
And I could be wrong right now. I really do. I really could be. It's wild to me. You see Google's everything's against Trump, as always. Now, will some of these things be, a little weird? Maybe some of them can be perfectly explained. Yes, of course. Kamala Harris faked a door knock too. So she faked a door knock for sure. She allegedly faked a phone call. CNN's panicking, making a bleak Kamala Harris prediction. Again, this is also a hedge. He gets to be the hero if he's wrong.
Down, not in terms of going toward the Republicans, just people not getting out to vote. And so you got people out there like Pastor Carl Day, who's got a bunch of young men with him, knocking on doors, trying to get people to come out. It's a bigger, tougher fight in Philly to get that vote count up than it has been in the past. That has me worried. The other thing that has me worried is that the Jewish vote in the suburban areas, Biden won the Jewish vote by 70%, 70-30 last time. Some polls show Kamala at 50-50. That is 70,000 votes we've bled away. That is the margin for victory.
If you remember in 2020, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania by 100,000 votes. Maybe Kamala Harris shouldn't have ran pro-Hamas ads in Michigan and pro-Israel ads in Pennsylvania. Did she think she wasn't going to get caught? Did she think people weren't going to find out? Again, I'll be live streaming this on all my channels tonight, starting at 7 Eastern. So I really hope you tune in. I've got Hannah Claire Brimlow as my co-host. I know everybody's streaming tonight. I know. But in my live stream, I actually read the chat. I actually interact with my people. with my viewers. And I think that's something that hardly anyone else does. Obviously, you also have some shenanigans going on with Trump stock. Someone tried to unload all of their shares from Trump Media not long ago, so trading had to be halted. Again, I don't know. What does that mean? Some people probably think like if you thought Trump was going to win, you'd be buying shares, not selling them. I'm not saying it was definitely was Trump, but if it were Trump, then it would be a lot like this. Weird. Right after Elon joined Trump, DJT stock soared. I suspect Elon dumped a ton of money into Trump's failing stock so that Trump could sell before the election. Maybe they're saying Trump sold. It seems unlikely. And then, of course, it had a dead cat bounce where it dropped a bunch and then it only ended, down 1% for the day. So it's interesting. I mean, I don't know. Maybe people are shorting the stock. I don't know. I mean, it's only down 40 cents on the day. So what would you, are we going to freak out about that? It's down 40 cents. 32.90 and it ended up at 34.82. I'm sorry. It was at 39.72 and ended up at 34. So it was down 1%. Oh, that's weird. That's not right. Because it was at 39 and then now it ended the day at 33. So it did drop a good amount in the day. So I don't know. Does it matter? I don't know. Maybe people are thinking he's going to win the election and then he'll return to Twitter. I don't know. Maybe somebody's shorting his stock. Maybe, I don't know. It could be anything. I don't think that anybody could be sure of anything right now. It's 3:00 in the afternoon where I'm recording. Polls where I live are open for another 4 hours. It seems extraordinarily unlikely that anyone would have a sure bet on who would win, but the shenanigans continue, but people are watching. Make sure you subscribe or follow this channel right now so that you get
Cut up with that. I'm going to go back over here. Where am I at?
Thing the guy goes, wow. Yeah. Right. They're looking for excuses. When you look at CNN and you look at MSNBC, they're not making arguments of what's out there. They're now all of a sudden the victimization. It's all the electoral. We just had the popular vote, yep. And 4 or 5 more million people would vote. This electoral college is a thing of the past. It's racist. It's nativist. It's all that. Your thoughts?
I think that Donald Trump has a fighting chance to win the electoral vote or be very close, under a point.
The popular vote.
Popular vote, excuse me. The electoral
vote. Do you think he actually come close to winning the popular vote?
I do. What I'm seeing right now with the underperformance of Democratic constituencies in many categories in many states now, it's not just 1 or 2 unusual states. He's going to be much closer in the popular vote than he's been at any time previously. And I think the path, as one Democrat just said to me in a text message, the path for Kamala Harris to win is tightening quickly. There aren't that many options. I think North Carolina will be safe for Republicans, probably at about 3.2, 3.3% win is what I'm hearing. Georgia looks like a win for President Trump. I think Arizona is going to be a win for President Trump, but people need to keep voting until the last poll closes there. And then it just takes one blue wall and it's over. And I think we just got to watch the blue walls. But once North Carolina and Georgia are called for Trump, if Trump takes one more blue wall, this is pretty close to a night of depression for Democrats.
It's been called, CNN called Ohio for President Trump.
Yes.
And where does Bernie Moreno stand in this? Because Sherrod Brown, I think in this cycle,
we got Ohio.
He's the single toughest guy to beat.
I agree.
Because he and Fetterman are as close to MAGA on the economics as you can get, and in contact with working class people and blue collar people. Also, Sherrod Brown never goes on very rarely goes on MSNBC. He does local TV, local media. He's not a guy that wants a huge national profile. He's very focused. For Moreno to beat that shows the coattails of Trump, right? The spread that Trump could have. And I think this portends well for Kerry Lake in Arizona.
I agree.
Right? And Brown in Nevada.
2-point lead, 49.7 to 47.5. Moreno is now building a lead by 2.2 points with 50% of the vote in.
And do we know, it'd be nice to know if that was in Cleveland. If we
it's like 50
do
now.
This blue.
He's moved up even more.
What about Marcy Kaptur, one of my favorites? Is she getting
the chair of the Ukraine caucus?
We chair of the Ukraine caucus.
One of her aides called me a Putin pawn for exposing that. So
Democrats are worried about her seat tonight based on the turnout that they've seen day of. So we'll see. But that's a seat to keep an eye on as another bellwether for a bad Democrat night if she loses.
Okay, let's go back to. I want to go to Cliff Maloney before we let him go on. Yes, absolutely. Let's get Barris back up. Let's go to Cliff Maloney one more time, Cliff. As numbers keep coming in, walk our audience through the difficulty as you see it in Harris's path to victory in Pennsylvania. Because if she didn't win Pennsylvania, it's game, set, match. It's over. She's got to win Pennsylvania right now. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, let me break down Philadelphia County even a little deeper, Steve, and let me know if I get too in the weeds here. So back in 2020, when you look at Philadelphia County specifically, Joe Biden ran it up, as we were saying. He had 603,000 total votes. But understand how he pulled that off, okay? This is Philadelphia County, Joe Biden in 2020. He had 340,000 mail-in votes, okay? And on election day, he got 250,000, and some change. That's how he got the 603,000 when you add in some of the provisionals. So how does Harris compare when he had 340,000 mail-in votes and she's coming in right now at only 100,000? Now that'll trick up a little bit, but if we're right and we're looking at these numbers, she's got roughly 100,000 votes right now through the mail. And we're saying she needs to get an additional 600,000 because this is where they have to run up the score. Biden only got 250 on election day. So she would have to not only beat that 250, Steve, she would have to double it or almost 2.5 times the number to come up with the votes to make up the difference. The Democrats.
I hate to really pause that right there. I would say all over the place there's going to be less mail-in votes. Remember, we had more mail-in votes then because we had the COVID-19 going on. The face diaper to get your jab, put on your stay 6 feet away. We had all that shit going on back then, and we don't have as much of that going on now. So I would say way more mail-in votes this time as opposed to last time. Could be wrong, but I think I've got a very valid point there.
Don't have the population in any other part of the state. And so right now, one more time, I'll say this. Kamala Harris has 100,000 votes, most of them through the mail right now, compared to Joe Biden having 340,000 mail votes just in Philadelphia County. Biden's 603,000 total votes in Philadelphia, that's how he won the election by 80,000 votes. Harris needs to outperform that. So she needs to add an additional 600,000 votes between the handful of mail-ins that are left and election day voters. Now, I'm not going to count my chickens before they roost, but I'm telling you, the numbers right now, they're panicking because she's not going to hit that 700,000 number unless something crazy happens in Philadelphia County.
John Solomon, before I let Cliff go for this time, any observations on Pennsylvania?
It's a dogfight, but I think Trump will probably pull it out based on the strength of the early vote and the sheer number of what Kamala Harris would have to draw out in Philadelphia County is pretty daunting. And we're seeing her underperform with young black voters in other states, so there's no reason to think that isn't happening right now in Philadelphia. But it's going to be a dogfight. We're going to get real data in between 9 and 10, and we'll have a really good sense of how Philadelphia is looking.
Cliff, we let you go back to work, but we want to pull you back in here probably in the 10 o'clock hour.
Say what? Of course. You don't make sense at all. Probably one of the biggest patriots you would know on YouTube. Yeah. I got my little you want to see the Yep. See where am I at? Go back. See, reload. I need to reload real quick. Do I need to reload or just am I there?
At about 85% return on mail-in ballots. They had great response during those 9 days of early in-person voting. So right now, they're very bullish on Michigan. I thought Michigan was going to be the heaviest lift of all. Very glad to see Tom Barrett doing very well. And here's the thing. If Donald Trump wins Michigan, Mike Rogers wins as well. For 100 years, whoever wins at the top of the ticket, the Senate seat goes with the same party. So if Donald Trump can squeak out a victory like he did in 2016, which was just over 10,000 votes, you could put Mike Rogers on that list with Tim Sheehy and Bernie Moreno and maybe some more, because you cannot overstate how important the U.S. Senate is in all of this. And so I can just tell you, the energy in this room right now, really positive. They really feel upbeat about their chances. The numbers that they were looking for, the Democrats out of Southeast Michigan, not materializing. And then you bring it back to that Muslim vote. Where did that play into it? The Muslims endorsing Donald Trump, the UAW vote. I mean, the UAW vote and the Teamsters and the union vote didn't materialize. And if it didn't materialize for Kamala Harris because of complete lack of enthusiasm, same thing I'm hearing from Amanda Head, same thing I'm hearing from David Zier and other people around the country and you guys there in the studio. Look, Michigan's still in play here. I'll just tell you that.
Hang on 1 second. Breaking news from Decision Desk. Natalie Winters.
Donald J. Trump wins the election in North Carolina.
Decision Desk called it. Wow.
Yeah,
let's get Zier back up. I want to get Zier right away. Steve Gruber, can you talk to me about numbers right now? The percentages with President Trump in the race and also with Mike Rogers.
Steve, they just called Ted Cruz a winner in Texas, too. I don't know if you guys caught that. Just happened right behind me. So Ted Cruz wins that Senate race in Texas. And apparently Donald Trump has won North Carolina. So that's very good news. What was your question? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Can you talk about what are the percentages right now with Rogers versus Slotkin and about Trump versus Harris? Where do we stand? How much percentage of vote in, and what's the spread?
Well, the spread's about 4 points in each of those races. We've got about a third of the vote in right now. Again, it's very hard. Michigan is not as responsive, shall we say, as some other states. Look, we've got a Secretary of State here who knows we have 500,000 more people on our voter rolls than eligible people to vote in Michigan. We've got a whole system here that was gamed pretty well during COVID. You know that, Steve. You covered it extensively. But Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State, said she'll be happy to clean up the voter rolls as required by the Constitution right after Election Day. So the numbers trickle out slowly here in Michigan, but I can tell you anecdotally, and that's what's really important, is that the Democrat vote has not turned out the way they thought it would. And right now, it looks pretty bullish here in Michigan. And I've never seen Florida get called that fast. I'm surprised to hear North Carolina called now. Georgia looks like it could tip over anytime soon. Pennsylvania looking very good. Look, I think that Donald Trump, I go back to Mark Mitchell and Rasmussen. He was on my show this morning. He said, look, I'm going to stand by my numbers. Donald Trump's going to take them all. Well, I thought I was a little skeptical about that, but looking at what's happening right now, looking at the turnout, looking at the lack of enthusiasm for the blue team, and looking at the energy in this room and the other correspondents I've heard from Real America's Voice all over the country, this could be quite a night that, would kind of take the bad taste of those midterms and the red wave of 2022 out of our mouths and set the stage for a new era in America, frankly.
Steve Gruber, we're going to let you go for right now. We're going to come back to you. Michigan is a dogfight, but I'm telling you, people are feeling good. David Zier is going to join us in a moment from North Carolina. Decision Desk has called the Tar Heel State for President Trump. Blockbuster news. Short commercial break. Solomon Winters Bannon next.
Real America's Voice 2024 election coverage is brought to you by TrumpKnifeSet.com. This is the #1 Trump Christmas gift for 2024. TrumpKnifeSet.com.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Yeah.
Scan the QR code and start.
Go over here real quick. Let's see.
Prediction is that as the vote count continues to go on, as the night continues to go on, Donald Trump is going to surge. He's going to catch her. He's at 200. He was at 300,000. He's going to go to 200,000. He's going to go to 100,000. It's going to go 60,000 votes to 20,000 votes, and then Donald Trump's going to jump to 100,000 lead, 400,000 lead, and Donald Trump is going to go into the night with a healthy victory. I cannot imagine at how well Donald Trump did in 2020 that he's not going to do just as well in Pennsylvania this time. So I'm encouraged that Donald Trump is probably going to do really well. It's still very early, and Jim, that's why they haven't called Pennsylvania, because they know that there's a lot of outstanding votes there. They got Trump at 154. On Google, they have him at 178. Let's see. In Virginia, Donald Trump is winning with 55% of the vote. He's up by a little less than 100,000 votes. North Carolina, which is a big one, it's neck and neck. 53% of the vote. Donald Trump is only up by 100,000 votes. Again, I can't see, how much they're up. Are they covering anything? Are they talking? Or are they just B-rolling? Okay. I'm gonna try to see if Fox got something, and we can play some of that in the background.
Yeah, Fox just has that count also.
They do. They're not talking anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do what they're doing. Georgia, 75% of the vote in. Donald Trump is up in Georgia by 200,000 votes. So if I was a betting man, which a lot of people are betting on Polymarket, they got Donald Trump winning Georgia and North Carolina. Donald Trump is literally going to sweep Virginia. He's going to sweep all the southern states. Every single state in the South, Donald Trump is going to win. It looked like he could get Wisconsin. Right now, 10% of the vote, Donald Trump is up in Wisconsin by a small margin. Minnesota, Donald Trump is up, but it's only 1% of the vote. Let's see. I wish that Donald Trump could get New Mexico, but I guess they crazy up there.
Yeah, that's never happened.
Never happening. It should. Let's see, y'all. I gotta take a little break to eat. Hey Nick, give me a little break.
We'll go back to us. See, do I go back to see here? We'll go back over here.
The seed that Wiley Nickel abandoned when he beat Bo Hines by 3 points in 2022. And now Brad Knott is running against Pierce, and he's up by 10 with 40% of the vote in. So that would be a net 3 gain for the House.
Yeah.
Big news.
Hang on for 1 second, Dave. Just stay right there. The news in North Carolina is monumental.
It is.
Because now we have just focused on the blue wall.
Yep.
She has no other path.
Only one more blue wall.
She has no more paths to the presidency. It can't be North Carolina and Arizona, North Carolina, and I lose in Michigan. She's got to win Wisconsin, Michigan,
and
Pennsylvania, and throw in Nebraska too. Now let's talk about Nebraska. People have been worried about this for a while. Deb Fischer is a very establishment character in the Senate. They've got kind of this hinky, funky independent who's really a Democrat, but I think plays more to a MAGA. Is Deb Fischer, because if you put Deb Fischer losing the seat, you've thrown a huge monkey wrench into this thing of taking the Senate. What's going on?
So Deb Fischer is underperforming Governor Ricketts by more than 5 points. She's down 10 points with a third of the vote in. Now that is Omaha vote, so it tends to be more Democrat, but she's substantially underperforming Pete Ricketts, who's a very popular governor there. Down actually 9.7 right now if she doesn't start to pick up soon, this is going to be on our upset alert watch tonight. But this is a race I've been worried about for quite some time. I've been in Washington all 6 years of Deb Fisher's tenure, and I've never heard her name once until last month when they said she's in trouble. She just hasn't been distinguished, or she hasn't done anything that you can remember. But she could be in some trouble. We'll keep an eye on this one. This is an alert watch race right now.
Okay. If the Deb Fisher situation is real, that means Kerry Lake or Rogers in Michigan, Kerry Lake,
McCormick in Pennsylvania.
McCormick in Pennsylvania. Was it Hovde?
Yep, Hovde. Hovde's doing very well in the early vote.
In Wisconsin, because Wisconsin could be our state here. Yep. Sam Brown in Nevada. Right. We've got a couple of alternatives besides Sheehy, who is supposed to put us over the top. Right. If Fisher's out, we need to win 3.
You got to win 3 instead of 2. Or 2 in the presidency, and you have JD Vance planted at the Senate.
Couple things. They projected that Cruz has won re-election. 53% of the odds of Republicans keeping the House per decision desk as of 9/22.
Okay, fine.
And then just going big picture, the New York Times, their needle forecast, about every minute or so, they're ticking upwards on the overall chance of winning, leaning Trump with a 69% chance of victory. Yep.
Wow.
Having him at 287, wow. Harris at 251.
Yeah. Him at 287. That means they're calling that he would win, I think, Michigan and Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania or Michigan.
No, I don't think Pennsylvania.
No, you're right. It has Michigan and Wisconsin. You're right.
My number actually was 287. Yep. As I remember. Put on the board.
And he loses Omaha. Yeah.
Which is the thing we got to talk about.
Yeah.
David Zier, closing thoughts. We'll come back to, but closing thoughts on North Carolina now called for President Trump. People are breathing a huge sigh of relief because this has cut Kamala Harris's paths to the White House down to the blue. She's got to run the tables in the blue wall. Closing thoughts, sir.
Republicans have added over 150,000 voters here since 2020, and unaffiliated voters have added more than 450,000 voters here since 2020. And I wonder how much of that unaffiliated vote have gone to Donald Trump. 45% of the unaffiliated are under the age of 35, and everybody I've interviewed on the ground here for all the times we covered rallies over the years, their young people can't buy houses, they can't pursue the American dream. So I'm thinking that may have something to do with it. Maybe RFK getting taken off the ballot here may have opened that up too for unaffiliateds here. But there's no doubt about it that there's some type of enthusiasm gap for Kamala Harris. And
inflation with Trump over Kamala. Again, it's not like, oh, I'm president and he just clicks the switch and everything's good. It's going to take time. It'll take time to get everything rolling, but I totally believe that he will. He showed it last time that he could have us rocking and rolling smoothly. We did smooth, and it went very, very well. She lies all the time. There's countless videos. The fracking, not fracking. She bashes some Christians that were showed up at a rally, but later did a rally in the church. It's like, well, you lying two-faced bitch. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's I'm. You got the Hog twins. You got Abe. Tatum. There's quite a few of them. There's Lola. There's a ton of them. Yep.
In the COVID year, you haven't seen around the rest of the nation anywhere where she's put those.
I think that's it. The constituency she needs to deliver Philadelphia is not breaking her way the way it has in other states, and that's a bellwether. These things don't happen in a vacuum, and so I think the demographic shifts we're seeing probably hold up in Philadelphia. I have some early intel on Detroit voting. Kamala Harris's pattern in Detroit is not matching Biden or Obama, and that is going to be bad news for Kamala Harris trying to save Michigan, especially knowing that Slotkin.
You're saying that she's
underperforming
in Wayne County. She's underperforming with African American voters.
Yep, African American voters, steel, the car worker, auto workers, steel workers. I want to put something on the map that a lot of people didn't probably pay much attention to. So I think Donald Trump brilliantly went in with the EV argument early and often in Michigan. But last week
to the UAW about how the deals they were making was going to destroy the car industry.
They're sending your jobs to China.
The whole bloodbath thing that they got him on really came from this.
And it came from the truth that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were betting on an EV industry that would shift jobs and the market control to China. And while that was going on, they had this thing called Goshen in Upper Michigan where they were trying to give a factory to create EV batteries to a Chinese company. That's been stopped by the great Fuhrer. And by the way, the party chairman there has done a great job of making that an issue. But last week, without Donald Trump or anyone making an issue of it, you know what Ford announced? They're suspending electric vehicles for the Ford pickup truck. Why is that significant? It's Ford admitting that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden screwed up on this EV bet. That sends a shockwave through workers. And we think of the UAW workers, but there's all of these support industries in Michigan, the electronics components, the tire makers. I think
the under the hood guys that are making all those component pieces.
This intel from Detroit, if it holds up in the first in another round of data, it would be a good sign that Donald Trump could put Michigan in play and win it tonight.
The other thing, it shows you the lack of respect of MSNBC and CNN and the New York Times to African American men, and it's not lost on them. I can say from my prison years, what I did is I listened, I observed, and I learned. You never heard, think about where we stand tonight. Across the country, she is dramatic as an African American. She's dramatically underperforming in that demographic. And it's coming as kind of news. We talk about it all the time in the war room. You talk about it. Real America's Voice talks about it. We see it as an opportunity to expand the base of MAGA. And of course, we do get attacked from the far right, right? The racists attack us all the time. Oh, you're trying to make this populist movement have, expanded to blacks and Hispanics and Asians, which is absolutely what we're trying to do. But the mainstream media, it was crickets on this.
It was.
So how could you possibly be progressives and possibly be serious people? And here we are on election night. And one of the central things that are coming out is this massive shift of Hispanic folks to actually vote for Trump. And you have a pattern in African Americans, either A, didn't come out to support her, or B, 25% of African American men are voting for Trump. Both of those are blockbusters, and they've really been avoided by the liberal media.
I think Barack Obama did the greatest amount of damage to Kamala Harris this one because he tried to replicate 2008, which is this is a racial race and you black men have to vote for Kamala Harris or there's something wrong. And what black America is saying tonight is you can't, just like Hispanic America is saying tonight, you can't take us for granted anymore. You have to win us on the issues. And I think that's the big message black
You have to treat us like any constituency. Right. You got to come and deal with our issues and give solutions. Yes,
and I think the issue is that it's a coalition that arranges itself not based off race or gender, but on the fact that you are an American citizen. But to their core, the leftist media rejects the idea that your citizenship should have any value, because how can you defend an open border if you think that citizenship doesn't mean anything, right? So you see this, as you always call it, the sedimentary rock of all these coalitions coming together, but it's rooted in something that the leftist media, the Democrats, fundamentally reject.
We have to be layered with these different groups, but the unifying thing is citizenship. I think the next phase of the MAGA movement in America First, it's not simply America First. It's not simply America First. It's American citizens first. Every executive order, every law, everything that we think of, particularly as President Trump goes in this first 100 days, has to be around the axle of what does it do for the basic average American, right? If it's good for the basic average American, it's going to be good for the country. And that's where you're going to see larger portions of the African American community, the Hispanic, the Asian, the South Asian.
And that's why Springfield struck such a chord, because it oriented this country through the lens of citizens versus non-citizens. And for the first time, we were allowed to have that discussion.
Do you have the meme of they have the meme of that poor Haitians down?
You're gonna have to specify which meme.
The meme where they're eating a dog leg and voting for the third time. It's nonsense, but that's the kind of stuff.
Voting for the fourth time, and it's absentee.
You got to all that stuff. You got to knock off because it's not helpful. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're in return. A big sigh of relief because the Tar Heel State has gone to President Trump, according to Decision Desk. We're here on the roof of the Willard Hotel. Back in a moment.
Let's see. Is Tatum on a break too?
When they start extending their vote. Remember, North Carolina.
Where are you seeing that on this?
Right here, right here.
So how do you know it was called though? Where are you seeing that?
Oh, I saw that on the other map.
Okay. Because when I was sitting up there, it hadn't been called. I'm not saying it hasn't since I sat down, but I'm actually surprised this evening is going as well as it has been. Of course, people have been pretty vocal on social media when they went to go vote, and all of a sudden they were told they couldn't be in line anymore. There was even one state who had people dressed up as fake poll watchers telling them they're in the wrong place to go to another place. Very suspicious. As you can imagine, New Hampshire doesn't have those kind of shenanigans. Everything went really smooth. I'm in Ward 1. It went pretty quickly. The line was outside down the street a little bit, but it moved fairly quickly. My sister, I believe she might be in Ward 11, and she actually had to leave the line because she had to go to work. So she went back after work, and she only had to wait about 45 minutes. So that was good.
So Trump has taken a 51 to 48% lead in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Which
it's good.
Was
It should go to him in North
with
Carolina.
55% of the vote cast.
Yeah.
Then when you move up to Virginia, he's got a 1 point. I'm sorry, it's extended to a 2-point lead.
They're leaning Democrat on that
Virginia.
one.
Oh, but Trump is ahead,
I
50
know.
to 48.
Yeah.
Likely Dem.
Yeah, I don't know why they're saying
That,
that.
they're doing that basically based on historic voting.
Yeah.
Historic voting patterns. There's Virginia.
So let's take a look at Michigan, Mayor Giuliani.
Again?
Yeah, let's look and see if we've had any changes, any additional reporting.
That's Ohio, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. I think we have the map too big in front of us. It's hard to see. There we go. Now we can see the states. So there's only 13% reporting, so not much improvement on getting some results there.
Harris has a 53, 45% lead there. But only about 700,000 votes in.
Yeah.
And let's just see if there's a disproportion to it.
Can I ask you, are you surprised that Harris ran away in New York? We expected New York to be like Trump closed that gap a lot more, but she really ran away with New York.
She did. I would say the bit of good news is that in 2 of the 3 major Democratic strongholds, a large number of the votes come in. So Detroit's reported 51% of its vote, Oakland County.
Yeah.
And Ann Arbor, which is also another big Democratic county, has done 53% of its vote.
I think we were in Oakland County a few years ago for the Lincoln dinner.
Livingston County went to Trump 64 to 34. Now, I wish we had Ted around because he can tell us what that means. That seems to me to be a pretty big number. Now,
Oh, here comes the gang.
Let's see what we can do with Flint. Trump is leading in Flint by 7%. So I need some help from my Michigan experts.
We need Michigan expertise here.
Okay. So it seems to me Trump is losing by a point or two, but they basically have already counted 51% of Detroit. Ooh. And only about 20% of Michigan. And Ann Arbor,
New Hampshire.
they've also done 53% of the vote. And then in Grand Rapids, that one's only 11%. Oh. But the overall count, so they're counting only 13% of the state has been counted.
Typically in Michigan, do you get results the night of? Typically, I know 2020 was an aberration. There was massive amount of fraud in 2020. But overall, in your lifetime, does Michigan usually, do we have results the night of the election?
Typically, but Wayne County typically waits until very late until they find out how many they need.
Oh, no. You know what?
I'm going to go say hi. We're not going anywhere, but yeah, we're going to go look at some. Where do you go? Thought I just had him. Hold on. Anthony Brian Logan, yeah. Let's watch a little bit of him real quick.
He was able to win, and then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can
Let's
we
clear
go
that.
to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because
let's go to Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. You want to see how this is shaping up? I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is
go to
right
Kenosha.
here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. We got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
Mm-hmm. What about
Don't
Kenosha?
you? Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections
You
with
agree,
Governor
right?
Scott Walker.
I mean, it's
I was
extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way.
Yeah.
But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys, if you like.
Milwaukee County?
Sorry?
Milwaukee, is that what it's called? Just north
Yeah.
of?
So the WOW counties here, they have been solid Republican forever, you know, but not during the Trump years. They got softer and softer, and they are.
Shout out to Anthony. I guess he's just watching stuff. Okay, Steve Bannon is here. Officer Tatum here. Should go back to him. Oh, he's on break. He's on break. Rudy Giuliani is on break. Everybody's on break almost. It's all good. What's the Patriots are back.
He's got male chromosomes. I think that issue has been resonating in Wisconsin different than anywhere else. Now, still, listen, the economy is still very important there. But Wisconsin has just had a great ground game. Brian Schimming, who I know very well, has run a great ground game. Ron Johnson has a little bit of a machine there, too. Remember, Ron Johnson outperformed the ticket in 2022. So I think Wisconsin was the one I was most bullish on. Now seeing the urban vote, I'm getting more bullish on Michigan. And then we'll have to wait and see. Pennsylvania's still a dogfight. But I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump took all 3 blue walls. I wouldn't be.
You would not be surprised. Right. Well, first off,
not predicting it, but I wouldn't be surprised.
As Maloney walks us through, she's got a very heavy lift in Pennsylvania right now. As Gruber's walked us through, Michigan is very uncertain. You're saying, hey, if you're looking at Detroit, I just don't see the votes there to save her.
Yeah.
And Wisconsin's been a problem for her for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So you could actually see Trump winning all 3. If we do that, we're back to 2016 numbers.
Yeah.
You're right, 306. And if you add Nevada, he actually tops. He actually gets the 312, right?
Yeah, 312. I think it is
6-6 in Nevada. I didn't think the other thing is we have to talk about is how early in the evening we are.
Yeah.
They're going to drag this out. This will be a Wednesday. It may even be a Thursday with Mark Elias and these guys here. If things go as they look like they continue to go, you could be before midnight. I mean, my thing of Trump is 11 o'clock. He should come before the microphones and explain to the American people exactly where we are.
Yeah.
What his vote's been, what he's won, what's outstanding, and frame this so they can't drag it out to 2:30 in the morning, which they did in 16, or even worse, have what happened in 2020.
They keep ticking up the New York Times chance of winning. It's now at 71% leaning Trump.
71%.
Yeah.
What you need to do right now, and Grace Chung, I'll talk to Grace, we need to be all over Philip Kowski, Tim Miller. You know, Tim Miller, I made a comment the other day, and he goes, bookmarked, right? I said, bookmarked. Hey, Tim, bookmark this, right?
If I run for Congress, I don't think I will have Tim Miller come in as one of my advisors.
Your stylist.
Yeah.
Is Tim
Those are pearls.
No,
I like tennis.
Tim Miller's actually, we see Tim Miller's main desk in New York with NBC News and MSNBC tonight. The question is it pearls or pukas? Right? Is a puka
You know,
beads
the
or
deep
pearls?
state has been very kind to both Tim Miller's career and my career, if you think about it, right? You going to prison has indirectly, I guess.
Yes, raised you up. At least your agent's telling me that, if nobody else. So
Tim
how
Miller relishes in it.
All right, how did Tim Miller in the deep state? Oh, you're saying he drafted off that also?
Well, because they sent you to prison, and when you went to prison, I feel like his star broke.
Yes,
because he liked to, grift off of you.
And he was the first guy back in the press.
Maybe we should try to invite Tim on the show tonight. We'd have him on, but I think he's too busy.
I think what he does, he whines about his MSNBC contract now. Like they don't. What I'd like to do is get Lawrence O'Donnell on the show. Can we put a request out for Lawrence O'Donnell, MSNBC? I don't know
if we want him near this roof.
Yeah, no. The most obnoxious of all the obnoxious people at MSNBC, because he's the most, officious, I guess it is. I would like to have him come on tonight and lecture the War Room Posse on the pros and cons of the Electoral College. They're in a bad place when they're sitting there at MSNBC with the long, sad faces, and they're talking about the Electoral College.
Well, and they're giving a whole spiel about how, bomb threats are such a poor watermark of what our democracy has come to. They're interviewing election officials about these so-called bomb threats. That's what their coverage really is. It's very, I would say, monotone, sort of depressing news coming from them. But like I said, all those, we'll call them influencers, we'll demean them, the Ron Filipkowskis of the world.
Yes.
Silence, crickets. They're not tweeting anything.
Okay, I have a number of nephews I'm very close to that are very much of the Charlie Kirk brotastic. They love that brotastic. They're sending me all night updates on Bitcoin and Trump media. Trump media is up to, I think, 10% something in aftermarket trading. Bitcoin just hit 73,000, right? So I think people see and I think this is great. You have a movement.
Viva's on Rebel News right now. We're going over there. Totally going over there. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Hold on. Where's the
foot, and it looks like we're getting there. But holy hell, you think they were actually claiming leading up to this that they're going to win Florida and they're going to get their asses handed to them, and they're going to their user base, their smooth brain sycophants are going to realize, oh, they lied to us yet again. Good for another 4 years, Kamala Harris said about Joe Biden before stabbing him in the back and stealing his nomination. Yeah. We're going to take Florida, and now they're realizing they've all been made fools. And the world has seen it. Twitter has seen it. And I'm going to screen grab a lot of stuff when we are done our segment here.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think Joe Biden could have done it? I mean, he was falling apart on that debate stage with Donald Trump. People saw, they saw someone who was in decline. And they didn't hate him. I think they more felt sorry for him than anything. But they realized this man ain't up for the job. Kamala Harris looks like she's losing. Would Joe Biden have lost too?
This is the amazing thing. I cannot pretend to have this knowledge myself. This is Robert Barnes, my partner in law for our show, our locals community. He said this. He said he bet that they would not withdraw Biden because he said, as crazy as it sounds, Kamala is less popular than Biden. And I actually bet on Biden withdrawing from the race because I said no, they have to, and they did. So Robert was sort of wrong for the right reasons. He said Kamala Harris is less popular than Biden. Gavin Newsom was less popular than Biden. Gretchen Whitmer is less popular. And they nonetheless did it. And the question is whether or not they did it or whether or not she orchestrated it. And I believe she did. She stabbed him in the back when she saw $100 million in his coffers to steal. And she outmaneuvered Obama. And she outmaneuvered Gretchen and Gavin. And she stole it. But the bottom line, Robert was saying they would not do it because she's even more unpopular than Biden is. Biden at least has the Rust Belt. Biden has middle America to some extent, or is more favorable there. You take a California progressive DA, AG, she'll be even less popular in middle America than Biden. And lo and behold, he was right. I was right. And the world is seeing it. Like it's an amazing thing. If you get out of your ideological silo and you actually listen to the people who have their ear to the ground, you'll get more accurate information. But no, I think Biden would have performed better than Kamala. Even a demented, kick him in the ass Joe Biden would have done better than Kamala. And we all thought so. But they took their gambit.
Hey, let me ask you a question. You mentioned Robert Barnes, and he's not just a podcaster and a pundit. Like you say, he's a very active lawyer. If I'm not mistaken, he took the case of Amos Miller, the Amish farmer in Pennsylvania whose home was raided. We played a little clip of that earlier. It was a Rebel News story that sort of rang the alarm about that. We had a former journalist, an alumnus named Jeremy Lafredo, and I think Robert Barnes took the case. Do you know anything about that? Because I heard one Amish saying we're going out to vote because we're worried about interference on our farms, and I think they were referring to that case. And wouldn't it be something if a case that Robert worked on and a case that Rebel News talked about was a stimulus to have thousands of Amish vote? And I don't think they're very political people, at least not in Canada.
Ezra, Barnes has been on the Amos Miller case for a very long time, intimately involved. I mean, we talk about it more often, or I say more often and for longer periods of time than some of our audience even wants to hear about it, because Barnes has appreciated from day one the impact and the importance of the Amos Miller persecution. It's Pennsylvania. I'm reluctant to call states corrupt hellholes because some people might misinterpret it as being an insult of the people. Administratively, Pennsylvania is a corrupt hellhole, and Barnes has been on this case among others. He was on the case of the not even the Amish farmers, but the Amish, the guys who were helping cows get pregnant for the Amish farmers, and they were locked up because they were allegedly practicing veterinary medicine without a license. Locked up in criminal contempt. And so Barnes has been talking about he's been on the Amos Miller for a long time, fundraising, representing, and raising awareness to the point where, he got some local government officials to get involved in the case. He brought it to the awareness of the RFKs of the political sphere, where Make America Healthy Again was part and parcel of this broader movement. It's it is amazing that the Amish, they don't want to be on camera. They're modest. They don't like to sue. They don't like conflict. And they've now, by all accounts, turned out in droves to vote for Donald Trump because their livelihood is at stake, but not just their livelihood. The health of their clients, their customers, is at stake.
Right.
And you have a government that wants to prioritize all the big ag, the big pharma, the big manufacturing, and shut down and criminalize the independent farmers from doing their job. And so, Barnes has been on that forever. He's been very vocal about it. We talk about it all the time. And I do think it's had, if not a determinate impact, at the very least, it's had an impact on this election. And the Amish have mobilized.
Well, let's see how close it is in Pennsylvania, because I remember when sort of Barnes came in to pick up the baton there, and I didn't know you guys have really fleshed it out so much. I think, we'll see how close it is, but that is at least part of the story. And wouldn't that be something if the activation of a very shy and reclusive people helped save freedom for all Americans when really they just wanted the freedom to be left alone? That phrase, "don't tread on me," very American phrase. That's the Amish just want to be left alone. They don't want anybody from anything from anybody.
Ezra, it's the monologue from Network. Like, just leave me alone in my living room. Let me sell. In the Amish farmer Pennsylvania case, it's not just that they want to prevent Amos Miller from selling to Pennsylvanians, like within the state commerce. They want to prohibit him from selling beyond. They want to regulate interstate commerce. Like, Pennsylvania wants to be the little federal government of America. And so, it is amazing. Just leave me alone. But they can't, and they keep pushing, they keep nudging, and eventually people push back. The Amish are pacifists, wonderful people, and they're going to push back politically. But no, this has been, part and parcel of a broader movement. It's federal encroachment, it's federal overreach. It's the administrative state that it's in New York where they can come in and steal your squirrel, kidnap your raccoon, and murder them. And people have had enough of this, and the Amish are an example of it. And we'll see what happens. Pennsylvania, it's corrupt to the core, and I don't trust Josh Shapiro any more than I can throw him. Yeah. But the question is, there's been some chicanery. They've extended their voting until 10 o'clock. They closed 5 minutes ago because they had some issues. We'll see where I'm still betting on Pennsylvania going Republican, and I won't trust the early numbers. But may we live in a world tonight where it's not dependent on the results of Pennsylvania, that it's known beforehand, and then maybe they won't screw around quite so much.
Yeah, it's not interesting.
No,
Sheila, go ahead.
Sure. I wondered, you mentioned the trickery and the chicanery. What sort of impact do you think that's going to have on the election writ large? Is it just targeted to these swing states, as James Lindsay told us earlier, or are these dirty tricksters doing their thing across the country?
Well, they probably are doing their things across the country, but it will only really have an impact on the swing states. But the issue here, and I've been saying it for a little while now, and we saw this in reality last week. They don't control Twitter like they did in 2020. So they can't suppress, they can't flag, they can't cut off links to the Hunter Biden laptop story on the basis that it's misinformation or hacking, whatever. So they don't have that tool. And what we saw last week was attempted chicanery. They cut off early voting 3 hours early because the lines were long. And you get some cop on camera saying it's long and it's tedious, and so we're cutting early voting 3 hours early. 4 years ago, that video might never have seen the light of day because it would have been suppressed and unlinked as disinformation. It goes viral under Musk's ownership of Twitter. You got Bongino, you got Bannon, you got Crowder, you got yourselves on Rumble, which is not bending the knee either. And so it's getting amplified, it's getting the spotlight, and then lo and behold, within the same week, you have a court come in and say in Pennsylvania, they broke election laws by cutting early voting early, and they extended it to Friday. And now in Pennsylvania, what was the latest we saw today? There were, tech issues with their voting software in Cambria County and another county, Republican counties. If it weren't for the fact that the deep state administrative state apparatus has full control over Twitter like they did in 2020, we wouldn't see this, and we wouldn't have immediate real-time solutions to it, and the courts would not feel like they are utterly exposed for public scrutiny. When they can operate in the cloak of darkness, they can get away with denying standing for standing, they can dismiss it for latches. When they can't do that anymore because the videos have gone viral and the world has seen it, they are forced into accountability. And so that's what I think we're seeing right now. There's going to be much less chicanery because on the one hand, they don't have the numbers to play with by way of ballots and mail-in harvesting, whatever. And they don't have the protection of a censored Twitter, and Rumble is out there letting people speak freely and sharing the information and carrying the biggest, most popular podcasts on earth.
Well, you have given me some hope. I took a peek at the front page of the New York Times, and I trust them because any good news they give grudgingly. Right now, they're predicting 291 electoral college votes for Trump, and they're 75% sure of that.
Holy crap!
I'm excited about that. So Donald Trump has
77, boss. 77 now.
Okay.
Oh,
well, Viva, listen, it's great to catch up with you. I know you're very busy with your own show tonight, so I appreciate you joining us. But it's great to see you. Give me 60 seconds before you go on Make America Healthy Again. You talked a little bit about that when you mentioned the Amish, but what do you? I like to think of Donald Trump's dream team: Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, J.D. Vance, and RFK Jr. That is such an inspired, big thinking, outside the partisan box move. Give me 60 seconds on RFK Jr. and his future.
I like him. It is a coalition. This is the veritable dream team. It's not hyperbole. There's no politicking going on here. RFK had a mission, and he discovered that he could not accomplish that mission because of Democrat scheming. And he's coalesced with Trump, and you have Nicole Shanahan. If you haven't seen their promotional ad, it's the most beautiful promotional ad ever. RFK has a very clear mission. And when he announced why he's pulling out of the race and endorsing Trump, it's because he realized he couldn't accomplish that mission, not because he couldn't accomplish it, but because Democrats wouldn't let him accomplish it. He wants to make America healthy. They can call him a conspiracy theorist until they're blue in the faces. The bottom line is he's smarter, more experienced than 99% of the people calling him a conspiracy theorist. And he's realized that he has a place in an administration that can be truly transformative. And I'm using Robert Barnes's words. I can't pretend they're mine. Not transitional, transformative. And you want to make America healthy by getting them to eat the right foods, by outlawing the awful stuff that goes into foods, by tackling the issues that they've now admitted are issues. Fluoride in the water is an issue. Conspiracy theory of last year is now reality news of today. And so he's found a place. This is going to be, if it works out the way it looks like it's going to, the way it has to, a transformational administration. And then you have J.D. Vance, the young whippersnapper who's going to be at the helm. You got Vivek Ramaswamy, the tech guy. You got Elon Musk, Department of Governmental Efficiency, DOGE. Tulsi Gabbard. This is the political dream team to change the trajectory of America. And it's by the grace of God that we're here, because Trump turns his head for no better reason and survives what should have been a public execution. And we had the miracle of having him to vote on today.
Wow. What a beautiful, that was beautiful. It's great to see you, my friend. You've given me a lot of energy right now. Congratulations on all your successes. Our best regards to your colleague, Robert Barnes, who I think deserves a lot of kudos for his work with the Amish. Keep up the great work fighting for freedom down there, and we'll do our best up here.
Thank you very much, as well. I'll see you guys. When I come back to Canada, we'll hang out.
Right on. There you have it. Viva Fry, David Freiheit, kicking ass down in Florida, just fighting every day. What a good egg. Wow. Well, Sheila, I should tell you, and again, I'm doing more than just clicking refresh on the New York.
I wonder what part of Florida he's in. I'd like to meet him one day. Should I go to Abe's talking? Man, I need to catch up on the numbers and stuff.
Michigan, Wisconsin, or nothing. If we get those right here on the East Coast and one more state like Alaska, it's over. And again, all we're looking for right now is to get 270 votes. That's it. That's it. Once we get that, it's a wrap. Go to bed, kiss the kids, tell everybody it's going to be a brand new day tomorrow morning. You hear me? So what they say, Newsmax 226. Let's look at Newsmax and their map. Let's look at Newsmax and their map, shall we? Okay, confusing is not the nah, let's not. Yeah, let's not do that. Hold on. Newsmax, can we get a regular thing? All right, nah, that ain't it. That's not it. Wow, Newsmax, can you get it together? They're talking about the House and the Senate. I don't need the House and the Senate. I just need the actual. Yeah, they don't have it together. Let's go to Fox.
States where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model.
David Muir's pathetic. What did David Muir do? Let's go to ABC right quick. Let's see what is. Are they starting to cry already? Are they starting to cry? Nah, don't do all that crying now. You won't cry when you were trying to lock everybody up for walking in the Capitol building with a flag talking about "I love America." You won't cry then. Don't cry now. All right, hold on. Let's go to ABC News.
But you want to see a really big dot emerge. There it is, and that's almost 500,000 votes that are still out in the Charlotte.
This is a new tactic they're using. They're trying to like make you be scared. Oh, don't get uncomfortable, guys, because you still got a bunch of votes out there.
Area, but if she's,
but how many more votes are there really? They're making this map be so big, like it's a hurricane. It'd be a hurricane bubble that big, and it'd be a rainstorm with no damage.
Winning at 60-40 instead of 68-20 or 68-30, that means you're just not getting as many votes out of it, and that makes it hard to catch up against that number.
No question about that. We're going to check in with Trump headquarters in Florida. We're going to check in with Harris headquarters, see what the mood is on the ground at this point in the night, and we're going to keep digging into these Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, because that appears to be the path as we continue in the night, at least for the Democrats to keep this alive. As Rick Klein just points out, and smartly so, the reason North Carolina can't be called is because of the outstanding vote in Charlotte, which is a Democratic area. But given the margin between the two, it might be really difficult to make that up. So we're going to keep our eyes on the math. We'll get right back to it right after the break.
David Muir about to fall apart. He about to start crying. Hey, he about to start crying on camera. Hey, listen. When we win here, the meme material is going to be golden. Oh my. The new gold rush for these memes. Man. But listen, though, to all the people that want to act up after food, act crazy because you lose, listen, I don't want to hear nothing. Don't be out there trying to act up. No. Because we thought we said that's frowned upon in this country. No more political violence. No more January 6th, right? I don't want to see these lefties out here making their own version of what they think January 6th is. I don't want to see it. I promise I don't. Okay. I'm refreshing the maps. Y'all always say, refresh ABL. I promise I'm on it. I am. Yes, 11,000 viewers. Thank y'all for being here. Really, really appreciate y'all. You guys are the best. Y'all don't know what this means to me. I've been looking forward to this day for 4 years. For 4 years, I've been looking forward to this day. To this day, like your man, the boxer. To this day, every day for years. And we're here. And we are here. All right. So let's go county by county because I don't really see a big difference in the race so far. Let's go county by county. Okay, so Colorado got called by Reuters. Pennsylvania is still close. But let's look, though, because let's look at these states I'm talking about right here on the east side of things, on the East Coast. Okay, now let's go Pennsylvania. I think Ohio already got called by another place. Michigan, 19% is still early. Wisconsin, 43% of the vote. Kamala, 49.9. Trump, 48.5. Iowa, Trump's up 53.1 with 47% of the vote in. Minnesota, 2% of the vote still early. All right, let's go to Pennsylvania. 51% of the votes in. 50.5% for Trump. Virginia, 68% of the vote in. 49.1 for Kamala, 49.1 for Trump. Kamala's in the lead by about 200 votes. Literally 200 votes. Nah, I'm reading that wrong. It's like about 1,000, about 800 votes. 800 votes. And North Carolina, Trump's in the lead, 52.4 to 46.3. They were talking about there's a bunch of votes from Charlotte that had not been counted yet, but it ain't gonna be that many because look how small Charlotte is, though. This little dot right here, I mean, it's not that big of an area. Okay, and there's going to be a lot of Democrat votes that come from there, but a lot of Republican votes too. It won't be enough, in my opinion, to make up for the difference in the margin. They might as well go ahead and call North Carolina. They might as well go ahead and call it. They called South Carolina. Shout out South Carolina. Georgia. Now listen, Georgia has 81% of the vote in. Trump is leading 51.9 to Kamala 47.2. With 81% of the vote in. Now his lead has diminished a little bit from like 52.3, 52 point something to 51.9, but she's not gotten above where she's at, really, 47.2. She's not really gained any ground. I don't see Georgia going for Kamala. I see Georgia going for Trump, and North Carolina, and Virginia, and Pennsylvania. Once we get that, it's over. New York City? Okay, let's go to New York City. So Kings County, 84%, Kamala, 71.7%. Queens County, I think I said Kings County has 84% of the vote tabulated, 71.7% of the vote going for Kamala. Queens County, 79% of the votes been tabulated, 62.2% for Kamala. Now, was it Staten Island right here, Richmond County? Richmond County, it's red, and Trump has a majority of the votes, but they're counting it for Kamala. Okay. Like they've already called it for Kamala. So Kamala, Richmond County, Kings County, Queens, Nassau, and of course out here, Long Island, the extended part of Long Island, Suffolk County, it's looking red, but it's been called for Kamala. Westchester, 65.9% for Kamala has been called for Kamala. Rockland, it's all Kamala up here. All right, and New York City, which, I mean, we had to expect that was going to be the case. Once you up here in the state, it's a little bit different, but down New York City, you can't really expect anything else other than that. All right, the Daily Wire election hub is where you want me to go. Now, let's see what they're going to do. Let's see what they got going on. It better not be no janky website or I'm gonna be upset. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, it looks nice. Now, Daily Wire has Trump at 226. But is Daily Wire calling it? I'm not quite sure I trust it. Hold on. Let me just show you what Daily Wire has. But this is why I have multiple maps. I got Daily Wire, Fox News, Reuters, Washington Post. I got everything. Y'all know how I do. I'm not a biased person. I'll show you the conservative websites, the liberal websites, and I tell you to do your own research. So I'm going to show you everything. Now, Daily Wire has Trump up 226 to Kamala 108. Daily Wire had called North Carolina for Trump. They've not called Georgia, although 82% of the votes are in, 51.8% are for Trump, 47.5% for Kamala. You got Chase Oliver, Jill Stein, and Cornel West all on the ballot as well. They have collectively less than 1% of the vote, but that less than 1% of the vote is about 30,000 votes? Yeah, about 30,000, close to it. 16, 12, 28, about 30,000 votes. So that could be a difference maker. They called Ohio. Now Daily Wire says Pennsylvania is leaning red, but they called Virginia for Kamala. I don't like that. Daily Wire, I don't like that. But maybe they're right. So Virginia has been called by Daily Wire. 95% of the votes are in. Kamala 49.6 to Trump 48.7. That's what they say on Daily Wire. Okay. Now Pennsylvania, 51% of the votes in, is leaning Trump right now, but it's still early. Michigan 52.5 for Kamala, 22% of the votes in, still early. Now Wisconsin, wait a minute. 95% of the votes in. And Trump 54.7. I'm not quite sure that's right. Can y'all confirm Wisconsin? Okay, let's look at the other maps. AP called Virginia for who? AP called Virginia for yeah, I'm seeing different things. On here, the lead is not as much for Wisconsin. So we're going to have to look at Wisconsin. All right, this is, what's this, Reuters? They've not called Virginia. Wisconsin is neck and neck, 49. And let's go to Fox. There's no difference, no change. Virginia, they have Kamala leading. North Carolina, Trump's stomping a complete mud hole, and Trump stomping a complete mud hole in Kamala Harris's campaign. Georgia, he's up still, and I don't see that really closing. What they're counting on in Georgia, meaning the Democrats, they're counting on the votes that have yet to be tabulated from Fulton and Cobb to work in favor of Kamala. They may give her more votes, but it won't be enough to close the margin. Okay, it's pretty much done. 87% of the votes in is pretty much done in Georgia. So I think we're going to get Virginia, North Carolina. Well, VA, I'm not sure. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. We might get all of them. Wisconsin looking good for us. Iowa looking good for us right now. So we're going to see. We'll see how it works. Yeah, it's a decent margin. Yeah, so it said Virginia's dark blue. Yeah, but you can see all of where it comes from up here. That's the thing. That's the thing. CNN called Ohio for Trump. Shout out to CNN, and they got it here on Fox that Ohio's been called for Trump. All right. Let's go to some more. This is, what's this? Axios. They kind of whack a little bit. Let me see if I can just refresh. They ain't really, I'm gonna go ahead and just close that out. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close that out. Let's go to Fox.
I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay, 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
If we don't, we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump,
Brett, man, like this dude, yo, can we sign a petition to ban, just get this guy out of the way, man. Ban Brett Hume from anything. I don't want to see this guy's face anymore. Jane, we don't care. I thought we already discussed that. Brett Hume, you didn't hear me earlier when I said that we don't care about that. Maybe you weren't listening. I know you're busy doing your thing at Fox. You can't hear me over here in my house, but I said to you earlier, if you didn't hear me the first time, that we don't care about January 6th.
And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And turn that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like he's a tough guy and he's
That's a great point.
energetic, but it could be because of
overdone.
Well, and also,
overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
The Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue-collar workers, the people that we came from, that we had seen in 25 years or maybe even longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up, and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
The House, he got both the House and the Senate.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House, but that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine how's their posture going to be towards a seemingly very popular president who's had the greatest upset victory, followed by the most controversial election, followed by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
we shall see.
Yeah, so I'm just saying,
primes-
we may have this
We said
conversation
if. We
several
said if.
hours
You said
from
if.
now.
But listen, the primes. I call you the primes now.
Okay.
7, 8, and 9.
What am I?
Avengers.
Okay, so we got some more maps to get to. I'm gonna show you Google's map right quick. I'm gonna show you Google's map and see what they got going on. All right, let's take a look. It's kind of doing a little bit of bantering right now. And we got 11,614 in the building. I appreciate all of y'all for joining. You guys are fantastic. All right. So let's go to it. This is Google. They have Trump up 198 to Kamala at 112. Okay. Now, this is a good looking map right here. I like this map. Okay. You got Maine leaning Trump, Pennsylvania leaning Trump, 55% reporting in Pennsylvania, 51% of the vote going to Trump, 48.1% to Kamala. Virginia is still close. There's a chance. Kamala's up 49.4 to Trump 49%. So Kamala has 1,584,793 votes compared to Trump 1,573,275 votes. So like 10,000 votes difference, maybe a little less than that. Still pretty close. Trump is way ahead of North Carolina with 75% reporting, 52.5% for Trump, 46.4% for Kamala. Oh man. They're talking about there's still some votes in Charlotte that need to be counted, but this is a big margin. This is huge. You're talking about almost 270,000 votes. Huge. That's big. You can't just make that up with Charlotte. I don't see how that makes any sense. And then Georgia, 88% reporting, 51.2% for Trump, 48.1% for Kamala. They're counting on Fulton County to come in. Let me see if we could go. Oh, thank you, Google. You're so kind. You can see Wakanda right here. Okay, can we go county by county or nah? I guess not. Or let me see if I can just zoom out a little bit this way. Yeah, they don't want to. Yeah, they're not showing me county by county, but we could do that in a different map. All right, let me zoom in a little bit more. But look at all the states, the swing states. Look at all the states that are leaning. Minnesota is 3% still. Iowa, Trump's taking off in Iowa. I think that's going to be Trump. Wisconsin, 50% reporting, 49.8% for Trump, 48.7% for Kamala. That's a pretty decent margin. Pennsylvania, 55%. So 51% for Trump, 48.1% for Kamala. Michigan, early, 22% reporting, 49.4% for Kamala, 48.9% for Trump, real early. So, okay, let's just recap. Let's recap, shall we? Let's remember we're going to 270 electoral votes. Now, this is Google, okay? But I've shown 1,000 maps. I got all the maps in the world. I got all the maps in the world in my hands. Shout out to the church hymn. Now look, check it out. 198 for Trump, right? So we got to get to 270. So that's going to be 72 votes, electoral votes we need, right? So boom, let's go ahead and just count some that we can get right here. And let's just count the ones that are leaning for Trump, shall we? So 72, that's the goal. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, same thing, 16 electoral votes. So already we at 32. Then we're going to go to Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. That's a pretty big dog, 51. And let's go to Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, also pretty big, 61. Right there. Let's go to Minnesota. I don't know about that. Let's go to Iowa, 6 electoral votes. There we go. We pretty much on it. Alaska or something like that would be 3. That's 70. We need one more. What, Kansas? Did I already count Kansas? I'm not even really sure. But we pretty much got it in the bag. We pretty much got it. Especially if Virginia could go the other direction. If Virginia could kind of just tighten up and go the way that I would like for it to go, then we'd be good money. We'd be so good. But Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and like Wisconsin, if we can get one of these two, if we can get Michigan as well, that'd be great. And Michigan is still close, but it's still early with Michigan. Yeah, so I think we got it. Georgia was called for Trump by who? Who called Georgia for Trump? I've not seen that in any of my maps. let's go to let's see what Daily Wire wanted to put up. So Daily Wire is calling it. Daily Wire is kind of being a little bit aggressive, in my opinion. I think they might get some of this stuff wrong, but I hope they don't actually, because Daily Wire, look at Daily Wire. Daily Wire has everything. They called North Carolina, Georgia, all of that for Trump. They called Virginia for Kamala, unfortunately. Pennsylvania is still a lot of votes that have not been counted. 55% of the vote tabulated, 50.9% of the vote going to Trump. Now, Daily Wire has Kamala leaning toward, Wisconsin leaning toward Kamala, 49.3, but only 50% of the vote, and Michigan still early. Wisconsin, Michigan still early. Minnesota super early. Iowa, they call Iowa for Trump. New Mexico is looking like it may go to Trump, but how does New Mexico normally vote? Or is that a red state normally? Arizona looking kind of like right down the middle, actually. Arizona says 49.8% for Kamala, 49.4% for Trump, with a very just what about 12, not even 12,000, about 8,000. Yeah, not a lot of votes in between. Not a lot of votes in between. Okay, what did Obama? Okay, I ain't gonna do that one. California, Oregon, nothing from them. It's too early. They probably hadn't closed yet. There's 0 over there. But this is the Daily Wire map. Let me go to another map and see if we got anything. Let's go Washington Post and see what they got. Nothing from the West Coast, Washington Post. All right. So Angela also, I think you called her earlier, Angela also Brooks, the governor. So in Maryland, in the Maryland Senate race, Angela also Brooks won, defeating Larry Hogan, the former governor, for a Senate race in Maryland. Okay. What's this? Reuters has Trump at 201 electoral votes. Let's go back to Fox. They still stay at 205. Georgia is still looking good. North Carolina looking good. Fox has refused to call Virginia for either Kamala or Trump. Fox says with about 70% of the vote tabulated, Kamala's at 49.46, Trump's at 48.94. They say Kamala has 1,638,368 votes compared to Trump, 1,621,019 votes. So pretty, about what, 15, 20,000 votes difference. That's kind of not a lot. Let's go to CBS and see what they're talking about.
And let's go to the all-important Erie County, which we all focus on. Again, 32% of the vote in. Kamala Harris doing slightly better than, considerably better than Joe Biden did, at least at this stage of the evening in Pennsylvania.
We have a projection, but then I want to go inside the numbers in the other blue wall states of Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, CBS News projects that Iowa is for Trump, that the former president has won the state of Iowa. You see,
hey, who was the moron that talking about Kamala's leading? Was it Iowa that said that she was leading? Really? 55.1% of the vote going to Trump versus 43.3%. This is a curb stomping.
Electoral votes now in the Republican column. John Dickerson, want to check in with you. What are the exit polls showing us?
Various different splits with the electorate. We've also talked about how there are shifts going on. Donald Trump is getting more of the African-American vote than you might have expected, or you would have expected a Republican to get in the past. We've talked about Latino voters. Another key way to think about the electorate is between college and non-college voters. Particularly, let's look at white college voters. That's to say, voters with a college degree. So let's look at white voters with a college degree. Kamala Harris, 54 to 44. So that's a 10-point margin. The reason this is important is this is a key part of the new emerging Democratic base doing well with college-educated voters. That's 7 points better than Joe Biden did in 2020. He won that group, white college voters with a degree, by only 3 points. Now let's look at the other group, which is the one that Donald Trump does well in, and that's white voters without a college degree. Now you see he is creaming Kamala Harris, 65 to 33.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, do you know you on television? I can hear you, sir. What in the world was that? Am I tripping, or did I hear something that I shouldn't have been hearing on television? Sir, you about to get a crazy FCC fine. What in the world was that?
Kamala Harris overperforming with white college voters. Donald Trump doing essentially as he did in 2020.
Man, I get it. I know what he meant, but come on, man. You're on television. Like, use your brain a little bit.
In the battleground states, white non-college voters are a big part of Wisconsin and Michigan. In those states, the picture is a little bit more mixed. Now, I'm not going to have exit poll slides for you or graphics, but just to give you a sense of the picture. In Pennsylvania, the picture we just described, where Kamala Harris is doing well with white college voters, she's doing 19 points better than Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Biden beat him only by 9. Trump is beating her by 29 points with voters without a college degree who are white, beating her by 29 points, but he beat Biden by 32. So the Pennsylvania story matches that national story. But in Wisconsin, and I'll just wind it down here, Wisconsin and Michigan, it's much tighter. White college vote for Harris is about what it was for Biden. White non-college, Trump is doing a little bit better in Wisconsin than he did in 2020. In Michigan, Harris is doing a little bit better among white college voters, but in white non-college, Trump is up by 3. So in those 2 key states, the picture's a little bit more mixed than at the national level. Nora, back to you wherever you may be.
I know, John. I decided to stay over here with Major Garrett.
Sure. Well,
No
who can
offense
blame
to any of you?
Who can blame you?
No offense to any of you, but of course, I'm geeking out over here at the board, and I wanted to know about Michigan and Wisconsin because we haven't yet.
Look at this. They have Kamala at 200 and no, hold on, wait, not 200. They got Kamala at 91 electoral votes. Yikes, 91. That ain't gonna do it, Kamala. You need to get to 270. How you gonna do that? How you gonna do that, man? This is CBS. Trump at 207 electoral votes. Kamala at 91. Yikes.
So, Major, take it away.
So again, Michigan, 23% of the vote in. Percent of the vote in. Where is that vote that we still need to see come in? Where is it concentrated? Milwaukee and Madison. Those are good, strong areas for the vice president. What is the general orientation? Vice President Harris, according to our estimates, needs 50% of the outstanding vote. We saw just a moment ago where it's concentrated, Madison and Milwaukee and the surrounding suburbs. According to our estimates, she's going to get 40.
So look, you see what's going on here. She needs to win Wisconsin 50% of the remaining vote that is yet to be tabulated. The CBS estimates she's only going to get 43%. That ain't going to do it, Kamala. You need a prayer and a miracle, and it ain't going to happen because God's not on your side tonight. God's not on your side tonight, Kamala. I promise the God's not on your side tonight.
3% of that outstanding vote. That could be problematic in Wisconsin for some of the reasons that John mentioned on some of the exit poll data in that state, showing a difference of the coalitions and the assemblage therein.
So she may be in trouble in Wisconsin.
She may be in trouble in Wisconsin, exactly, based on our current estimates, yes.
And what about Door County?
I hit wrong button.
I think Door County has always predicted the potential.
Door County has a near perfect record, and she is running slightly behind Joe Biden. Trump is currently in the lead there. We have it a light shade of red, leaning Trump.
Really interesting. All right.
Okay, I see. I was like, he's not in the lead. But... So you can see right here on the right-hand side, that was the 2020 election. So in 2020 in Door County in Wisconsin, Joe Biden won that in 2020, 49.9 to 48.5. Now Trump's in the lead with 76% of the vote in, 50.1% to 48.5.
Light shade of red, leaning Trump.
Really interesting. All right. Thank you, Major, for indulging me. Now to Maurice Dubois at our Path to Victory table. And Maurice, I know we're all looking about the importance of Pennsylvania.
We sure are, Nora. Thank you so much. Let's first take you through where we stand right now. We are at 201 for Donald Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. But if we look at the beginning of the night, this is where we expected and will expect the votes to go throughout the evening. Red states for Trump, blue states for Kamala Harris. She started with 226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting. Okay, so let's see what Pennsylvania, how it shakes out when it comes to being pivotal for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and get the 16 votes there, electoral votes, and take North Carolina and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there. We talked about this earlier, but that would bring him straight to 270, lights out. He's the next president of the United States. If he cannot hold on to Pennsylvania, he then has to go through the Southern strategy, the Sun Belt, if you will. So that would mean flipping Georgia, holding on to North Carolina, taking Arizona, taking Nevada as well. He's still not there. He's at 268. So he would have to take one of the upper Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he'd have to take Wisconsin or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278. Now, for Harris, Pennsylvania is huge. It's big. So if she were to take Pennsylvania and hold on to it, Joe Biden won it by 82,000 votes last time, and to hang on to Michigan, this is the blue wall we talked about, and Wisconsin, we don't know where that's going to go. That would get her right to 270. So Pennsylvania, pivotal as it has been for so many elections in the past. But again, we're at nail-biter status, 7 battleground states. We just don't know. This is where we stand right now, Nora.
Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And when we come back, we'll have new results to report. CBS News, America Decides, election 2020.
All right. So let's go back to the Google map. Shout out to the Google map. Shout out to all the maps. Let's go back. Let's refresh and do all that good stuff. All right, hold on. Let me get myself together. And if you like what you're hearing so far, I know what to do. We got 12,000 in the building. Shout out to y'all. I'm loving it. We got 12,000 in the building. Thank y'all for being here. There's nowhere in this world I'd rather be than right here, right now, than with y'all. All right. Now, look, Google has Trump up 210 to Kamala 112. Okay, so we got quite a bit. We still got Georgia in play. 88% of the vote reported. Kamala is 48%. Trump 51.3. North Carolina 84%. Trump 50.7. Virginia 72%, with Kamala up 49.7 to Trump 48.7. Pennsylvania 60% reporting, with Trump at 50.9%. Michigan 24%, still early. Wisconsin 56%. Trump's in the lead, 49.9 to 48.7. Pardon, 48.6. Minnesota still early, 5%. Let's go to Arizona, because all you guys asking about Arizona. Arizona still early, but not that early. 50%. 50% reporting, with Trump in the lead, 49.6 to 49.6. Okay, so that's 902,800 to 901,754. So that's a pretty tight margin. You're talking about 1,000 votes in between them. Really tight margin, but Trump's in the lead, 50% reporting. So look, I mean, you see all the places that are leading. Just take a look at the map and gaze in the beauty of it, right? Look, you can see all the places that are leading Trump, and he's already at 210. So let's not keep our eyes off the prize. We need 270. So we need 60 more votes. You get Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, like it's pretty much done. Arizona. So wait a minute. So we need 60, right? We need 60 from where we are right now. We're at 210. We need 60 to get to 70. So Arizona has 11 electoral votes. Georgia, 16. North Carolina, 16. Pennsylvania, 19. Big boy. And we just need one of these right here. After that, it don't matter. Let's go to Wisconsin. That's 10. That's it. That's it. At that point, it's over. And again, Kamala only has 112 electoral votes right now. And Trump's also leading the popular vote with 48,345,000 compared to 42,588,000. So that's a big difference in the popular vote. He's leading the popular vote, leading the electoral vote, leading the remaining states, the battleground states, the swing states. He's leading. I believe he gets Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Now, Minnesota, I don't know, but I think Wisconsin and or Michigan he can get. And these are going to be pretty much neck and neck. But Wisconsin looking real good. 50%, 56% reporting with 50% for Trump. It looks very good. Very good. Okay. It looks really good. So we're going to see how this whole thing plays out. Somebody said blue wave coming. You wish. Blue wave, your mama. Okay, hold on. Let's go to Daily Wire and see what they got going on. So they've not changed over at Daily Wire. They're still at 242 to want to wait for Harris. They have Kamala in the lead in Arizona, but it's still really a thin margin. 49.7 to 49.5 on Daily Wire. They called Virginia for Kamala, 50.2% of the vote compared to 48.1. Pennsylvania, they got Trump in the lead, 60% of the vote, 50.9%. Now listen, Pennsylvania, they're saying that the vote may not be totally tabulated until 2 days from now. But if the outstanding vote is not enough to make up the difference, make up the margin, then you can go ahead and just call it, because it doesn't even matter if you're counting the votes. It's not going to be enough to make a difference. All right. And again, this is Daily Wire. This is their map. All the maps are different. Look, I just showed you Google. So this one, Google had 210 to 113. Daily Wire has 242 to 108. This is Washington Post. They don't even have it's probably about the same as, so what's this? Reuters. Let's go to Reuters. 207, 91 Harris. Man, 91. Yikes. Fox, let's go to Fox. They're saying 211. So I guess some type of, what's that? Like Nebraska, some weird stuff. I don't know. One of these places that got like one vote you get is weird. Anyway, that's what's going on right now. Georgia with 89.95% of the vote. Trump's up 51%, 51.1%. North Carolina, 84.52% of the votes in, 50.77% of the vote going to Trump. Virginia, they've not called it yet on Fox. 73.14% of the vote in, 48.4% for Trump.
You see, I remember last year though, or the last election, and Georgia went crazy at the end. Pennsylvania went crazy at the end. One of the two states up there was either Michigan or Wisconsin went crazy at the end. So I don't trust these deep state. I don't trust these deep state motherfuckers at all. And so yeah. Remember the last election? We were pretty confident, and then all the crazy bullshit went on. So hope I'm wrong.
Group by 3 points in 2020. So he is in fact slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote.
Hey, when Trump wins, I might just go crazy. I might just cover my face in Cheeto dust just on GP, just because. And like, what you doing? I'm making America great again. That's what I'm doing with the Cheeto dust on my face. Yeah, straight Cheeto, orange man. I'm a convert. You know what? When Trump wins, I'm not gonna be black no more. I'm gonna convert my race. How you could be trans, you could be a transformer and identify as a pet poodle or something like this. When Trump wins, I'm gonna become orange. All right, and no more black, and no more white. I'm a whole new race. Top that. What you gonna do about that? What's your race, ABL? I'm orange. That's my new race.
Story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points.
Wow.
So there's really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
So when Trump talks about the illegal aliens, the migrants, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. When he speaks about that, the Hispanic voters are not really offended. Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, maybe some of them are, but not enough to make a difference. I mean, you seeing more support from the Hispanic population because maybe, just maybe, not all Hispanics are over here illegally and committing crime and things of this nature. Just maybe. Just like don't all black folks, what is it for black men? Okay, smoke crack, shoot people, poor, poverty, all that kind of stuff. I mean, all right, let's go back to Britt Hume. Come on, which is your Men's Warehouse. All right, hold on.
Very long indeed.
Yeah. Well, it's a significant.
Hey, you gotta
switch
to
point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops.
watching.
Right? I think that even
I've got like five tabs
No,
up.
this is like mainstream garbage. You gotta watch Garland Nixon, Scott Ritter, Gerald Celente.
I got a lot of different channels up.
And some other guy, and they're having a party at Gerald Celente's house. Do you know who any of these guys are?
It's faithful that have come here tonight. He says he works with the family. I don't know. I don't think he's anyone particularly important. He's just one of the many people that are gathering here. The room is filling up slowly over the night. It was quite empty a few hours ago. More people. Guys, how are you feeling?
Great, baby. How you doing?
Do you think it's in the bag now?
Oh, I think we're going to do well tonight. I'm very confident, and I feel amazing about tonight. The vibe here is amazing.
What time did you get here?
We got here about 2 hours ago.
And when you first walked in here, were you as confident as you are now?
Comfortable? No.
Confident.
Confident. Oh, no, I'm more confident now. You walk in, you're not sure what's going to happen, but the vibe here is amazing.
Have a good night, mate, and have a beer on me. Guys, I'll say that Sheila heard me. It is the energy is certainly getting more excited as it seems they're inching closer and closer to that win. And I got to say, it's rubbing off on me too.
Well, I'm excited to hear that, and I am starting to feel confident. I think the fact that you had a legal team across the whole country that were alive to the trickery, and the fact that you had, as several of our guests tonight have said, Twitter to shine a light of public scrutiny on shenanigans has kept the shenanigans beneath the margin of victory. And let me just leave you with one tidbit, Avi, if you want to react to this. Again, I'm citing the front page of the New York Times, favorite newspaper, with an 87% level of certainty. They believe that it's going to be 300 electoral college.
You gotta fucking tune into this channel I'm watching. It's way more
Harris.
informative.
Right now, they have not called Pennsylvania, but Trump is leading by 3 points with 2/3 of the vote counted. Michigan, Trump is leading by 4 points with just 28% of the vote counted. Wisconsin, Trump is leading. I'm very optimistic, and what a pleasure to see
I placed an order for
the disillusionment of those who trusted the regime media. Last week to you, Avi.
I was watching it at 11, but I hesitated to buy, dude. God damn it.
She going.
That's the second time I missed the party, dude. But now I'm in now, but not with a much smaller amount because it's already way
Marino
up.
just declared the winner in Ohio.
It's at like 33 already.
As a sign that this is going to be a very strong night. And in Michigan, I think we've got to try to get Gruber on. Here's why. Both Trump and Mike Rogers have moved into the lead as the vote totals have been going up. Michigan, just like we've been talking about, looking like a good Republican night there. Oh, my Lord. We should get back out.
You just vote. You don't need an ID. Last I heard, you don't need an ID in California anymore because of all the illegal aliens are allowed to vote. Do you not look like an illegal alien? Maybe you could tell them you are. Then you could just go out and vote like a couple hundred times. Yeah. Who do I want to go to now?
Do you see DJT? Freaking. And Tesla is fucking breaking out.
Like I said, I got like 5 tabs open. I'm deciding on.
DJT is going to take off tomorrow.
Can anyone hear me?
I hear you now.
Oh, okay. I had me mic off. Yeah, that guy, his name's AV Yemeni from Australia. He gets himself around the place, but he's obviously in the US now for the elections. But he generally goes to all sorts of protest rallies and he commentates on them. He's pretty clever. He's got YouTube channel and stuff. The guy that you just played, the
I've
Aussie
seen
guy.
that guy before.
Yeah.
AV Yemeni, his name is.
He got arrested.
Oh, he's always getting arrested. He doesn't care about that for some reason. He's got to watch his limit on how much he does get arrested in Australia, because I'll throw him in jail. And he goes around to protests and all that. That's what he does.
Yeah, I didn't get a good vibe from Australia. I was about to move there. And then I was like,
opportunity to flip the presidency and
Shall we take while you're here? Shall we take a
the
look
cops
at
are kind of weird in Australia, dude.
at the Senate race in Michigan?
Yeah, they're a bit brutal. Yeah.
on the risers right now. I would be very.
No, I'm taking a look now. I'm taking a look at it. I'm taking a look at it right now. Let's see. It should be down here somewhere.
No, I didn't even highlight that.
You can't find the numbers. Where the heck are the numbers? Oh, wait, I'll hit it like this.
And I'd be interested to know if he's running kind of line with Trump here at this
Fucking
point.
Giuliani is the one who's gonna cost Trump a fucking victory.
Yeah, I bet he is.
Get this guy out of here.
I bet he is.
I thought he was a cool
Those are
guy,
my
but he's too
instincts.
Here it is.
You know what?
Crazy.
Almost every candidate down
Rogers
south
is
running
winning
on the
by
Trump
3. Rogers is winning by 3%.
Now, is
And
that
Trump
better
is
or
and
worse than
Trump
President?
is about. Well, I think he might be. Trump might be doing a little worse. Let's see.
Giuliani is fucking crazy, dude. Lost his mind.
You want to work?
I think I
Come
agree.
on, baby.
Yeah, I'm watching a few different channels. I got a few, like I said, I've got a few different tabs I got set up.
Do you know who Gerald Celente is?
Unsure.
No, no, you don't. I'm sure. Do you know who this guy is? I'm sure. Yeah, right.
You might have said unsure.
70% of the vote in. Graham, 76.5 with 79% of the vote in. Greenlee, 60.4% for Trump with about half of the vote in. Still pretty early. Navajo County, 59.7%, 51% of the vote in. Gila, about 70% of the vote in, 7.9% for Trump. So that's your county by county out here in Arizona. Yavapai, 64.8% for Trump, 59% of the vote tabulated. All righty. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of open space. Yeah, I've been to Phoenix. It was just hot. So of course, California has been called for Kamala because now we're at 11 o'clock. Thank y'all for being here. How long have we been on? We've been on for about 4 hours. I feel like I just sat down 5 minutes ago. So look, they called California already instantly before any other votes came in. This is on Daily Wire. You can expect that she'll get the left coast. You can expect that. All right. Google's already called it. So Google has Trump at 214, Kamala at 179. Also, they've called Washington State for Kamala. Oregon still expecting results. Nevada expecting results. Nevada's a key race. She's expected to get the West Coast. Don't nobody expect Trump to get that. Everybody expects Kamala to get the left coast, Hawaii, Colorado, Illinois, the Northeastern Corridor, all of that. She's expected to get that. But where it matters, where you got a really contentious race is up in these states here. Up in these, the lake areas. This is a very important part of the country. North Carolina. Look, Google doesn't want to call North Carolina or Georgia, but North Carolina, 50.9%.
The sad part is
Trump
fucking
with 86.
Colorado. Why the fuck is Colorado blue?
1.1%.
That is the biggest fraud
Trump.
I see.
Now let's take a. So
look how it sticks out. That's where it's Swerton's fault. That fucking junkie.
Well, I mean, they even got the Venezuelan drug cartels taking over in that fucking state.
That's because there's not enough people that live there. It's all mountains.
Oh yeah, we destroyed it in Indiana. Destroyed. That was called fast, bro. That was one of the first states called. Yeah, Indiana was.
Wait, Indiana went blue? How is Indiana?
Oh yeah, did I get? I misread what he said. Trump won that by a mile. It was one of the first states called out. No,
yeah,
that's Illinois.
All the South states should be fucking
that was
red,
Illinois.
obviously.
Illinois, not Indiana. I just had a big point I was going to make. Yeah, I don't understand the whole.
Texas is red, surprisingly.
It's like it looks a lot closer now that they added all the left coast over there, man. It's scary. It gets scary. Now it's like it's from a blowout to them. It's close.
That whole shit is a fraud. I don't fucking like they just automatically color that shit blue when most of the people here are Republican. If you look at the little like map with all the little fucking that map. See how it's all red and only fucking like 1 or 2 are blue, and then they mark it blue because of population.
Yeah. Steve Bannon just got out too. Sentinel, yeah. Who's the?
Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald
Mitt Romney is a fucking fag.
It was an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning, in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away. This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt.
Oh yeah, Kevin O'Leary, this guy's dope.
Entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come
We should
here
have this
under
guy
barbed
for
wire
president.
and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal with it. You may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We could still do those things. We bring you right into the.
I mean, straight up, I mean, Kamala's fucking ignorant. She's dumb as a box of fucking rocks. Fucking just says the craziest fucking shit. Looks like she's stoned 24/7. Fucking smiles all the time over nothing. She's fucking. That's really our vice president, let alone our presidential election. It's one of our choices.
He does look stoned.
She is fucking. I mean, I don't know if I'd want her to run a McDonald's. Literally. And I'm not saying that this has nothing to do with race or
we got
politics.
walked around McDonald's.
Has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat. It's like, yeah, Kamala running any damn thing. Yeah. What I do? Hit the wrong button again. See what I wanted to go to.
Yeah, all I can say about Kamala is there's something fucking not right about her. I just don't feel that fucking good about her. Can you hear me, Mosh?
Something's not right. Something's not right about the Five Eyes.
What's the Five Eyes? I don't get it.
Oh, he's that slow. Either he's slow or he's working for the Five Eyes.
What's Five Eyes? I don't know what it is. Give me a break.
All right, so it's U.S., Canada, Australia, United Kingdom.
Yeah.
And something else.
Oh, okay. So the main countries in the world that are united, pretty much.
No. This is the spy network.
Ah, Five Eyes. Okay. I think I have heard of it now that you mention it.
I mean, no offense to the Five Eyes, but they're just doing everything wrong, dude. Like, let's imagine, okay, go ahead and spy on me. Like, let's go ahead and find out everything about me. Now what?
Well,
like, I don't fucking get it, dude. Like, spying on shit is gonna give you the fucking win? Seriously?
you have to be a person of interest, someone that's up to no good.
No,
Maybe-
I'm saying at the end, like when everything is said and done, spying fucking is gonna get you the fucking victory.
Spying's been
That's
around
so
forever.
stupid. That just sounds like let's say you were like a fucking little 13-year-old girl and you fucking, because girls like to do that shit. But that's gonna fucking seal the deal for you, is fucking spying on somebody. I could never understand that. Or I now don't understand it because it's so obviously fucking failing, dude. You know what I'm saying, Walk? What do you think about that?
Okay, but what I think about that is there's a
Like,
time.
let's say you spied on your neighbor and you.
But there's
Okay. You go.
You're talking about government espionage. There's been
No,
around.
no, you got it. You take over. You got my point.
Yeah, that you're talking about government espionage in the world. Like
Yes,
that's been around-
it's global, right?
That's been around forever. So there is a time and a place for that. You want to know what your potential enemy is up to. So they send in double agents, a little bit of Maxwell Smart stuff. You know the show Maxwell Smart, right? You know, double agents and agents where you go and join an organization to get the intel. That's a proper spy. And there's a time and a place for them to make sure your enemy's not up to fucking bad shit against your country. So you report back. That's what a proper spy is.
Yeah.
I mean, then you got your lame-ass private eyes who go and look for cheating husbands and stuff like that on a local basis.
Yeah, but that bringing you the victory, or that making you somehow giving you some advantage.
Well, it gives a country an advantage when you got PIs on the ground overseas joining organizations to listen to what they're doing. You know, so if Germany's a potential enemy, they send over an American German and he tries to get into the parties and stuff like that. He tries to join the
I guess what I'm trying to say is, what is that? Where's that gotten us? So we got the Five Eyes. We now got the fucking feds in our Google and shit, and fucking my computer.
Well, for us,
where's that? Like, what has that accomplished for us exactly?
Well, they're not interested in the average idiot. Like, sorry to call us idiots, but just like normal people like us that aren't dabbling in international fucking combat and all that stuff. I think they're
but in general, what has that gotten us?
In general. So when you say in general, as I said, they're not interested in common people. They'll just drop you if they don't think you're up to anything.
No, of course it applies to certain. Of course, there's a fucking barrier to entry there, but I'm just saying, overall, what has that accomplished? Like, if you look at the world today, what the fuck have they accomplished?
It's intel. They love
Well,
intel.
with all this bullshit intel, dude, all they've done so far is fucking fail and fail and fail more miserably and fail even more miserably and fail again. I mean, looks like they got up to 5 eyes. Maybe tomorrow will be the 6th eye, but it seems like it's not working. Is it, Walk? Is it working?
I guess it works when it works, you know, like if they find their target, then it works. I had experience in Thailand. I spoke to a guy because there was FBI agents in there looking for gun runners out of Thailand, because in Thailand you can get guns and some people were running guns out of there. So I met a guy in a bar and he got to know me over a few days, and he confided in me that he was fucked up about these FBI guys questioning him all the time. He was suspicious. The guy wasn't schizophrenic or anything. I believe what he was saying. I think he opened his mouth and said that he was a gun runner to someone. Next thing you know, he had the American fucking feds on his case, and they were all undercover, asking him about can he get guns to America and all this stuff. Americans, you know. So he was distraught. So there is a lot of intel stuff going on out there, brother. The spy world is real. That's all, that's all I can sort of think of. There is spies out there. Agents.
Yeah, I know there's spies, but this whole network has what has it accomplished?
I think that's an old one. They called Nebraska.
Well, we'll never know because they keep their
see,
intel.
man. I mean,
and they
y'all
use
stay
it
tuned. Let's keep watching this thing. Let's keep.
Yeah,
seeing where
but
we
shit
go.
is
I think
getting
Donald Trump
worse.
has a
It's not
good
getting
chance.
better. So
barring the
my
weirdness that went on in
fucking
2020, if we put that aside, put the PTSD aside.
if you don't have any more argument, my point would be to just disband it, because at this point they're kind of just wasting my tax money, dude.
No, man, no. Their main concern is and always has been terrorism, right? So there'd be massive intel in the Middle East. They would have recruited native speakers in the Middle East of all countries, and they would have them on the ground infiltrating some of the groups to make sure those groups aren't going to cause havoc in the US like they once did in 9/11. Well, so we're led to believe, but I believe 9/11 was a genuine Arab attack. You know?
I don't. But besides that,
you think it was an inside job?
Yes, but I don't want to dwell on that.
No, that's fair enough. I'm just saying, this is let's say.
What I was gonna say is, regarding the Middle East, the situation is more catastrophic than ever.
Yeah, but not towards America. I think no one's attacking America from there these days.
It was never against America. That was just the talking point. That was propaganda.
Is there even U.S. troops on the ground in the Middle East these days?
No Middle East people fucking hate Americans. That's all fucking baloney. That's like redneck talk. That's the same thing as like Motor City Maniac fucking talking about China.
Yeah, they in the 90s they turned American psyche against the Middle Eastern people, the Arabs, and
exactly.
In order to go to war for them, against them. Apparently defend Kuwait, who is an oil-rich nation, and was sending oil to the US. So they went in to protect them because Iraq was trying to steal their oil, was what we are led to believe.
Regarding that point, I would say it would be like fucking 10 times easier to just fucking trade with them fairly.
Yeah.
At this point, rather than trying to fucking take it over, because they fucking exposed themselves. They fucking exposed themselves. Nobody's buying this fucking democracy bullshit. I'm gonna go fucking overthrow your country because you love me bullshit. So why not just trade fair?
Well,
and it'll probably work out 10 times cheaper in the end.
It was Saddam Hussein in Iraq, the leader of Iraq, who wanted to overtake Kuwait, who's a tiny nation, because they're so oil rich. So he wanted to completely take them over. And the Americans came in and stood in and said, no, no, sorry, you can't do that. We're going to stand in. And America.
Yeah, but they didn't stand in, and they didn't defend Kuwait. It looks to, and I know nothing about this, but from what I
can assure you,
I saw, they toppled Iraq.
No, but I can assure you,
instead of defending Kuwait, so maybe they just missed like
No.
maybe they made a mistake which country to attack.
I can assure you, Shrek, they went to war to defend Kuwait from losing their nation and oil.
But they blew up Iraq, and they fucking murdered fucking Hussein.
Yeah.
But the point was to defend Kuwait, so that doesn't make any sense. That's what I just said. Like they might have fucking.
If you want to defend Kuwait, you go after their enemy, which is Iraq, right?
No, you set up defense in Kuwait and wait for the Iraqis to attack and then defend.
Oh, America just went in there and bombed the fuck out of Iraq.
Yeah, well, there you go. You proved my point again.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, that's how it went down, as far as I know. So, Operation Desert Storm, it was called in the 90s. I met a lot of guys in Thailand because I got a house in Thailand, and I've spent some time in Thailand. And they were in Operation Desert Storm. A lot of Americans who like to, they used to have R&R in Thailand, rest and retreat. And so I met them in Thailand, usually playing golf and stuff like that. And they were all in the Navy or the Army, and they'd been to Kuwait at the time. This was in the late 90s. Jake the Snake with a big bet. I didn't know it was that big, but thank you very much for your kind donation. I'm just playing poker, by the way. Correct? I'm playing poker at the same time. You're wondering who I'm talking to.
What, are you on more than one panel?
Where I am? Yeah, I'm on Beast Mode's poker.
And he didn't invite us.
I don't know how you didn't get an invite. You want to come over? I'll give you the link, or you just find him. I don't know. Does he normally invite you? Does he does. He sometimes sends me a text message.
I'm just saying he typed in over here, so we had a lot of players over here.
Well, you had a game running today.
No. I said he typed in over here, and I'm shocked that saying he typed in saying go Trump, and I'm shocked that he didn't. Hey, send a text or I'm shocked he didn't send a text or a message saying, hey, do y'all want to play?
I know what you're saying. Yeah, it might have just slipped his mind, brother. I can't explain that, But yeah, if you want to come over, I'll just give you the link straight up if you want. You want me to put it in the chat, Mosh, or not?
I don't know.
Oh, by the way, regarding the Five Eyes, why the fuck are they telling everybody this? If they're supposedly spying on fools, why the fuck are they telling me and everybody and you and everybody in the fucking neighborhood, dude? I thought that was supposed to be a spying thing. Like, I thought that spying was supposed to be secret.
Damn, 193 to 216. That shit's close over there.
Maybe that's the problem, dude. The fact that they're fucking broadcasting everything they're fucking doing. Like a bunch of fucking Muppets. Oh, I'm gonna go spy on you. What a turd nation this has become, dude. Nation of turds.
Good bet, Lacey. That's a good bet. I've got a call, unfortunately. So you're going to take some of my money. You're going to have a big win here. Not sure if I'm even on mic on the poker table.
Right over here.
Demographics among men. So again, we'll wait for those results, but that's what the campaign is seeing, at least in those exit polls. But the ballroom filling up here. The big question is whether Trump will come out and speak. He's been watching the returns at his resort.
So that's what's going on. Let's keep on moving here. Let's keep on rocking and rolling. If you like what you're hearing so far, if you enjoyed the stream tonight, please give the video a thumbs up. Like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That'll help me out tremendously. We got 12,500 live in the building.
Two things in Wisconsin. I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here.
All right, let's see.
Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better.
That's Pittsburgh.
Just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. Come on back to 2024. And you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because
let's go to call it.
Is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. You had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here.
Georgia.
We'll
Let's go to Georgia.
This is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see with the 134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now.
Yeah.
On a percentage basis. It has not much moved.
It moved.
Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there.
Ain't gonna be
Come
enough.
up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. In Democrats score their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So Too soon to call right now
So-
for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This
Yes, AP did call North Carolina for Trump. So we got that one.
tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, I mean the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign. Essentially you're saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll
You know
see
what
you in the
that
morning.
reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago.
Clinton in
Hillary.
2016,
Exactly.
because
Better
she
go to
said,
bed.
you know, John Podesta came out and said, you know, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying,
It's
we're
going.
calling these states. So
And we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls.
They keep comparing this election and Kamala's performance to 2020, comparing it to Joe. They should compare her to Hillary Clinton, but maybe 2016 might have been kind of an anomaly. I don't know, but Hillary is the actual comparison you need to make when speaking about Kamala, because she's the same as Hillary Clinton. There's no difference. She's the Temu version. She's the Temu version of Hillary Clinton, and that's the reality of that. Okay, can we go to look at some more here? All right, so Google has Trump at 230 still, and the popular vote, 51.5% of the popular vote, compared to Kamala at 47.2% of the popular vote. And again, all we want to do is get to 270. We need 40 more electoral votes. Georgia, 90 more percent in, 51%. It's been the same. It's not changed. It's not changed. It's not going to be, you know, it won't be the whole hockey stick thing, because listen, that was in Fulton, right? If I'm not mistaken. And this is Daily Wire. They called Georgia already, but they've already got 95% of the votes in Fulton. And in Cobb, 95% of the votes. Fulton and Cobb, actually Democratic areas right there. Gwinnett, 81%. And
now we just need a
what
fucking
else?
Trump win
The
so I
Cobb,
can
the
fucking
Cab,
rub it into
94%,
MCF space.
Fulton, 95%, Cobb, 95%. So there's no more. They already got all the votes, pretty much. I don't know what they're really counting on. Columbus, I mean, come on. Like, all your money is up here. If you can't get these, if you can't squeeze no blood from these stones, and you're over in Georgia.
He's
And
pretty
look at the
much-
margin,
Trump's pretty much
51%
won,
compared to
dude.
48.3.
Hopefully
Come on,
my
man, cut it
Oregon
out.
still-
You're not gonna get no more votes from Fulton. You're not gonna do the hockey puck thing no more. It ain't it. You can't. Hockey stick, hockey puck, hockey mask,
I literally
hockey ice
came
rink.
in
I don't know,
there
whatever it
with
is.
like 2 minutes left.
Now, do we have any more states that have been called? Idaho, Utah, of course, all MAGA country. Let's see. Anything else? Any other maps that have been updated? I don't see them. Let's go CBS and see what they got going on.
Really important point. Scott McFarland, thank you very much. Want to bring in CBS Morning's co-host.
Hey, I'm using the little boy's room right quick. I got to go, because I've been sitting down for like 5 hours. And these waters.
We'll pop it on somebody else real quick then. Let him use the restroom. And I'll put it on. I want to go with.
I know that 3-hour difference, but Florida counted, I don't know, 10 million votes and they're 97% done. Arizona ain't got 10 million people that live in Arizona. And they can't even get 50% of the vote counted. It's insane to me. Thank you a lot. I want to thank you guys for the super chats, though. I appreciate you joining, watching, supporting. This is the chance. If you want to buy some merch, get your merch 30% off to Win 30 right there. It's been on the whole time. Win 30, go to Tatum store, get some merch. The shirt I got on right now isn't mine. It's my guy Brandon that works with us. He also has his own store. I love this shirt so much. I said, I ain't wearing no Trump shirt. No Trump shirts. I'm going to wear this shirt. It's cold-blooded. right? It's pinned in the chat if you want to get you one of these shirts.
Okay, there. Hold on, buddy. Boom.
Nice flush, beast. Oh, I don't know if you can hear me. Hang on. I'm on the wrong channel.
If you can hear you.
No, I'm just talking. Sorry, I thought I was on fucking beast mode. He got a flush. I said nice flush. But I'm still lurking on your channel, Mosh.
Be the first blue state to go on Donald Trump's cap.
Oh, I don't even know. I think it's going to have to do with all the lawfare efforts that they're going to put up, of course, the count. I think this idea of bomb threats, too, are just the perfect convergence of all of the disinformation. And I use that word in its truest and most wholehearted sense because that's what they've actually been pushing. But I just can't believe Fox, too, has not called North Carolina or Georgia yet. They're so eager to
North Carolina, there is some anomalies. All right, if you want to play super safe. Georgia, there's just nothing I can see that would warrant keeping that open. And so it is odd. Maybe it's to keep the ratings going by making the race look closer than it is. Maybe it's the shock from having made the bad or the premature call in Arizona, and they just are not going to be on the super safe side. But those states aren't going in reversal.
Well, and I also think to broaden out as we wait for more numbers to come in, I was having a discussion actually with Kane from Citizen Free Press, which you guys got to be checking out. At least the people who are running the ground game now for us, there's no question about whether or not they're good faith actors, right? Charlie Kirk, we know, is America first to his core, right? What is going on? It is in the hands of the War Room posse. It is in the hands of this audience. And you guys have kept your shoulder to the wheel. Before, whether it was the RNC blaming it on the consent decree or these other groups that, like we always said, were controlled opposition, now at least we can have the discussion of if their turnout mechanisms and strategies are working. It's not a question of whether or not they're good or bad faith actors, right? And I think that is actually a historic moment for this audience and for the Republican Party and for the grassroots. And make no mistake, you guys know I occasionally spend time here in DC. Members of Congress, you are so feared. That's all they tell me, that you guys, this audience, they are getting into fights in the back rooms over what you guys have done, particularly to Kevin McCarthy. But what you're seeing, what you did to Kevin McCarthy is now playing out on a...
1 second, guys. We'll go back to, I think we'll go back to Abel. Because, see, I mean, the thing about Abel, he's got the numbers up. So even if we're not listening, we can, even if we're not listening, Shot, give me a minute. I'll do Shot with you. Let me, yeah, give me a minute. I'll get one. Okay. Where do you go? What the fuck is yours? Where'd you go with your shot? Did you already take it? Did you already take it? Oh.
Shut.
Okay. Boom.
Save some for the road.
Yo.
Yo.
Just smoking right now.
Right on.
Hey, so Walk, this is what's gonna happen. So you got the 5 eyes, right?
Yep.
So now you're like a big time spy and shit. And spying is your like best gig. So now all the countries in the world have caught on to your bullshit, and they cut you out. And now you can only spy basically you think you're spying, but you're not really spying on shit, but you're still spying on your country. And now it turns out that all you're doing is basically spying on yourself.
Yeah, but they've got double agents. They send people into organizations.
No, I
and
get it, but what I'm trying to say is that the other countries have caught on to this.
Yeah, I know that. But this has been going on for a long fucking time since the world's been political.
Yeah,
And,
but so what I'm saying is, my point is that in the end, you're just going to be spying on yourself. And you're just going to shit on, like, that's like shitting in your fucking own living room.
if you recruit a native from let's say Iraq,
But it's not working, Walk. That's my point. It's not working. They're not recruiting shit. It's not working.
I'd imagine they're still doing it.
And the people that you're talking about, the ones that they do end up recruiting, I've heard it's just pure shit, and it's just worse than if they didn't even do it, because it's like they get fucking false, they get like double crossed and get false information.
Yeah. Oh, well, it works in the movies.
Yeah, that's a brilliant fucking point, Walk.
007, all that shit. Double agents everywhere.
I don't think we'll ever get a good Bond movie ever again. Living in the age of the woke. You can't
And
slap a chick on her ass.
I'm not saying that spying is not possible or it doesn't work. I'm just saying what they're doing doesn't work.
Canadians?
They.
Wait.
Them.
The
quotes. Them in quotes.
The truth is, we don't know what the CIA of how deep they're going. The deep state CIA.
Just look at the Hunter Biden fucking code. Well, how do I?
Bro, the elites have been built on the back of the banks since like the
the
1800s.
banks. Right. It's all the banks. That's right.
Yeah, it's the fraud fiat currency, fractional banking. I just learned. Fractional reserve banking is called.
Well, the whole thing seems logical. You accumulate money. The hands that accumulated the money want to keep that money. So that part all makes sense.
Well,
that's
if
all
you
very
look at
logical.
it, you can kind of figure out why.
And you'll do anything. You'll do anybody will tell
Bush,
you will do anything to keep your money.
W. Bush basically told us, to our face. He's like, because what kind of military strategy is it to fight on two fronts, to invade Iraq while you haven't fully contained Afghanistan?
Yes, that's what they're calling doubling down. Now they're like quintupling down.
And I'm not registered to any party. I'm completely independent from all of it.
I'm Republican, but I didn't vote right now.
What state are you in?
I'm in California.
Yeah. I'm in California too. It's pointless. I mean, they rigged the recall for Gavin Newsom, and he had just fucked over the entire state with his COVID mandates. So
nice hand, Char Benny. Sorry, they can't hear me on the poker table. Sorry, guys. I'm on Moss's fucking channel. I'm saying nice hand to someone I'm playing poker with. But I'm talking to you guys.
Oh shit! Second half, dude. Let's go.
Second half. Nice.
Second half.
Come on, Arizona, don't fuck this up. They were able to get the Democratic fucking governor elected, but they weren't able to. Carrie Lake wasn't able to have her day in court.
One more time. One more time.
Pennsylvania. Please, Pennsylvania, flip this time. Please, to God.
Oh, that's where real shit's at. We got the fucking brain
That they
dead
locked up?
fucking motherfuckers up in there.
Well, yeah, but thank goodness real shit can't vote. He's too lazy to leave his house.
He's on beast mode's poker.
I wouldn't mind feeling.
Yeah, like the Harris votes are fucking catching up, and that's a problem. Trump was doubling that shit. When this first started out, Trump had like double.
Well, just relax. There's voting patterns.
Oh,
and now Trump is fucking
the people,
only
the
up
people
by
who are most eager to
25.
vote.
Trump was up by
The
like
people who are the most
like
eager to vote would be the
150
Trump
now.
supporters.
No, this can't be happening. Trump was up by like 150. Now he's only up by 25. That's nonsense. That's not logical. And there you go. That's how it's done. That's how it's done, bro.
What's up, Art?
Thank you.
Trump is still gonna win though. Like
Because that's oh my God.
Trump is
If
still
Arizona
gonna
goes
win.
blue, we're fucked. Holy shit.
No, Trump's still gonna win. It's too
Arizona was able to rig the fucking governor election.
There's still a couple swing states that we could be biting nails.
At least you got Florida locked up, which is freaking great.
Hey.
Yeah, Florida and Texas. Texas was supposed to be blue. Marissa was gonna fucking vote 10 times.
I hope dead relatives really aren't on a ballot somewhere in another state. We found out, deceased people were able to, vote for Biden last election. I remember.
Call these main states. So what we're going to we're waiting on is these states up here. We're waiting on Minnesota. Well, we already know how that's going to go. We're waiting on Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada.
Michigan could go blue.
That's what we're waiting on right now.
Nevada.
All right,
is
let's keep
gonna be
moving.
red. Nevada's gonna be red.
President Biden stuck around too long. He didn't give the vice president enough
Wisconsin
time
is
to
red,
present.
which is crazy.
Indiana going blue
Wisconsin
is the
was
craziest
almost
thing.
red last time around, and then it went blue at the last second. But same with Michigan. So yeah, Trump's gonna win.
They're gonna let him. If he does win,
Yeah,
they're gonna let him win.
that was basically my point. Yeah, it's Trump is gonna win, like basically just because he kind of has to. I mean, they beat up this fucking horse for like so long that.
No, well, do you think they made a mutual agreement with Trump?
Well, they're playing. I think all the neocons fucking went Democrat for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
They magically switched from Republican to Democrat. All the warmongers.
Yeah. The Warhawks, the Karl Roves, the what's his
They
name?
used to be fucking all Republican. Now they're all Democrat.
Because they hate Trump too, because Trump hopefully is still anti-establishment, anti-career politician. He's been a fucking businessman, a fucking non-reality television. This man was at WrestleMania 22 with Vince McMahon. So he's a definite outsider who happens to know these fucking people at these high levels, which is either he's a double agent or he really is like, okay, I'm sick and tired of watching the country get fucked over like this by people like this. I'm running.
There's no doubt in my mind that Trump's the man. He's the man. He will not fail to be president for the next term. That's in my mind.
And Trump is not a double agent because there's too much money of his own that he put in on that shit.
You know, when they try to assassinate
Made all
President
the money in America. He probably talks to Israel a little bit, but Israel's pretty powerful in a lot of ways. He wears a Jewish hat sometimes, right? We've all seen that.
Yeah, it's called a yarmulke.
That's just out of respect for the Jews. The Jews are pretty powerful, and all he's got to do is have a good understanding with Israel and good foreign policies. That's all they want, I believe.
Israel is way more important than this bullshit going on with Ukraine. Because Iran wants all the smoke with Israel right at the moment, all of a sudden, because we're having the election. So
The only reason the Middle East war broke out is because they're taking advantage of the war while everybody is diverted to Ukraine.
Yep. I'm surprised China hasn't tried to get
took
Taiwan.
that's why they took an opportunity, and I can't believe these people are that gullible, dude. Fucking stupid Netanyahu is attacking 5 countries at once. Dude, I'd be lucky if there was an Israel left, like, tomorrow.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This guy's such a fucking... He's like a fucking
fired
dog.
on.
Like, he's like a headless dog or something. Like, how could you be so fucking stupid?
Unless you can actually show me
Hello.
that. Never mind.
Like, he's literally planning to take over the entire Middle East in 2 weeks. This guy's fucking out of his mind. Fucking clown. That's never going to happen to begin with. And it's never going to happen in 2
because
weeks.
Israel is fucking surrounded by countries that fucking hate their existence.
No
even though they have
shit.
every fucking right. to
And
that
eventually,
fucking land.
yeah, but just because, let's pretend I'm a midget, and just because I have the right to kick Walk's ass, Walk's going to kick my ass.
Yeah, but if you put roots down on a land thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago,
Not their land.
and
It's not their fucking land.
Yeah, Judaism came way before fucking
It's not their
Islam.
land.
So don't give me that bullshit.
It's
Islam
not their land.
came in at 700 something AD.
It doesn't matter.
They're trying to rewrite the canon.
I'm taking my argument.
Canon of the fucking what happened there.
I'm taking my argument back to Babylon, where it fucking all started.
Well, see, what you don't remember, but if you're saying that Judaism was 800 years after the death or something, Jesus was king of the Jews. You know that? I'll inform you that Jesus was known as the king of the Jews.
Even
Most of
even Christianity was established way before Islam. So how dare Islam claim superior over holy lands that Jews can
they're
be traced
not they're
back
not
to?
claiming superior. It's the Jews that are claiming superior. Islam has no reason to claim superior because they are superior, like de facto.
Because they see, this is the
No.
problem
You
with
see, you didn't let me. You didn't let
Palestinian
me.
liberation. You
You
guys
didn't let
think
me
you're
quiet.
fucking. You guys
You didn't
think
let me quiet
you're under
finish, dude.
apartheid. You're not under apartheid. You
No, but you didn't
idiots.
really get my point fully.
No, I'm arguing
I said
with a fool.
no. What I said was Islam doesn't have to prove itself in that region. They're
Yes,
kind
it
of
does.
no, they
Yes, it
don't. They're
does.
kind of like the law of the land
there.
de facto, dude, just
They are
by
there.
being there in the
They
first
are
to begin
there.
with.
They're there. That's it. And the
They're
people who
from
live
there.
in
They're
Israel
from there.
and the Muslims who live in Israel have the most rights of any Muslim in that
No,
fucking
the
region.
Muslims are the Middle East. Like they are like that's it. All the other shit comes secondary.
No shit, Sherlock.
So let
Israel
them do
is a
what they
fucking
want.
diamond in a fucking pile of shit, and we're sending more money to fucking Ukraine to fund fucking a money laundering operation than
But I'm
than our
sure
own
if
fucking
I'm sure
allies,
if
who Israel is trying to fuck with, who Iran is trying to fuck with Israel right now, and potentially set off World War III. It's Iran always fucks with Israel. Iran,
it's Israel
okay,
that's
okay.
fucking
Has
with
Netanyahu,
Iran, dude.
okay, answer me this, and then, okay, just answer this. Has Netanyahu ever said he wanted to wipe Iran off the map? Because
Yes.
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad said that.
No, but Netanyahu said that.
No, he didn't. You're a fucking liar. You're an idiot. Mosh, I'm sorry, but I'm not hanging around with a fucking idiot. I'm out. Peace.
Oh, this has nothing to do with Mosh, though. See,
I've
that's
been doing
gonna be
other things,
that's gonna
obviously. I'm the pro-Christian, so I'm pro-Israel, and yeah.
Well, I'm an actual born Christian, so you guys can both fucking suck my ass. But
no, you're born sinners.
That's a problem, dude. When somebody takes
born a Christian.
When somebody's like looking for somebody else, I'm having an argument. You're fucking reaching out to somebody else. That's kind of disingenuous.
Yeah.
Well, I believe we're not born anything. We're initiated into a religion, right?
No, you're born. You're again. It's vote night, it's politics night. I'm not here to preach. You're born a sinner, and that's why he had to die for you, because you cannot pay for your own sins. Otherwise, you'll burn in hell for eternity.
Yeah, but that guy shouldn't have fucking just panicked out of here, dude. I'm fucking intelligent enough to have any conversation. I don't know why he decided to duck out like that.
Take 5. Go have a drink or something. Can I put that? Let me see what's going on.
Or as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay, so rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan. Okay. If it stays that way, it's over. It's his. He's back in the Oval Office.
And then
if Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow. It's okay. We'll take our time on that. All right.
How the fuck?
It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia's not yet been called here. Here's the margin, 2.3 now. Okay, so it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania. Yet again, all right. It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points, Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call. So that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt distant thing.
I can't believe
we could be looking at a real tilt here. Something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate. And we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now. For her.
If
I mean, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen.
Based on
And if
what
it did happen, it would look something like 1980.
Hey, for real, go ahead and call it, man. It's over. It's a wrap. Look.
There's a blue.
I mean, really,
America's ass.
there is no path. There's no path. Let's go. Let's look at Google right quick, shall we? Let's just look. Where's the path? Listen, let's go to the states that I've been talking about all night. Okay, let's go to Georgia. Georgia, 93% of the votes in. He's up 50.8 to 48.5. Okay. Now, look at North Carolina. It's already been called 50.8 to 48.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Very similar to Georgia. Pennsylvania, 83% of the votes in, 51.4 to 47.7. Big margin, big margin. Michigan, 45% reporting, 51.7% for Trump, 46.8% for Kamala. Wisconsin, 76% in, 51.2% for Trump, 47.3% for Kamala. Arizona, they slow, only 50% in, and it's pretty close, 49.8 to 49.4. But still, I don't see how Kamala comes from behind in this race, that race to win. She would need to do that in order to win, because she has 209 electoral votes. So let's do a path for Kamala. Let's do a path for Kamala based on this map right here. 209. Again, the magic number is 270. Once you reach 270, it's over. Okay, so she has right now 209. And let's say she gets, I don't think she'll get Nevada. What you guys think about Nevada? Think she'll get that? I don't think so. But let's just say she gets the states that are leaning blue right now. So that's Minnesota, 10 electoral votes. New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes. Maine, 4 electoral votes. It's only 227. You still short. You still need,
man, this is even more
quite a few votes.
Don't vote.
You need 43 more votes. So where are you going to get them from? Where are you going to get them?
Now I get to look at all.
I don't see the path. So if you need, what I say, 227, if you need 43 more votes, you're going to need to get Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and probably Georgia, because you at 44, because you be at 44 with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, but you need more than that. You would need to make all these races go in your favor if you Kamala Harris. Now, unless you could pull a rabbit out of the hat, I don't see that happening. Unless you could pull a rabbit out of your hat, I don't see that happening. Okay? I just don't. Now let's go refresh some pages and see if we have anything different. No changes. Arizona is still kind of, it's not really being counted a lot right now. Pennsylvania looks pretty strong in the hands of Trump. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, even Maine looks like it's kind of. Deadly Wire already called Georgia for Trump. Deadly Wire says Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, all lean Trump. Maine, I'm not quite sure. It's only a few votes in. But Pennsylvania, you get 83% of the vote in. Michigan, you get 51% of the vote in. Wisconsin, 79% of the vote in. And Arizona, 55% now.
That's a fact.
Okay. So if Deadly Wire says Trump's at 247,
they literally try to put the opposition.
and he wins all the states that he's leading, aside from Maine. I'm not going to count Maine. Let's just count the 4 states that he's succeeding right now. Not even counting Alaska, my good old Alaska with their 3 votes. Arizona, was it 11 votes, electoral votes in Arizona? 19, the big boy Pennsylvania. And I think Wisconsin, was it 10 or 15? I'm not sure. Let's just say it's 10 and 15 respectively. That's over 300. It's over 300. That's 302. I might be off a little bit, but that's over 300.
Hey,
right?
Walk. Hey, Walk.
That's a curb stomping.
You got to sell your
That's a curb stomping.
ASAP and get in
Like,
on BJ.
not literally, obviously, but it's a curb stomping. All right. So Washington Post, they haven't called any other states that we need them to call. Reuters, same thing. Let's go look at Georgia closely. And hold on, let's go out a little bit. Georgia, they said 93% of the votes are already in. And Fulton County, 93% of the votes counted. 89% in DeKalb, 92% in Clayco, but Clayco not going to be. Cobb, 94%. So there's not really more votes to get. You're trying to get blood from a stone. Blood from a stone at best. Blood from a stone at best. And I want to thank all you guys, not just for being here. Of course, I appreciate y'all for being here. You guys are the best audience anywhere on these interwebs. I appreciate that. But I also appreciate y'all for voting. I appreciate you for voting. Even if you didn't vote for the right person, I'd be heartbreaking if you told me that. But I appreciate you for voting. All right. Yeah, I really do. Okay. Let's go here. Now, this is Michigan they're talking about. So they're saying 52% of the vote is outstanding. Pardon me. I always get that wrong when I'm trying to explain this, what CBS is doing. So they say out of the outstanding vote, Kamala would need 52% of it to succeed in Michigan. But CBS News estimates she's only going to get 48% of the outstanding vote. So it's not enough. So CBS News is basically saying that Kamala cannot succeed in Michigan. And it'll probably be the same thing in Georgia and Wisconsin. That right there would be enough. Between Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, that's enough right there, if I'm not mistaken.
48%. That's a 4% gap. It is not catastrophic, but it is not a positive directional indicator. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Again, the same basic question. What does the vice president need? And what do we—
Hold on, let me back up. They might have done some more with the same thing. Okay, they did Wisconsin. All right, let's see what they're doing.
In the toss-up designation that we must look at and look at closely. I'm going to start in Wisconsin. I'm going to move across the so-called blue wall. Let's look at Wisconsin. I'm only going to show you one thing. What Kamala Harris needs, the vice president needs to prevail in Wisconsin and capture its 10 electoral votes. You see that, 56%. What does our estimate reveal? 45%. That is a substantial gap.
That is an 11-point difference. She's not going to be able to make it up. That's Wisconsin.
Let's now go next door to across.
And Wisconsin is 10 electoral votes. Now, let's just what he's saying, let's just pair it with where we are right now on Google. Google says 230 electorals to Trump, and he needs 40. So let's just add it up. It looks like they said
you see
from right here, it looks like there's out of the remaining vote, she needs 56% of their remaining vote to succeed. They're saying By their estimate, she's only going to get 45% of the vote by their estimate. So CBS News is predicting that Kamala will likely lose Wisconsin. So if Trump has 230 electorals right now, and in Wisconsin, you can get 10. Now we're at 240. We need 30. Keep on going.
Gap. Let's now go next door to across the lake to Michigan. All right. Same question. What does Kamala Harris need? And we're talking about this in the sense that this is what her campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has said is the place that this is a still winnable race. 52% in Michigan. Outstanding vote. What is our CBS News estimate?
Not enough. It's close, but not enough. So she would need 52% of the outstanding vote in Michigan to succeed, according to CBS, and they estimate she's only going to get 48%.
Hey,
So
side note, who thinks
that's going to
fucking
be
Bitcoin
15
is gonna
electorals.
fucking
Now we're at
tank
255.
tomorrow?
We just need 15.
Estimate of the outstanding vote that she was likely to capture, 48%. That's a 4% gap. It is not catastrophic.
Pennsylvania would be enough. If you get Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, it's over. Georgia and all of that would just be icing on the cake. Matter of fact, you could get Georgia with that. If you get Georgia, that's 271. It's over.
But it is not a positive directional indicator. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Again, the same basic question. What does the vice president need, and what do we project?
Not enough.
57% is the need. 53% is the CBS News current estimate, with 85% of the vote in. These are trend lines beneath the toss-up designation, and these are not trend lines that augur well for the Harris campaign. And to Bob's point, that is why at Mar-a-Lago, the Trump inner circle believes what they have always said has come to fruition, that Trump is a turnout machine. If he was polling equally in this race, as he was in all the battleground states, he was going to overperform, even if it's just a tick or two, and that would make him highly competitive in every single battleground state. That is the trend beneath the toss-up designation we're seeing playing out right now.
Pause. Now, popular vote, Trump is at 61,987,000 compared to Kamala 57,745,000. Trump 51% of the popular vote, Kamala 47.6% of the popular vote. So popular vote, Trump, electorals, Trump, all the so-called blue wall, everything, Trump's in the lead, and it's not really that close.
That is quite illustrative. Major Garrett, thank you. And Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Trump headquarters. And Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Hey, Nora, good to be with you. Well, Major just mentioned Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's home state essentially is here in Florida, but he had essentially taken up residency in Pennsylvania. I have been on the road with him all year. I've been to Pennsylvania at least once a week for the past 6 weeks. That is so centerpiece to their campaign. But I would also note that I covered Trump's first ever rally in New Hampshire, the first day that he was a candidate, and also covered his last rally as a presidential candidate last night. And in those intervening years, he has not changed a bit. And that's important because Trump's theory of the case has been that the American people, and especially the Republican Party, would come on board with his ideas, no matter his style. And that has served him well in the Republican primary. And their theory of the case was that there was 11% or so of the electorate that wasn't engaged in politics, wasn't watching the same media as the rest of the country, and to kind of tap into Trump's style would be able to pull those voters in. Now, that was a huge gamble. They were depending and are depending on those low propensity voters, but they felt like those two issues would make the deal. And I can't underscore enough how immigration has been centerpiece and the closing argument to Trump's campaign this time around and for nearly a decade.
Caitlin Huey-Burns. And coming up, we're going to talk with someone who knows Donald Trump well. CBS News America Decides, election 2024.
What are you going to bring on? Somebody trying to make some kind of one of these ex-people that used to be with Trump and now are not with Trump anymore? Let's go to Fox and see what they... No, not Fox. Hold on. I want to see David Muir crying. I want to see this face. Listen, I want to see this face with David, I want your tears, actually. Yeah, give me a jar of your tears. That's going to be valuable. I'm gonna put that on my mantle like it's a urn or something.
Get over the finish line. We're going to go back through each one of them, see where things stand at this hour. We'll be right back. ABC News live coverage of Election Night 2024 continues right after this.
Your face all scrunched up. You don't know what to do. All right, let me go. Let's go, Fox.
how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms, all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president, and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this: we ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely the weakest, and one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and you came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, you know, when she first figured out that Biden wasn't all there, and she completely booted it. What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
There's a limit to what you can do, don't you think, Martha?
I mean, I wonder what Nancy Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said,
Well, give me 1 second. Look at my eyes, guys. I look. Wow. It's like I got financial stuff going on. Financially, a little low. I got the Marissa stuff going on. That makes me a little low. Now I just found out that Duke Bother's brother passed away. So sorry, I'm a little so all this stuff. Hopefully we'll win this election. That'll help a little bit, though. I've met Duke Butler's brother. It's been years ago. But it's like, as a Christian and as a friend, Duke's going through a lot. And Duke did that stream talking about all he's going through. He's like, "Hey, can y'all please pray for me? But don't do it. Don't say you will unless you're really gonna do it." So him going through all that shit. And now to lose his fucking brother just like that, it's like, I fucking feel for my friend, you know? I'll go back to the panel and the election, but wow, I feel bad. Prayers out to Duke Bothers and all his family, and wow. Woo, it's tough. Wow, it's tough. Damn.
And reach out to Republicans in the Senate, and we'll see what happens with the House. But again,
hey, were the leftists gracious when they kept calling me the N-word in my DMs because I'm a Trump supporter? I'd have been called every racial slur up under the sun by every race in the world because of how I vote. But you want me to be gracious? Nah, you know what? I'm gonna celebrate like it's 1999 and I'm Prince with the chaps with the hind parts out and all that. I'm gonna celebrate real hard. I'm gonna celebrate super hard. All right, Georgia.
The remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta is in the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, okay, Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the votes still remaining as well. We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but...
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
No, it's okay. No, what I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason...
It's like, no, I ain't going to I'm going to Wisconsin. I ain't going to Pennsylvania. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm chilling. Right on, boss. Keep doing what you want to do.
Okay, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here, Milwaukee...
Whose ringtone, Young Jock, is going down? What in the world? Hey, Fox News, for real. Whose ringtone was that? Was that Harold's? You stuck in 2004, bro? What's going on?
This is the remaining vote out. That's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, this only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right?
Hey, I'm gonna celebrate so hard. I'm gonna pour champagne on my face like I just won a Super Bowl. Like I'm just LeBron James, Kobe Bryant with the trophy. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture, crying on the floor with a championship trophy. I'm gonna do all of that. Oh man, shirt off, everything. Wine.
Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rules out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave.
Hey, Stone Cold Steve Austin with the 2 beers, all on my head. I'm going to celebrate. I don't care. I'm not going to attack nobody, you know what I'm saying, because they're a liberal or whatever. If I see somebody on the ground crying with a Kamala shirt on, I'll be like, hey, man, you better boss up. Get it together. Tighten up.
If you ask this question at the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues.
The issue with the outstanding votes is that it's not going to be enough because the margin is too wide. It's not going to be enough. In a place like Georgia, they already got, 93% of the vote in like Fulton County and in the whole state. So the outstanding votes, even if it all went Democrat, it's still not enough to make up the difference. And you got to think that a lot of these population centers still have conservatives there. So they could vote. So it's just not going to be enough. I think once we get later into the night, they're going to have to go ahead and call it. They already, look, the secretary of...
Hey, let me ask you guys, could you get up on the panel? I'd like you to answer too. Why couldn't they, Shrek, are you here? Squirtin? Sentinel, why couldn't they just do like last year? Or I mean, I want to say last year. Why couldn't they, the left, the cheaters, why couldn't they just do like last time and have the votes come in at 3 and 4 in the fucking morning? They did it last time. Oh, just kidding, YouTube. Actually, that is true. I'm not saying, hey, that's not voter fraud. They just came in at 4 in the morning, right? And they all for Joe. No other Democrat. Yeah, but what news? Yeah, what news? Yeah.
Or Nevada. Let me do that. Okay, let's refresh. They don't have anything on Google for Nevada. Let's refresh on Daily Wire. Did they have anything for Nevada? Nope, nothing for Nevada on Daily Wire. Let's go Washington Post. Nevada. Nope, nothing. Nothing. Nevada, can you get it together, please? Now, this is Reuters. They got something from Nevada, but it's only 2% of the vote. So it's not much. Arizona, Nevada. I mean, what are y'all doing? Y'all counting everything? You got one lady counting all the votes by hand in these places. What is going on? What's taking so long? Like, let's get it together. Get it together. So back to the so-called blue wall. The lake places. You got Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, 50.8% with 87% of the votes counted. Michigan, we have 52% of the votes counted. Donald Trump's up. Wow, 52.0 to 46.2. Yikes. Yikes for them. Great for us. Wisconsin, 81% of the vote counted, 51% for Trump, 47.3% for Kamala. Minnesota, we ain't going to really, we expect Minnesota to go blue. What we want to get is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. We get those states right there, is over. And if we get Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, at that point it's Kurt stomping plus Alaska put a little cherry on top, and maybe even Nevada. You're talking about a really, really decisive victory. And that's making a statement. It's making a statement that the people are not swayed by the media. The people are not listening to the media anymore. They even said it. They came out and said it. They're like, you know what? The fact that Trump is still succeeding lets us know that the media have lost the public. The media did everything in their power to make Trump persona non grata. That's what they did.
Yeah.
Brad Raffensperger, a short time ago at this point, there's about 93% of precincts reporting throughout the state. But he said about the former president's posture that he believes that former President Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead. in this state. And so that's why many people here are very confident in the outcome. And if the former president does pull it out here in Georgia, it marks a dramatic turnaround because, as you know, back in 2020, he lost this state by 12,000 votes. Called the Secretary of State, asked him to find the votes, which ultimately led him to being charged here in the state last year.
And then what happened?
Racketeering, a number of other charges stemming from alleged election.
These people I hate so much. The people on the mainstream media, it's like, ma'am, what you're doing right now, you're just losing and you're trying to just throw stuff out there. But you know what? The strategy doesn't work. So why are you doing it still? You're at a party where Trump is winning. People are in the background and whistling, having a good old time. Here you are talking about racketeering, the Fonnie Willis situation. Fonnie Willis, you want to hang your hat on Fonnie Willis, the same Fonnie Willis who had a sugar baby that she was giving $700,000 of the taxpayers' money to for this crooked case that never went to trial. And it won't go to trial. The same Fonnie Willis who tried these so-called killers, gang members that killed 50 people. And after 2.5 years, millions of dollars, the most expensive case in Georgia's history, the longest case in Georgia history, you did all that. And after making it be this real big production, you send that guy home with probation and time served after 2 years with no trial, no nothing. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. So why would you hang your hat on that? Listen, you want to talk about what Trump has been charged with. What we, the people, talk about is how corrupt the court system is. You guys don't understand that we can actually see the corruption in our local governments. You guys think all we care about is how bad the orange man is. We're not swayed by the personal attacks. We're looking at the systems in our country that are corrupt and useless, need to be fixed. That's what we see. And we see a guy like Trump and many others as being able to come in and help get things back on the right track. You guys want to enshrine corruption into the way we do things because you benefit from it. Now, when the people say no more, you want to throw a fit because you can't benefit anymore. It is what it is. So you might get fired from your job. Oh, well, it is what it is. You get fired from your job is worth it if we are able to have a better country as a result. Simple as that. But I'm triggered, so I digress. If you like what you're hearing so far, y'all know what to do. Please give the video a thumbs up, like the video, share the video, do all that good stuff. That helped me out tremendously. We're at over 13,000 live in the building. Shout out to y'all. Y'all know I couldn't do it without you. 13,000 live in the building. We're waiting for 270. We already got 230 bare minimum. Bare minimum, we got 230. We're waiting on 270. Once we get 270, we could pop all the champagne bottles in the world. We're good money. We're good to go. All right. Now, again, let's go to the states. Pennsylvania, 86% in, 50.9 for Trump, 50.9% for Trump. This is Daily Wire. Not everywhere is called Georgia. Daily Wire is called Georgia, but the other places have not called Georgia. Michigan, 50.6% lead for Trump compared to 47.4% for Kamala, 59% of the vote in. Wisconsin, 83% of the vote in, 51.2% for Trump. Arizona, 55%, 50% for Trump, 49.2% for Kamala.
What is this?
Maine, 37%, 49.6% for Trump, 48.4% for Kamala. We could run the table. Minnesota, I'll take Minnesota to go. Nevada, ain't nothing from Nevada yet. But we could get Nevada, Alaska, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine and run it up. Run the score all the way up. Okay, let's keep on going. And I know I got a lot of super chats. I will read those once we go ahead and just finish this curb stomping. All right.
Nora, CBS News has learned that Vice President Kamala Harris is now very unlikely to travel here to Howard University from her home about 2.5 miles away to deliver any kind of address to the supporters gathered here.
Wait.
to travel. CBS News has learned that Vice President Kamala Harris is now very unlikely to travel here to Howard University from her home about 2.5 miles away to deliver any kind of address to the supporters gathered here. Things are still just too uncertain. The former President Donald Trump has not made any remarks, and so we are being told that it is unlikely she will come here to say anything either. The question becomes, if she doesn't come here to speak to the thousands of people who are still gathered here, yes, the crowd has thinned out somewhat, but there's still a lot of people here who think they're going to be hearing from her. The question becomes, does she have someone else come in her stead to basically address the crowd and explain to them that
She going to bed. Hey, you know, Kamala asleep, just like Hillary Clinton. Kamala is
That
asleep.
shit means
Kamala is
nothing,
tired.
man.
Kamala is tired. She is all to pieces. No more good, as the cool uncles would say back in 1975. She's no more good.
All right, so
She's
like,
in the bed.
people
She's
are
asleep, just like
acting
Hillary Clinton. Same
fucking
thing. A
goof
repeat in
on
2016.
Cousins,
Same
man.
thing.
they're holding out hope for some kind of turnaround in those states. They're hoping that they get a big rush of votes from urban areas, but they also acknowledge that a lot of those votes are unlikely to come tonight. They're expecting votes from Milwaukee somewhere.
Let's pause for a second. Now, in 2016, Trump got 304 electoral votes and popular vote 62,984,000. Hillary Clinton got 227 electoral votes, 65,853,000. So Hillary Clinton won the popular vote in 2016, but lost the electoral vote. As of right now, Trump is winning the popular vote and the electoral vote. So I don't see how there's any. And look, he might get the same 304 votes he had the last time.
Where between
Republicans will win the White House, the House, and the Senate, but the count remains to be counted.
Wait.
Count at 3. We don't have any reporting on what exactly he's going to say, but it is likely that he heads to a victory party or to some kind of celebration of his reporters to give an update on the count, at the very least, to give an update on his perspective. Many Republicans across the country are telling CBS News at this hour that they remain increasingly confident that Republicans will win the White House, the House, and the Senate, but the count remains to be counted in so many of these states. So many top Democrats, I'm talking about people I really trust as sources on the Democratic side, are growing alarmed, frankly, as they look at these numbers.
And what is in particular in the numbers that's alarming?
They're not seeing the kind of support they need to from working people in the Midwest. Labor union members. I talked to Sean Fain, the head of the UAW, and other labor organizers. They were confident all night.
I'm all the way at the bottom.
Former President Trump, with his message on the economy and immigration, in the view of my Democratic sources, has been able to make gains with working people who are affiliated with unions or in a union by talking about the border again and again.
I think it's important now to go back to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett to look at where the outstanding.
The border czars should have been doing their job, right? If the border czars did their job, might have had a better chance. But look, if they want to lose, that's great for us. We can win.
That there were trends beneath the toss-up designation. Those trends have continued to play out in Wisconsin. That's why we have changed the rating to lean Trump. First thing I want to show you is the vote margin. Why do I want to bring our audience's attention to that? Just remind ourselves, 2016, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by just over 20,000 votes. 2020, President Biden won it by just over 20,000 votes. Look at the margin right now. It is in the range of 100,000, and there's a reason for that. Look at Milwaukee County. Yeah. They're talking about that at the Harris campaign headquarters. 60% in. How does that compare with 2020? The vice president is running well behind what President Biden achieved in Milwaukee County. That's one of her problems. In Dane County, that's Madison. About equal, but still a little bit behind. And I can tell you, Nora, this red area of Wisconsin, redder than it was in 2020, which means former President Trump did precisely what his campaign said it would attempt to do. Run up the score in internal parts of Wisconsin, rural parts of Wisconsin, and try, if they could, to eat into any percentage gains in urban areas. And that's precisely what's going on. Let me show you Racine County. Harris running behind the president. Kenosha also running behind. These are...
Don't cut away, CBS. Show the numbers. Look, they cut away. That was funny. Look at this right here. Look at Joe Biden in 2020, 47.1% in racing, 36.3% for Kamala in 2024.
Blue.
I mean, come on, man. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
You're talking
exactly.
about
Come
more
on,
than
man.
a 10-point drop. Now, the numbers are not all the way in, but that's 47% in. I mean, she's not
Dude,
tracking to be
like fucking America's
anywhere near
clearly
that number.
Republican. It's been like that
President.
every single fucking election.
Kenosha also
Can't win
running
a single
behind.
fucking
These are
election.
systemic problems for the
fucking-
vice president. And
nobody in their
we're going to
right
go to that
mind is
crucial definition
A fucking Democrat.
of where
Except
things stand.
MTF.
Yeah, there we go.
58% of the outstanding
And
vote.
his wife.
What do we believe our projections of that underlying vote is achievable?
But they fucking.
So again, for this,
they get
like I
all
was
this
saying
fucking
before,
bullshit.
they're saying
Like
that
along the
Kamala
coastline.
needs 58% of the remaining vote in Wisconsin to
As
succeed,
if.
but CBS projects she only
As
get
if all those
47% of
people
the
on the
vote,
coastline
and that's
are
not enough.
fucking
Obviously, that's not enough.
Democrats.
Now, I'm hearing
I
about
don't
some
buy that
different
shit for a second.
races being called. Oh, Georgia.
Flip, as we know that Joe Biden won Georgia 4 years ago. That's significant.
Yeah, and I can give you a
Well, that's
little
why they
taste of
always cover
why
it up
that
with
is.
like,
If you look at the exit polls for Georgia, and we look at three groups here that Donald Trump performed well with. The first is independents. He won 54-43. That's an 11-point victory with independents. In 2020, Biden was the one who.
Red Kingdom. Hold on.
We told the story.
Georgia. That's all I know. I don't know the whole song. Shout out to Ray Charles. Shout out Jamie Foxx.
That's a 19-point victory with voters over age 5 in Georgia. And then finally, white non-college degree. Remember, that was always going to be a good group for Donald Trump. But Kamala Harris,
huge margin.
Gargantuan, 81 to 18. If Harris was going to have to do well anywhere, it was because she was going to have to live in the mid-30s in that number. That's a...
Look, that number right there, white, no college degree, 81% for Trump in Georgia, 18% for Kamala.
20 or 100.
65 and up, 59% for Trump, 40% for Kamala. Independents, 54% for Trump, 43% for Kamala. Terrible for Kamala, great for us.
Deep Trump stronghold, but you've got to at least be competitive with your opponent's stronghold, or at least lean into it. She was not.
Now, one thing about Georgia, though, it does not have the size of an electorate of white non-college degree that Michigan and Wisconsin do. Almost 50% of the electorate in those two states is white non.
The only reason that's this close to begin with is all the bullshit that they set up fucking 4 fucking years ago. What their fucking media and their lies and their deception and their hate and their fucking bullshit. It shouldn't even be this close. This should be a fucking mega fucking blowout. And again, that's it looks like if the numbers are correct, what they put up earlier, the whole us hitting 303, it will be the blowout. But it's like, it should already be it. She's just not qualified. Sorry to any Democrats out there. And you guys know it. Would you let her run your lawn mowing service, her a babysitting service? Would you let her? Yeah, could she run McDonald's? Run to be the president of the United States? Get the fuck out of here! Sorry, Democrats, she's just not qualified. It shouldn't even be this close. It really shouldn't. Thanks, you guys, for letting me say that. Let me put her back on, or put this back on.
Georgia. And I have to say, too, I think probably the
man, I listen, I just want to see the tears. That right there is like the icing on the cake for me. It's like a dog running to catch a car and catching it. Oh, it's like the most wonderful feeling in the whole world. The most wonderful feeling in the whole world is to succeed. And then the other side that wants to ridicule and hate and lie and all that for years and years and years now, to see them get defeated.
And they'll have them marinate. And already tonight, they're in trouble when they start blaming each other, and it's coming in already. One congressman saying there'll be plenty of time to do this blame, but if there's one thing we're not doing right, the Democratic Party is a working class voter problem. We must improve our numbers here to win. They understand as this continues to happen, and as the inevitable may happen in Wisconsin, as we're seeing already, that if they can't win over those voters, and they fail to capture them.
David Muir, can we please see David? I'm gonna just hang out for a second until we see David.
that I'm hearing from this other side of the aisle.
Donna Brazile, you're mad. Oh man, I want to see her. Donna Brazile gave Hillary Clinton the questions before the debate in, what was that, 2016, 2020, whatever that was. It was a mess.
Are completely repudiating it and going the other direction. Look, we may have 55 senators tonight. It's possible. And we still have Nevada and Arizona to go. That is an amazing evening so far.
It is a big evening. Governor Christie, what do you make of what Reince just said?
Well, part of, what Reince said about the economy and people not feeling the economy, it reminds me a lot of
That's Reince Priebus. He was a former chair of the RNC.
George Bush 41 kept.
And Donna Brazile was a former chair of the DNC. A cheating scoundrel she was, giving Hillary Clinton the questions before the debate, which is ridiculous.
Going down, stock market's getting better, and all that was true, but nobody felt it yet. And there is a lag. There is an 8 to 12 month lag of when these numbers start to get better.
Look at the faces. Oh my gosh. The in the back, all this right here. Donna Brazile. I love it.
Deadly for him. Look, that was a three-way race in 1992 that Bill Clinton only got 43% of the vote and George Bush 41 still couldn't beat him. Tonight, what Donald Trump is showing is that people still vote with their pocketbooks. That's what they were doing tonight. There are other issues that Wrights mentioned as well. And don't forget about the Hispanics, David. The Hispanic vote tonight at 45% slightly beats what George W. Bush did in 2004, if it stays there. And it shows that they don't want an open border either.
And David, if I can say, the one thing that struck out is that question, the are you better off? Well, only 24% in our exit polls said that their family's financial situation is better than it had been. And you had 45%, almost half, say that their families are worse off. If you combine that with the number who said it was about the same, over 70% said they were either worse off or the same as they were 4 years ago. So Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. She's facing a situation where 70% of the country thinks the country is on the wrong track. And then when she is asked in the closing days of the campaign what she would have done differently from Joe Biden if she had been president. She was just vice president. What would she have done differently? And her answer is, there is not a thing that comes to mind. That may have been the single most devastating answer that she gave.
It was those words and the pause too, because so much of political campaigns, as you know, is the visual, it's the moment, it's the interaction. It was from The View on ABC, and it was that question, and she did pause, and it was just, in that moment, you knew that is not what the voters who feel like the economy is issue number one, and some of the other issues that Reince Priebus just listed.
I love it. Let's go back to some maps, shall we? Okay, we got Google. They haven't updated, but Georgia's already been called. Let's go to Daily Wire and see what they got. So Daily Wire has it 248 to 213. Trump's in the lead, obviously, with that. Alaska, we can go ahead and count Alaska. My buddy Alaska. Let's go back here. Alaska has 3 electoral votes, so it's not a whole lot, but it's something. It is something. Let me go back and tighten that up. But like I said, we need 270. Once we get 270, it's over. So it don't even matter. Nothing else really makes a difference. Just 270. That's our goal. Okay, we can run it up. We can keep on going. Of course, we're going to vote. So Georgia, that's pretty much over. Although not everyone's going to call that. I think CBS had called Georgia. They did, but a lot of people don't want to call Georgia. Fox has not called Georgia for some reason.
Disperse and wait for word from the Harris.
Well, it's on the leave. Wait a minute.
To believe that there is.
Whoa.
From her feels to 20.
Her party is leaving in D.C. Hey, listen. Kamala lives right there, if I'm not mistaken, like 2.5 miles away. She could walk basically to this spot.
2016, and the campaign manager, Sean Podesta, coming out to those microphones. I was in that room addressing the crowd saying, you will hear from her, but you're not going to hear from her tonight. And then we ended up hearing from her the next day.
And also saying too, Cecilia, we still have hope. There's still a path. It's a big sense of.
Yeah, that's the Kamala, that's the Kamala Harris campaign headquarters. People leaving. leaving, going back to the crib. That's crazy.
He did not say that. He didn't say we still have a path.
No,
he said with their votes still being counted.
Yeah, he said the
But
votes
didn't
are
say
still
we
being
still have a path.
But he said the votes are still being counted, and that leads
They're fighting. They're fighting already. I love it.
you to believe that there is some that there still is hope. He didn't say, "Look, there's no chance." He said the votes are still being counted. So, there's a big case of deja vu, I think, for many people tonight.
What a shot this is, though, to see these supporters at her alma mater.
They are very nicely dressed. Well, some very nicely dressed people, but I guess up here they're fucking they're not all there.
At
Yes.
Howard University and many DC residents there.
Hey, I'm gonna give them the Martha's Vineyard wave when the migrants are leaving.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give them the same migrant wave. Bye, migrants.
Yes.
What are we at? 1 second.
Right now, wondering.
It's like, is that even right to do? That's like leave your. She's 2.5 miles away. I guess there's nothing to say, right? Well, she can't speak anyway, unless she's literally told what to say. Fuck you, Kamala. Fuck you, bitch. Where we at? Abe's on fire. I'm liking what he's been saying tonight. Do I need to? Let's see. We already. Okay, there we go.
And there's about 650,000 ballots that they have not reported out yet. They haven't tabulated yet, plus the mail ballots that were delivered today, and they're not sure of that number yet. So there's a significant number of Arizona ballots out, and I think that's going to go well into tomorrow, perhaps even Thursday, until we get those. And that's always what happens in Arizona because...
Okay, so Arizona and Pennsylvania might not be till tomorrow or Thursday. Okay.
They allow so many, and there's a culture of delivering those mail ballots.
Well, look, though, all we really need is Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and then it's over.
On the day of the election, which doesn't allow them to pre-process. They have to do that right away and get it in the next couple of days.
Mm-hmm. So that means we're looking at maybe Thursday if it comes down to Arizona?
I'd say about Thursday. I mean, if the path for...
It ain't, because listen, right now, if Trump gets Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan. Hold on. I'm alone to finish.
Harris right now, as slim as it might be, is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and then possibly Arizona or the long shot of Wisconsin. Arizona.
If Trump gets Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, that's 16, 10, and 15. That's 271. It's over. So it don't even matter if Pennsylvania and Arizona don't tabulate. It's over. And he's going to get Alaska. That's 274. It's a wrap. And then Nevada, if Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania go for Trump, we go back to what he was getting in 2016 as far as the electoral votes. And he's already running it up in the popular vote. That's something else that we need to discuss because he lost the popular vote in 2016. He still won the electoral college by 304. Like 304 votes is what he got in the electoral in 2016. But now he'll probably be able to win the popular and the electoral.
It's going to take probably a day or two. Pennsylvania might take about that long.
To a projection that the former president will win the state of Georgia.
We know that already.
I want to bring in Anthony Salvanto. And as we see that Donald Trump has won Georgia and North Carolina, the path narrows for the vice president as you have rated Wisconsin as lean Republican.
Yep.
So many people are asking what's going on in the blue wall. What's happening in Michigan right now?
Okay, I'll start here. So here's what you got in. You get 59% in. But for starters, Wayne County, which is the big county here, it's Detroit. Democrats are going to need a substantial lead there to carry them through the state. Well, what you see here is only a quarter of that is in. On top of that, we're not exactly sure how many votes are going to come in from there. So that's going to be a holdup, and that may be a while, right?
So I see Harris's top of 50.
If you know that 24% of the vote is in, then that means you know.
Jen, again, and there was I talked about it briefly that we had because of the COVID-19, we had the COVID-19 going on back then. The face diapers, the jab or unjab. That's up to you guys if you guys did that. The 6 feet under rule, the 6 feet away rule, and you had the so you had a lot of people mail-in ballots. You had a lot of mail-in ballots. So that went down, and they controlled Twitter, which now they at least mute when you choose, motherfucker. Yeah, so they didn't have the Twitter, aka X, this time. I mean, I'm sure they had other stuff. I think they were actually even hoping to get a lot of Taylor Swift votes, and that went the wrong way. It is what it is. And let me put the video back on. And shout out to everybody. Like, share, subscribe, and MAGA up. Fuck you, Kamala. Fuck you, Joe. And fuck the left. Fuck the deep state. Fuck the global elitists. Fuck the New World Order. Fuck them all. Fuck the Democrats. Fuck the Demotards. The libtards. Let's fucking go.
How much is not?
As an example, we did that in Fulton. And if the same idea plays out, right, here's inside of Atlanta. This is where the shift, you even see some red areas. This is not.
You can see in the north up there. That's a nice area up here. And a lot of this is cool. Once you get north of Atlanta is cool. But once you get up in here, you're in the heart of it. You're in the heart.
What you saw in 2020. So even that 2 to 3 point shift, and we've seen that. I showed you earlier in Pennsylvania, we had seen that kind of a shift too. All the stuff that in the pre-election polling, we were talking about the potential for a few points more among minority voters shifting, and we're seeing that, and it may play out in Detroit as well.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, as we go into these numbers, and when we come back, we'll spend some more time trying to figure out what is happening.
All right, let's keep on moving here.
They made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them.
So dumb.
That does not seem to have been.
It didn't work. It didn't work.
It
did not work.
With what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one.
Yeah.
We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was a moment ago here.
It's part of her hope,
It
right?
went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is
Yeah.
it? 99% in or 90? What did you say?
90,
99%.
statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you.
So Fox has it 248 to 216, Trump leading in electoral votes.
When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I saw exit poll data 2020. They lost in white males, and that you can't just ignore people and think that you have them already. Same thing with the black vote with the Democrats. They just ignore us and scold us. You can lose us. You think you got us? No. If we think you're not doing what you should be doing, you could lose us too. So that's a thing.
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it, the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was the Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go. We have to let you go because we have some more data crunching.
Tampon Tim trying to finagle the system. Tampon Tim trying to be funny. Look, it don't matter, Tampon Tim. At the end of the day, we won't even need y'all for real. We could just go ahead and win. Look, we already at 248. We're at 248, man. Come on. All we need is 270. We right there. So we got 22 more. Come on, man. We good. Georgia, Pennsylvania. Come on. We out of there. Pennsylvania alone would get us pretty much right over the top. Not Georgia, pardon me. They said they already counted Georgia, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We good. We have the states. We got all we need.
See if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the
Clinton, 88%. Biden, 80.
Oops. I just glanced at another channel. Again, I got like 5 tabs. I was going back and forth earlier, checking out this person, that person. This person. One of these channels, like, it's too early to put Georgia up. It's like, what? Talking about too early. We got that. We got that. We got that.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it's a little quick, but again, there's no way that they can get the votes to. They can't get the votes. So, what are they waiting on? Some bullshittery, just like last time. They waiting on some bullshit like last time. That's my guess. Shit, let's see. Sorry about I fucking. Is he back? Okay.
Total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
data to report there. And then you see the 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need, and here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right?
Wow.
37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? It wasn't, oh my gosh, it was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance.
Yeah.
So just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting,
it's over.
Which could take a while to post a number here. Nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270.
That's it.
So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5.
We won.
90% of the estimated vote out there, and now reporting
winner.
In Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3. So that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhere, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, maybe we get some more numbers.
85% of the vote in Wisconsin.
And it got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3?
When?
What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at.
He's tired. He's running on fumes.
Going.
Okay, you got it.
Get him in some trail mix or something, man.
Trying to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada, and Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas. 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake. 8 years ago, why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together. Okay.
Less.
So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris.
And look how much Trump is doing. So in 2020. Or 2016, it was 41.8% for Trump compared to 48.4 right now. That's a big difference.
And Joe Biden, okay, did he?
And he's doing even better now. So back in 2020, 53.7% for Joe Biden in Clark County, Vegas, and then 44.3, or it might just be Nevada. I don't know. 53.7% in 2020, 44.3% for Trump, but 48.4% now for Trump. So he's doing a lot better, and she's doing a lot worse.
Even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Carl Rowe's favorite place in the world. This Washoe County, right, Carl? Right now, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York
How
Times
high?
needle is
Wow.
now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas.
It's impossible for her to win the popular vote. It's completely impossible.
At the Sam Brown watch party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party. Just knowing some of those initial numbers, it took nearly 3.
Yeah, 1 second over here, guys. What's up, Walk? You want to unmute? Say hello. What's going on, Walk? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I'm just.
What's up, man? You wanna do a cold one? Oh yeah. Well, that's right. Santa's gone. He had the shots. I'm probably gonna do a quick shot and maybe a quick beer. Thought I'd say hello to everybody. Just take a quick break from the news, but it's good news. It's very good news that it's like Trump kicking that ass.
Yeah, like I said before, I hope you don't mind, but I'm playing poker on BC channel, and I'm hanging on your channel for the election.
Right on. Yeah. Hey, that's what they just said, huh? I mean, yeah. We're gonna get the Alaskan. We're gonna get the looks like Nevada and boom, boom, and the 1-8. Yeah. Then the numbers are there for us. The numbers are there. Yep. Yep. All right,
Man, I
go
reckon that's a probability. Trump.
I'll go get a shot. I'll go get a cold one. Fuck yeah. Just done. Yeah. What are you doing? She's done. Oh, yeah. It's like a pre-victory shot. Totally gonna be like a pre-victory shot. Oh, yeah. Open the cold beer. That's right. Without this election, there may not be any more football. Yeah. And victory shot. Pre-victory shot. Fucking do it. Fuck yeah. Let's go, Freedom. Let's go, Brandon. MAGA up. And cheers. Motherfucking cheers, everybody out there.
Jeez.
We'll pray that nothing crazy goes down. And again, the last election, well, we're around 2 hours to go on that. Hear me out. Yeah, like 3 and 4 in the morning, all these crazy votes started coming in. I think some of y'all remember that. It's like, damn. So anyway, so we got a couple hours to go, but Yeah, it looks like we're good. It looks like we're going to be good. And I'll put this back up. Here we go.
Wait. Hold on. Let's go CB. Let's go ABC.
Cheers.
And stronger than he was in 2020, stronger than he was in 2016. I said, do you have any reservations at all? January 6th. And he said, absolutely not. The more you all talk about that, the more Trump voters you will attract.
Yep.
So this election was not about that. But in the end, here we are. This is democracy.
Martha, thanks. We do have a major call to make at this hour, and it's the power of the Senate moving forward. It's precisely what we've just been talking about with this conversation. Republicans will take control of the Senate with that call in Nebraska. Deb Fischer holding on to her seat tonight. If Donald Trump is named the next president.
They late. The Senate been gone. They late with that, but that's fine.
The House, but this is significant. And now the only question is, Rachel Scott, is how strong that Republican control will be. Will he have a mandate because the majority will be more than just a one senator majority?
Yeah, spot on. It's not a question of whether or not Republicans are going to have the majority. It's just now a question of precisely how much. This is going to be the outlook, at least where it stands right now. Republicans 51 seats, they've netted 2. Remember, that's all they needed to net by the end of the night in order to take control of the Senate. Democrats currently have 41 seats. And again, David, we talked about these key races, but I just want to emphasize one more time, we're talking about Republicans possibly expanding their majority in the Senate. Wisconsin, you have the Republican candidate ahead. Michigan, the Republican candidate ahead, and also in Pennsylvania as well.
So Governor Chris Christie, this brings us back to what you and I were talking about earlier in the evening. That comes down to everything, including the decisions made right at the beginning of an administration about who you're going to put in the cabinet.
Oh, yeah. No, look, he's got free reign now if he wins. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
I've got some people at Trump headquarters. I want to go over to there. Let's see which one I want to fucking turn on here. What? Let's see which ones do I want to go to. We'll go back to Steve Bannon.
You, brother.
Take it easy.
I thought of you. Well, I thought of that too, Natalie, because you know I'm careful before anything else. But I figure they're out of power now. There's nothing I'm really worried about with. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, hear you perfectly, Kane.
Yeah. All right. So so the snark. But I thought of you when I was writing those headlines. I was like, what would Bannon write? What would be the short little message that he would send to Jack?
Oh, hold on 1 second, because Rudy's got Mr. Pillow over there. Fuck yeah, let's go. Where we at? There we go.
For this one,
See what he's got saying.
we can find the Senate races. Oh, there's Nevada. That's just starting to come in.
Oh,
he's winning in Nevada too.
Yeah.
Well, that's Washoe County. That's not all of Nevada. Douglas County, he's ahead 66-32. What about all of Nevada? Let's take a look at that. What about all of Nevada? How are we doing in all of them? 68% in. There it is. No, that's Douglas County. Let's see what Nevada looks like. Well, she's ahead. Oh, he's ahead in Nevada.
Yeah.
51-47 in Nevada.
Right.
With 68% in. Let's see how he did in Las Vegas. 50-48.
That he was ahead? No.
54. I mean, Las Vegas is
that's
a
pretty
18,
amazing.
20-point Democrat
Yeah.
stronghold. But
That's
it
amazing.
was genius to do the tip thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And then
shout outs to everybody that voted out there. I'm trying to get this. There you go. Shout outs again to everybody that voted, and your vote does count. It is very important. And right now, I'm a very, very happy American. I'm a very, very happy patriot. I'm a very, very happy Republican. I'm a very, very happy Christian. It looks like everything's going good. We voted, we've prayed, we've pushed, and we've talked to others. We've shared out the good news, the bad news, and she's the bad news. We told others that she's the bad news, he's the bad news. It looks like everything's going in our direction. Shout out to everybody out there. Well, make America great again. Let's go. It's looking really, really good. Again, it almost makes me, you know what? I almost want to go back and re-show I keep wanting to say last year. I almost want to go back to show the last election because we looked really good then too. And all the buffoonery happened. But again, that was the COVID-19 days, and I think we're gonna be okay right now. I think we're gonna be okay. Yeah. Fuck yeah. What are they talking about over there?
So, okay, I'm taking that. I'm taking that. Clark County, baby. Wow. So what increase?
He won Reno.
There's RFK Jr.
He won Reno.
He won Reno. He won Churchill County.
Wow.
Reno is Lyon County. He won that 71-27. Right, and right here on the border, the California border. Let's see how far behind is he in California? 44%. Yeah.
Mayor, can we go ahead and call this on social media, or is it too early for you to do that? We need someone with the guts to call this race.
Oh, I could. Yeah, I'll tell you how we could call it. Let's just look.
I'll backhand whatever you do.
Mike, right?
I want to say we've seen enough.
Yeah.
It's photos now, or are we going to be careful?
I'll tell you where we could call it. In Pennsylvania, 93% of the vote has been counted, and he's winning by 3%. I mean, that's a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
That isn't called.
200.
Now, if you gave him those 19 electoral votes, wouldn't that put him over? I think so. I think so. Let's see. How many does he have? Should be here somewhere.
Tell us.
Julie would be he's 4 short, huh?
4 short. So is Nevada ready to call? 68%.
Second bet is 3, or was that? It's only 3, isn't it?
About a 6.
Oh, it is. Okay, that put him over. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Let's see if they say.
Well, if we added in, I muted them. If we add in Alaska, we need one vote. One vote.
With 68%. With 68% cast. You probably can't. What?
Yeah, they beat you to it. The mayor was just ready to do it.
Yeah, they say it says. They say it takes a while to add Alaska. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fuck yeah, Swarty. Fuck yeah, Swarty.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's it. That's over now. I got to go in and get before some fake media now. I've been waiting all week for this.
You're the one to call. The one to call is Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, they're up by 4.
They're up by 4. 87% of the vote is cast.
Yeah.
So
hold on. They are celebrating on another channel. Oh shit! Let me see. The Bannon crew. Probably Swarty because of the the Bannon crew. Let me see if I can get Bannon back up. Let me see if I can get Bannon back up. They are fucking partying. They're fucking excited. They're fucking this fucking thing. I got some computer issues. It's a long story. Which one? Where am I at again? It's not that one. It's Oh, there she is. There she is. Okay, okay. Go to the was it the third one? that it? Is that it? Is that it? Hold on. Where are they at? Is that them? Let's see.
There are some interesting things to note as well with Bucks County. That's where I'm at right now. That is also red. So I give a lot of credit to Scott Pressler and the RNC here on the ground with the grassroots campaign. Nonetheless, the energy in Pennsylvania right now, absolutely electric as people are cheering. This is the call that everyone has been waiting for all night, Steve.
Wow. Unbelievable. It's huge. Incredible. Let's go to Michelle. Hang right there. We got Brian Glenn in Brian Glenn at the convention center. Could we go to Brian Glenn? Guys, come.
Oh shit! What happened? Damn it! Damn it! What happened? What happened? Fuck! What happened? Damn! What happened?
Electoral votes to win the presidency.
All over.
All right.
How about that?
Come on and get and stand in the back.
Isn't it?
Attorney General Jeff Clark, one of the senior guys, National Security Advisor.
What a win.
Wow. Brian Glenn, tell us what's happening inside the convention center, brother.
Thanks for being with us tonight. Yeah, you're a legend.
I think this roof is about to come off, Steve, as they just announced Pennsylvania, and the crowd erupted here. As you can imagine, people are starting to really pour into here. I think coming back from Mar-a-Lago, I was told the shuttles were running a little bit behind schedule. Therefore, it delayed a lot of people making that transition from Mar-a-Lago over to this watch party, Steve. But it is now becoming electric. I think people are starting to feel that this official victory is just moments away.
Where's Noah? We got Noah and the wife. Let's get everybody over here. So hold it. So tell us what happened. We were cheering here. What happened when Pennsylvania was announced? Hey, Brian.
Here.
I love it. Look, here's why I think it's so great. It was Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
'Cause that's the one everybody had the heavy
That's
lift
right.
for.
Had to have
Wisconsin has been great. Michigan been great.
The
But
Democrats
everybody's
put all their-
all the sweat, all the blood, everything right there. This is the team, just part of the team. We've got a much bigger team, but these are all of our guys from Raynard, Noah, everybody, Cameron.
There's some guys behind us at 3 this morning. We're putting together sets at 3 a.m. this morning. That's what Ari does every day.
Parker
guys.
Sig. This is Rob Sig's son, who's now really
Super
runs it every day.
Super Sig. That's what we call him.
Young Sig.
That's
Sig
right.
the younger.
That's right.
Talk is what it feel like to do this. Real America's Voice. You've got 2 hours. You got 4 hours of us. You got 2 hours of Charlie Kirk and 1 hour of Pasovic and 1 hour of Solomon. That's full crazy every day.
It is full crazy every day, but you know what? It is absolutely remarkable. I don't think we could have become what we are without the team that we have between you, Charlie, the technical team that we have. Like Kane said earlier, we did it, man. We did it. I think God put us all in the right place at the right time to do exactly this. And amen. Amen.
Yeah. If this network was not around in January 21, when President Trump went to Mar-a-Lago, when Boris was
Nowhere
sitting
to go.
there, when on the day that he left at noon on the 20th, and they're playing the Frank Sinatra song, was it My Way?
My Way.
And Boris calls us from there, and you could tell people were so depressed. We had to look and said, hey, we had the Humvees outside the war room, you had the sandbags, and we just said, hell with this. We're going to hunker down. We got a great network. We got great partners in the SIGs. You had John Solomon, Amanda Head. We got Charlie on there with the Turning Point show. We got Pasovic, and quite frankly, we never backed down, right? Just
Amen.
the whole time. So
That's right.
Fantastic.
Let me tell you a story.
We have
Steve. I never-
you.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Do what?
Oh, and we have Stephen
No,
King.
no,
Steve Bannon, yeah.
No.
Please.
I'm food and beverage director. John Solomon, you got something to say?
I do. On the 18th or 19th of January, I went to see President Trump at the White House. And if you remember what the city felt like and what the Republican Party felt like, he was packing his own boxes. I'd never seen a president pack his own boxes. And I felt bad. And the First Lady came down and they were so gracious. And I was talking about getting my Russia collusion documents because, damn it, I was getting those things. But he said to me, don't worry, I'll be back. And to have at that moment, where he's packing his own boxes, he can't even find a White House porter to pack his boxes. And he knew then that he could pull this off. It was said before, and
We'll be right back. We'll be right back to this channel. We'll be right. Oh, maybe we won't. Let's see. I want to add somebody else. Add I hit the wrong button. Somebody had something on. I wanted to. Here we go. I want to hear this. I want to see what's going on here. Here we go.
Enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold, and it
I'll
is
turn it up.
just absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he would say, said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand. That I
Can y'all hear it?
Attracted from it, but tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it.
No, anybody else? Anybody else? You can't hear that?
To revamp.
Anybody else? Can y'all? You all can't hear that?
Don't write off the people. Decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot of the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And, the revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he
Right, let me try another channel. Let me try another one. Which one did I want to go to? Go back to I'll go back over here. Let's see. Is that it? There you go. Shit. Fuck.
You for all the many blessings that you've given us.
Damn it.
We thank you in advance for what you're going to do. No, come on, call Alaska. Y'all quit playing. You think he ain't finna win Alaska? Let's see. I mean, Jim, I think Trump gonna win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona, and Alaska. He's gonna sweep this thing. Yeah, they counted. They got 23% of the vote in, and Trump is up 56%. Yeah, don't, man. Take your narrow butt on somewhere. You had no business trying to run this country. Y'all been effing us ever since y'all got in the office. He picked that affirmative action hire. That woman should have never been vice president. They did not deserve to be in the White House.
Yep.
It's too much of a prestigious position for these clowns to be in there. That dude was dead for 4 years, and they played us until he got exposed, and then they want to switch it up on us. Man, I'm glad they're getting this butt whooping. Please run it up. I probably need a bigger flag though. Play Kevin O'Leary. Mute me and play him. Oh, I know her. What's her name, baby?
For the
Baby, what's her
center
name?
over the next 4 years, and in a way reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, It fixes itself. And whether you love him or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you?
I mean, I think I want to go back to boy, we had low audio there. Should I go back to the Bannon crew? Should I go back to the Bannon crew? I mean, because I know what they're about. What's that audio? Let me click the audio back on.
So that is something that a lot of people are focused on. For me, it's to get to 270. Why is the popular vote so important?
Well, it shows that it wasn't a small.
This is called a microphone. No,
Yeah,
you guys aren't very.
it wasn't a small victory. It's dominance.
Now you know why the show's a little dominant.
Yeah,
It's a true victory.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a slight victory. The American people spoke, and then every single level, they let it be known that they want the MAGA policies put into the nation and for it to dominate it.
Populist.
Populism.
Yes.
Nationalist populism. It's going to dominate for years to come.
Wow. Fantastic. So you think, John, right now you think we're going to win the popular vote?
It looks that way. It looks like we may sweep the remaining states, which would put them at 306, I think.
306?
I think that's.
Well, hold it. We get Nevada, it would be 312.
312, yeah.
312.
I haven't.
We will top.
Nevada's actually looking really good.
We will top the 2016.
Yeah.
Which I would gladly hand over the thing for the current team. They did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Listen, here's why I think this is so important. First off, President Trump has been obsessed with getting the popular vote. So you can take the Lawrence O'Donnells and the Rachel Maddows and all this whining about the Electoral College and say, hey, shove it, right? I want the popular vote. I want over 300. This is a mandate. And it's like Will said, at every spectrum, in the state legislatures, the governorships, the House, which we're going to hold, picking up the Senate. And now this is 2016 all over again with President Trump having already gone up the learning curve, over the last couple of years. So you're not going to be able to play the same games with him that you played before.
Oh, no.
Rainer, can you come on in here and give us a word? You've been with us from the beginning also. You are a big part of making sure, I think, the fact of the black vote is starting to turn. And I'm not so sure it's turning for Republican policies, but it's certainly turning to President Trump.
Without question, and I want the RNC not to get it confused. This is a Trump mandate, and all these liberal blacks from Al Sharpton, the NAACP, the Urban League, they have been crushed. And I tell you, Steve, I think putting this coalition together that you've been working on for years with the black, Hispanic, Asians, and then blue collar, white collar standing side by side with each other. It's a winning combination. So, Steve, a lot of this is because of your work on the grassroots level, and you're the best racist friend I have.
racist natives.
That was good.
Second, we have Alex DeGrasse. Is he on the phone?
Yep.
Alex DeGrasse joins us, I guess, from Alex. Are you in the convention center?
Yeah, I just got here. I'm holding outside in a quiet place to talk to you.
We're talking. So we're going to hold the House. We're going to pick up seats. Yeah. Are we going to hold the House? That's where the question everybody's got.
It's super tight, Steve. I think if you put a gun to my head, I think we're either at up 1 seat or up 3 seats. It looks like Associated Press has called 2 flips in New York. One of them within 0.5%. We're not conceding there. Lawyers are in route right now. A lot of these seats are going to be playing out exactly like the war room said. Days of legal knife fighting and sort of recounts and this and that. It looks like we've picked up those 2 seats in Pennsylvania. We've got the 1+ from redistricting. We could lose upwards of 3 in New York. We're bracing for California, Oregon. Those are sort of the key question areas. And hopefully this sort of evens out. We still got Alaska. Hopefully Joe Kent. Michigan 7 looks great. It's tight.
So hang on 1 second. Just how many seats did we lose tonight that have been confirmed? Let's just start there. How many did we lose?
I mean, 1 that's conceded.
Okay, but I'm saying just project out. But you think you're going to lose 3 in New York? Where else? You're going to lose a couple in California?
we could lose upwards of 3 in New York. That would be the worst case situation.
Yep.
Okay,
how about California?
California, I mean, we're not even there yet, you know? That's not going to happen
fine. So
until
we haven't
late.
started.
I think we're kind of factoring in maybe losing 1 or 2 as sort of a worst case. We've got Bacon.
Did we pick up anything from?
Bacon's been defeated?
No, it's 50-50.
I haven't seen Bacon defeated yet. No. Yeah,
50-50, I'm saying.
did we pick up anything in? Did we pick up anything in North Carolina? I'm hearing we did well in North Carolina.
Well, we have Lori Buckout is going to a recount, and she's right now outside the margin by 0.1%. So we did not win there. That was our one offensive opportunity. We have the 2 pickups in Pennsylvania, which are huge, and that's what's keeping us in the game. It looks like Michigan 7 looks great. So let's call that 3 right there. Maine 2 is looking good. That's 4. Could lose 3 in New York. That's -3. That gets us +1. Plus redistricting netted us 1. So we're at +2 from where we are right now. Then we go to the West where it looks really kind of rocky. But there's multiple points on the board to be had, whether that be Joe Kemp, some other seats. So Alaska, which is a comfortable pickup for us, we believe. So you could get a couple more on the board.
Now I'm ready. Are they gonna do their? Are they gonna try to go to the insurrection thingy and use the Constitution and not let him in? Are they gonna do that again? I showed a video last night showing how they could go there. They could go there to he won fair and square, and now they're gonna let him in. We'll see if that happens next. My fingers are crossed. I think right now it shows that we got some real people out here that voted. We got some real people out here that prayed about it. Ooh, I'm getting emotional. We were fucking done. There's no way we couldn't have done 1 more year of them. We couldn't have done 1 more year of them, not even, let alone 4. And again, I'm not saying that we're out of this with Trump. Y'all see all the war shit going on right now? The war shit going on right now is fucking insane. But if, God has got our back and Trump's back, he'll get us through this for a few more years. We'll see. Well, shit's getting crazy. I'll see what to show next. Let's see here. Oops. What do I want to go to next?
Phony thing is getting swept out. Biden's getting swept out. Kamala Harris is getting swept out. MSNBC is getting swept out. The Justice Department's getting swept out. The FBI is getting swept out. You people suck, okay? And now you're going to pay the price for trying to destroy this country. And I'm going to tell you, we're going to get to the bottom of where are the 600,000 votes. You manufactured them to steal this election for President Trump in 2020. And think where this country would be if we hadn't gone through the last 4 years of your madness, okay? You don't deserve any respect. You don't deserve any empathy, and you don't deserve any pity. And if anybody gives it to you, it's Donald J. Trump, because he's got a big heart and he's a good man that you're still going to try to put in prison on the 26th of this month. This is how much you people suck, okay? You've just tried to destroy his business thing, and he came back in the greatest show of political courage, I think, in world history. Like Cincinnatus coming back from the plow. He's the American Cincinnatus. And what he has done is a profiling courage. We've had his back, but I got to tell you, he may be empathetic. He may have a kind heart. He may be a good man, but we're not, okay? And you deserve, as Natalie Winter says, not retribution, justice. But you deserve what we call rough Roman justice, and we're prepared to give it to you. So I think I said my point there, right? Did I get that across? Media matters.
Is that what you were spending your 4 months coming up with?
Yeah, and I was thinking, by the way, I was totally chill in prison, but now I'm kind of worked out what I got out. No, it's just outrageous. But this comeback tonight, and I know nobody wants to talk about 21. This is why we're here on the roof of the Willard Hotel. We had to bring the journey forward back. We are in those suites working nonstop because we knew they stole the 2020 election. And we had to be over the ellipse. When President Trump, I thought, gave an incredible speech that day. A speech that you went and turned and went to a grand jury and indicted him on and will try to throw him in prison. Think about what happened here. And look at the American people tonight. You know who got rejected? It wasn't on tariff policy. You got rejected. The Biden regime got rejected. Kamala Harris got rejected. Merrick Garland, you little worm. I had a small part in making sure that you were not on the Supreme Court with a lifetime appointment. And every night before I go to bed, I think about that. But now we're turfing you out of the Justice Department. And brother, all I can tell you and Jack Smith, all I can tell you and Lisa Monica, all I can tell you scumbags of the Justice Department and the FBI is lawyer up, okay? Because we're coming for you. You don't deserve, what you deserve is the hardest form of justice we get because you've gone out of your way to try to destroy this country. And the people, the men and women that you've put in prison that are praying rosaries outside of abortion centers, the parents you try to hassle and intimidate that were going to the school board meetings, the J6 guys, the thousands, the biggest investigation in history, you said you had on J6. Well, hey, you ain't seen nothing yet because the biggest investigation that we're going to have is on the deep state, the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA, DOD. And my strongest recommendation to President Trump, the first action you take is to recall Milley to active duty and let court-martialing. So everybody's blowing my phone up and saying, gosh, I hope President Trump's magnanimous tonight, and I hope he's forward-looking. Put your magnanimous, right? Put your magnanimous where the sun doesn't shine. President Trump, I think, will be magnanimous. He'll be gracious. But the people that have fought so hard for 4 years, not. Let's go right now.
Trump might be coming in.
I think President Trump's going to come in. Let's cut to it. Yep. Stop my madness. See, I think I'm in competition with her now, so I gotta have crazier rants than she has.
You on fire, Steve?
I give you run for your money.
You on fire?
Absolutely. When we come back and do it. Let's go to Brian Glenn. Let's go to the convention center. Lights are coming up. I think President Trump's going to walk in.
Yep, I think that's right.
Yeah, it seems like Steve is intimate here at the convention center because every time they've gone over one of these races, this place just lights up. And I got to tell you, I've talked to a lot of people on the.
I'll go back to this 1 second. Hey. And he went to prison for this. That's a real man. That's a real badass. Is he scared that they'll throw him back in? He didn't give a fuck. He let it rip. Shout out Steve Bannon. Hell, the way shit's going, they'll come to somebody like me next. Fucking yeah, world's getting crazy. I'll put the audio back on.
And he talked to one individual that had a Kamala Harris t-shirt on, but she told him off camera, guess what? I'm voting for Trump. I just wore the t-shirt here to come here with my friend. So imagine how many people in some of these swing states, basically it was all a sham. It was all a show for Kamala Harris because they were too afraid to step out and support President Trump. So I can just imagine how many voters out there, Steve, were just like that individual in Georgia. And it's just a great time here tonight. I will say this, the crowd is building. I think the shuttle has been filling in just like he called just now in the front. So they're coming in here. But really, in any moment, we'll have the president here on stage.
I tell you, we got Grace Chung. Is she on? Can we go to Grace Chung? Grace Chung joins us. Grace, we're going to cut back to the president as soon as he walks on the stage. You've been the queen of the trolls, but you've been very nice since I was in prison. You've motivated the War Room Posse. Give the War Room Posse a shout out.
Huge shout out to the War Room Posse. They worked so hard. Shout out to, I know firsthand. So Steve, I'm just saying that they worked so hard and you guys deserve this win. I'm so proud of you guys. Steve is so proud of you guys. And also to the team, you guys did so well. JoJo, shout out to her. She worked so hard. Carrie Donovan, Elizabeth, everybody that I didn't mention. Everyone did such a great job. The live chats, I mean, everyone's so loyal, and we did it, and I'm just so proud. And Steve, I mean, can I talk how I want to talk now on Twitter? Or I still have to be...
No, still be nice. Still be nice. Still be nice.
I don't know.
Don't go rooftop
Natalie gets
Korean
me
on me
riled
on
up, so.
Twitter. Yeah, I know. Grace, by the way, we want a shout out to Carly Bonet, everybody on Telegram, the Midnight Writer, Citizens Free Press, Revolver, the Hoff brothers over at Gateway Pundit, Matt Bull and the entire team at Breitbart.
Dave Bratt.
Dave Bratt was
Everybody
to be here.
who stepped up.
Everybody, all the we had Dr. Thayer who's with us. We got Dave Bratt, Brian Kennedy, Naomi, Tiffany Justice.
It's like the Oscars.
Exactly.
Keep it going.
No, we had like 30.
Peter Navarro. How can you forget Peter Navarro?
Dr.
Ben Harnwell.
Ben Harnwell.
Mike Davis.
Dr. Peter Navarro. Is he missing tonight?
Peter Navarro is actually at the.
he went to the party, huh?
Peter Navarro was actually Mar-a-Lago in the expensive, with the high-end guy. So I said, Peter, let's get you on. He says, I'm actually occupied tonight. He's got to go.
That's great.
So just fantastic. Grace, anybody we're not thinking of that's been with us for this journey over the last 4 or 5 years?
Joe Allen. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you guys said Joe Allen. I mean, Tony Lee helped when you were locked up.
Joe Allen.
He helped a lot.
Tony
So
Lee,
shout out to Tony Lee.
Fantastic.
Gosh. Yeah.
Just
I mean,
great.
Mo, of course, Ellie, for all the flight and all the everything she's helped us with. And oh, gosh.
The Jack Bannon.
Jack Bannon,
Yeah.
Sean Bannon, Chris Bannon.
Oh, Fox just called it. Okay, Fox News.
Elizabeth Robinette.
Elizabeth Robinette. We said that Elizabeth Robinette.
Dan Fouette.
Dan Fouette, by the way. Okay, let's go to that right now.
In Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men.
Okay, we got to stop. I'm gonna throw up in my mouth. Right? So ridiculous. Matt Drudge is being very gracious. Matt Drudge says world in shock, right? Is the president walking out yet? Let's go back to Brian Glenn in the in fact, if we get Mo up there too. Brian Glenn, let's go back to you in the convention center. We're awaiting President Trump. Hold it, there we go.
Okay, Steve, I'm going to stay off camera right now because we're waiting for him to come out any moment. On the video screen, Fox News had formally announced that President Trump has won the election. So it is unbelievable. The energy in here, Steve, is something like we have all waited for so long. They erupted. It's electric, and he should be on stage here shortly. It's kind of loud, to be honest with you. It's kind of hard to hear you. But Steve, what a night here at West Palm Beach.
A historic night. To go back to 2016, John Solomon and Natalie and team, we had rented the Hilton in Midtown, right? And we were so broke as a campaign. This is for the victory party. And we were pretty confident we were going, when we were so broke, we couldn't even afford we had to make it a cash bar. So we had a VIP, and the way we did it, they had these chairs, like a Hilton has chairs, and we got police tape, and we taped off the VIP area in police tape, right? And police tape from the general thing. It was only sitting like 1,000 people. My dad at the time was 94 years old, and the entire time, I think Laura Ingraham sat on his lap. I mean, they had Laura Ingraham and a handful of people there. Wow. Walked in, it was only 1,000 people. Here it's 7,000 or 8,000 people. I mean, they got a VIP thing across the street, so they've really done it.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
Wojciech.
Dave Walsh.
Dave Walsh, Energy Dave Walsh. Who else? We've got a whole list of guys. Who else are we forgetting?
Mike Benz.
Mike
Darren.
Benz.
Yeah.
I said Darren Beatty.
What great work he's done.
Darren, amazing work. Amazing work.
All of the precinct members.
Yeah.
Oh, Jane Zirkle.
Steve Stern.
What is Jane Zirkle?
Jane
Jane
Zirkle's
Zirkle's
somewhere.
Jane's actually in the
Catherine Engelbrecht.
Ravish, Burra, Raheem.
Dude.
Is Raheem
All of
is
Denver.
Hey, all of Denver.
Will.
Denver, my favorite guys.
You gotta do.
Shout out.
You got to
All the guys that left
Will,
before
Trey,
Luke.
all the guys we burned out.
Yeah.
You know,
Will.
it was so bad.
Favorite
People
Will
come
and
up to
Wendell.
me. People come up to me. Wendell. People come up to me and say, "Why do you pick on that guy Denver all the time?" And I go, "What?"
Dude, our
When I
boy
was
Taylor.
screaming.
Taylor Avery. Avery.
Avery.
That's very funny.
Taylor.
Yeah.
Hold it. Don't
The
start.
ones who left?
Yeah, all the guys. That's Avery. All the guys we drove out because I don't want to see the lawsuits. No, just an incredible crew.
And thank you to our sponsors.
Yeah, sponsors. Hold it. Field of Greens, Birch Gold,
Home Title Lock.
Home Title Lock.
Yeah.
Fort
Well,
Bragg.
Hang on. And for the first time tonight, Real America's Voice actually had real commercials. Right? Want to thank they had a real commercial with the guys that replaced. No, it's the guys who replaced AMAC. AMAC. Want to thank
Trump knives.
the AMAC. A Trump knife.
How fitting.
It's the best way to gut the Department of Justice with a Trump knife. Just
Metaphorically,
kidding. I'm not
head
having
knife.
violent rhetoric. This is not violent rhetoric. I already did my rant. You're looking there, right there. That is the convention center in West Palm Beach. By the way, Parker, how far is the convention center from the Real America's Voice studio?
Real quick, wow, motherfucking victory, fucking victory, motherfucking victory. And unless some bullshit comes down, motherfucking victory, this fucking just, wow, we so needed this. This was literally life or death. This was life or death. This was it. This was, we're done. I was thinking the worst.
Who's talking? Where are you? What are you on? What platform?
Beast, can I meet you? Whoever you.
Is it?
Yes. Well, wow. This is wow. Do we do a quick victory shot, or do we wait till we see Trump take stage, then we do the victory shot? You may want to help support the channel. Feel free to do so. Let's fucking go. I'll turn the audio back up.
When I'm looking up and down the media riser, I see a lot of, I would say the friendly media tends to be celebrating a lot of Trump staffers, a lot of advanced staff that I've worked with over the last 5 years or so. They're on the floor, they're congratulating each other, they're getting emotional as well. And then I see a lot of the mainstream media, and they seem to be honest with you, they're in a state of shock right now, I think, of what has happened. I don't think anyone from the mainstream media thought it would turn out like it was. Now, we all knew because we saw the momentum on the ground. We've seen all the rallies. We saw the people. But Steve, tonight is a shocker. But let me tell you something, just real quickly. The last rally I was at in Macon, Georgia, that was my last rally to cover for campaign for President Trump. I met a young lady in the lobby of the hotel. She was from France. She took a 22-hour flight just to go see President Trump. She said, sir, Trump is so important for the U.S., but he's so important for the world. He's the only one that is going to stop globalism. And they absolutely support President Trump. So this is a moment the world is celebrating, Steve, not just here in the West Palm Beach Convention Center, but the world is celebrating tonight, Steve.
Just unbelievable. How many people, you think 7,000 or 8,000 people in the convention center?
Steve, I would say about 4,000 is what they were estimating, about 4,000. They have this particular room set up a little differently than they usually do with the Turning Point events. Yeah. So it's not, the media risers pushed up a little bit. We're about 120 feet is the throw from our camera to the podium. So it's a little tighter space, Steve, but there is about 4,000 people in here, invited guests. You had to have an invite to get in here. This was not, quote, open to the public. So this is for supporters, donors, friends, family, things like that. But the crowd is building, and from what I can see, a little bit of Secret Service motion coming in out of the drapes there. So we could be getting close.
By the way, I want to thank. We got Amanda Head.
Yep.
We got David Zier, Steve Gruber. We've had people. We have
Michelle Backus,
Tara Dahl in Wisconsin, Gruber in Michigan, Dr. Gina Loudon. The morning shift tomorrow.
Wayne in Nevada.
Harry, the producer.
Mike Lindell.
Hold it. The
Promo code War Room.
Promo code War Room. Right, we're going to get a special victory pellet. By the way, I think Trump, instead of projected as 47th president, I think we're going to say Trump is officially now the president-elect, right?
Yes.
The president-elect. So I think if we can change that Chiron right there. Denver, let's get on it. No, great job tonight. Who else? We got Mike Lindell, all of our sponsors.
Mary Beth.
Mary Beth, and by the way, she worked like crazy in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And Mary Beth still wants to sue the guy for calling her crazy on the thing.
David Packman.
David Packman. I want to thank David Packman.
Yeah.
Tim Miller.
Yeah, our fan club.
Our fan club. Vaughn. Hilliard. Hey.
Ron Filipkowski, Madeline.
Ron.
Wells.
By the way, Filipkowski, why are you guys going silent? On nights you get your ass kicked, you got to be more aggressive. We get more aggressive. Look what we did on the
call
big
for
show.
unity.
Exactly. Can't we reach out? Can't we reach across the aisle and have a group hug? Maybe not.
Mark Cuban says Trump won fair and square.
Wow. By the way, it's an opening salvo, and Mark Cuban's going to run for president in 2028. Right. Trust me, no doubt about that. Right. I think Attorney General Clark, you got to put that. Garrett Ziegler. Who is it?
Joanna Miller.
Joanna Miller, fantastic. Loomer, Alexander Priate.
EJ Antoni.
Yes.
Jim Rickard.
Hold it. Bin Laden. Nora Bin Laden.
Yeah.
I want to clarify on that one. Scott Besant.
Hopefully Secretary of Treasury.
National Security Team, Jude Fennell and Sam
Captain Fennell, Sam Faddis, Frank Gaffney,
Patrick O'Donnell,
the Committee President, Patrick O'Donnell,
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison.
This is a cast of thousands.
Let's fucking go, motherfucking cheers, victory, fucking cheers, victory, fucking cheers. Oh yeah. I was looking at a couple other channels. I still got Rebel News, obviously, our Canadian Freedom Family. They got some Trudeau shit going on, but they're covering this.
I just put my. Hang on, I got to close this other. Sorry, Mosh, if I'm in your show still.
I need to. Yeah, let me mute you for a second. Yeah, so I still got Abe on. I'm looking at Abe. I'm still looking at. We got Steve Bannon on, of course. Officer Tatum, got Officer Tatum on. I got Rudy Giuliani. I got a lot of Rudy's got the somebody said the audio is low there, but he's got a nice setup too. Boy, let me hear this. Oh, what do I got you? Is that it?
Your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I got a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I know him as well as you. He should be gracious as well.
We can always hope.
No, that comes from the top.
I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a
And when
check
you
you can
look at
write to
the-
for every American? What did you
About
say?
$50, if not $40.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
I'm struck by the final,
and Musk and the rest of
the final ads where
they were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with
here I am with
attempt and that fist.
My great friend and a great commissioner, great man, and it's very hard to really fully appreciate this moment, huh?
It was pretty wild standing in there when they made the announcement.
Yeah. But you think of 4 years we've been fighting for this, right? You think about it, right?
Well, listen, think of what he's been through in 4 years.
Yeah.
The impeachments, the investigations, the arrests, the indictments, it's
unreal.
Court cases.
It's almost like you can't believe it, right?
Being, the attempted assassinations twice. This is without a doubt America's greatest comeback ever in the world of politics.
I remember when you came to me, I can't remember if it was a year ago, year and a half ago, about being worried that they would try to, and you said to me, they've tried everything else, it hasn't worked. So,
moving north, Mayor.
Yep. I hit the wrong button again. I'm gonna go back to Bannon real quick. We're going back to Bannon. Shout out Rudy. You fucking rock, bro. Yeah, we won this shit. Where you at, Rudy? I mean, where you at, Steve? There you
go. The colonel is there. She's finally gotten off her bike. She was going door to door. Talk to me right now. Where's Carrie Lake stand in trying to win the Senate seat?
It's, you heard me earlier. It's rough. It was crazy seeing people and talking to people across the state. There is still some bitterness from the rhinos here, and they seem to have done their worst. Obviously, they're still going to keep counting. Wendy, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, Steve, we have hundreds and thousands of ballots coming in. And they stopped counting tonight at 9 p.m., which is just incredible. But my point is, we will win the remaining ballots 2-1.
Yeah.
We will win the remaining ballots 2-1. And if there's a path for Kerry, it is through that method.
Yeah, Arizona is still the most corrupt. It's just unbelievable. We also still have Jordan Conradson over here. He's just a shout out to Gateway Pundit. I don't think we mentioned Gateway Pundit yet.
Oh, Gateway Pundit, the Hobbs. Hold it. Is that Jordan Conradson, the smartest guy in Arizona? The self-proclaimed smartest guy in Arizona?
Jordan Conradson, the smartest guy in Arizona.
Right here. It took me 30 minutes to vote a ballot. That's right.
The self-proclaimed. So hold it. Repeat this for our audience. By the way, we're going to cut immediately to the president when he walks on stage. Have they stopped counting at 9 o'clock tonight in Maricopa County?
That's affirmative.
Fucking go.
They stopped counting at 9 p.m. We know because we have cameras on it, and they stopped counting.
Have they given you any update of when they're going to resume counting?
Well, we hope early in the morning, but all of our legislative races now are kind of in limbo, not mine, because my 4 rural counties finished counting, essentially. But Maricopa, they just decided to stop counting at 9 o'clock.
Oh, we did? Yeah. Hey, guys, hang on there for 1 second. I take it they're going to start up counting again after they manufacture enough ballots to beat President Trump in Arizona. Just kidding. Okay. Just hang on. Let's go to Philadelphia. Right. We got Michelle Backus. Michelle, tell us about Pennsylvania. Tremendous victory. I'm glad that we went over the 270 with Pennsylvania, given all the hard work people have done, and we all try to get the Pennsylvania Chase guy up too. Michelle, put us in the room. What's going on?
Well, a lot of people just very excited here, Steve. In fact, when they had called Pennsylvania, people started cheering. They were doing the YMCA, of course, President Trump's famous song. You can take a look right behind me. There are still people waiting here, anxiously awaiting President Trump to come out and speak. Of course, we have that right on this big screen here. Nonetheless, people are enthusiastic. Now, they did have a speech earlier saying this is the hard work of the grassroots people knocking on doors, getting the vote out. And of course, I have to give credit to Scott Pressler as well as the RNC and grassroots campaigns here in Pennsylvania, as it is such a key battleground state. I mean, there's some big things that happen. For instance, Bucks County, where I'm at, right here in Philadelphia, that went from a blue county to a red county. It was crucial in deciding this election. I think it was all going to come down to Bucks County, and it wasn't really the only one. As I had said earlier, we also had Center County that flipped from blue to red. I've never seen that. I went to Penn State. I lived in Center County. That was a shock to me. You also saw some of these bellwether counties flipping to red. Ultimately, a very good night for Pennsylvania. It's what everyone was waiting for, and the energy here has been electric. A lot of people going home tonight with smiles on their faces, laughing, hugging, dancing, a lot of enthusiasm.
Michelle, as a Nittany Lion, you deserve this more than anybody. Can you give social media so people can follow you?
Absolutely. Michelle Backus _ on every single social.
I'll be right back to I'll be right back to him. And let me go over here real quick again. Let me go over here again. Let me go over here. Come on. What's that? There we go. Fuck. Okay, let me click on. Let me hear what they got going on over here again. Shut. Oh yeah, I gotta reload. Fuck, I gotta X. I mean, I gotta. Okay, there you go.
You know, it was a tremendous feeling being in that room when they made the announcement. So I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see you. We've come a long way since 16. So keep up the good work.
Up and down, and now up.
That's it. That's it.
And for the country too. What a narrow miss for the United States, because they had terrible designs on this country. What they were going to do to it.
I got
the crazy stuff. I mean, there's stuff you can't even believe, like chopping babies or children's genitals off.
Yeah. Well,
these
it's
are
a new
truly
day.
crazy people.
It's a new day.
Well, we're expecting to hear from the president-elect. So is he the president, the president-elect?
He's the president-elect.
Both titles? I mean, I haven't stopped calling him president.
He's the president-elect, really.
Former president, president-elect.
Former president, president-elect. Well, you know, former, right? That's you love the ones that always use former, right?
Isn't it funny? All the states we battled, he won.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking of that as they called him.
And a couple of them are the numbers I thought were like 130,000 in Atlanta. That's about what he wanted.
Do we win every swing state? Are we projected to win every swing state?
I don't know.
Almost that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Minnesota wasn't a swing state, right?
Yeah.
No.
Minnesota wasn't.
No, yeah.
The 7 swing states. Georgia.
I think they're all called.
North Carolina.
What happened with Arizona, though?
We don't know Arizona. Oh, he's up.
Shit, I just got double. Can I should almost kick you for a minute. Walk. Whatever. You've been quiet the whole time. We got the Gloria there with the 40 Trump victory. All glory to God. Amen. DB with the $2 holler as well. Adrian House saying Trump. Hindern House saying Trump. A smoke in the house. I missed quite a few of y'all. Brett showed up. Big ups. Sentinel saying motherfucking victory. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Yeah. Bannon is the man. Agent Bannon is the man. Are you? Everybody's blue over here. You're not blue over here? Where you at? Everybody's blue on this channel. Let's see. There you go. I think I got everybody blue, right? We'll get to you. Yeah, hold up. What am I may be missing. Hold on. Let me stop the screen. Okay, so let me go back to let me go back to what am I missing? Who am I going to now? Okay, Abe's so live. We'll go back to Steve Bannon. We'll go back to Bannon. Let me go back to Bannon real quick. See what we're missing. Oh, not missing.
In Wisconsin hung around until it was called.
It still looks quiet here, but there was more people here tonight, and it was packed most of the night. So you have to give them some credit, Steve. I mean, they stayed until it was called.
I think that's why we're all here.
Let me ask you, how did he win Wisconsin? This wasn't even on the map a week ago. It's only, when really Mark Halperin kind of walked through and says, hey, I think this thing's shifting. One of the tells was that all of a sudden Kamala Harris was she flew out and spent the day there. How did we turn this around in Wisconsin?
I think it was really the low turnout, Steve, on the urban voters. They didn't show up. And you also then had the overperformance as well from the small towns, the rural areas, and they did show up. And also today, a lot of people, it sounds like there was a greater amount of people that came for the registering to vote for that voted today, that registered to vote. There was a strong turnout. And when you looked at the polling areas, Milwaukee, it was very low. There weren't a lot of lines. There weren't a lot of people standing in line. So I think it was that low voter turnout for the urban voters, which that was Kamala Harris's voters. They didn't show up. And then you had an overperformance for Trump voters. But herein is the economy. The economy is the number one issue here. It's putting groceries on the table. It's putting meals on the table. It's immigration. And they showed up. And
let me go back to this camera. Hold on. Abe's got a good view over there. Let me see what he's got. Abe's got a real good view on this. What do you go?
We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And
Yeah,
we give
I gotta go. Okay, kick them back off because as soon as I clicked on, they stopped the view. What up, Rich? What up, DCX? Let me go back to Bannon. Bannon was about to show something. Hope I didn't miss him. There you go. I think I missed him. He was showing a fuck out. Should I rewind a second? Boy, what was he showing? Let me turn the audio back on.
We witnessed tonight, right? The people of the war room and how they come together and they just fight. They're all fighters. They're all rebels. So it's called rebels, rogues, and outlaws. They're all fighters, and they don't give up, man. They're all honey badgers. They just roll. And we see what happened tonight is a culmination of that spirit, and it really is a celebration of that spirit in the book, and it's photographs and stories, like you said, and it really explores not any bios of these people, but what it is about them that makes them special, right? I really tried to dig into kind of a little bit of not their psyche, but just like understand them as a person.
Their fighting spirit. What makes them part of this?
The whole time, yeah. And so it's 90 different spreads. It's about 465 pages.
Wow.
5 pounds a book.
Wow.
It's something I'm really proud of. And I think that it really
but it's taken off because we really haven't promoted it that much. It's taken off. You've given a couple interviews. I've talked about it a couple times in the show, but it got up to the number 20 book
No, we
on
don't know.
all of Amazon, not just
On all of
photography
Amazon,
books, but
yeah.
all Amazon.
It's number one in 3 different categories at least, and got all the way up to number 20, which was something that just doesn't happen with portrait books. And it shows that there's a hunger out there for not just understanding the spirit, but also I think beautifully told. And people like to say there's no art on the right. Well, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I think there's not enough, but there is a lot of great people out there doing things, and I'm happy to be part of that.
I'm hearing that the president is minutes away. Jan,
Yes.
hang on. Let's go to MTG on the phone. By the way, Jack Posovic's telling me that he's hearing that Kamala Harris is refusing to concede.
Perfect.
I love it, baby. MTG, Congressman MTG, you've been with us from the beginning as a fighter. Give us your thoughts tonight on this historic night.
I tell you what, Steve, this is the greatest thing. I've been so excited. Here at Mar-a-Lago, everyone's losing their mind. We're celebrating, partying, but I knew this was going to happen. America was not going to tolerate this communist regime destroying our freedoms, ripping our borders wide open, trying to turn our kids trans, and promoting abortion as reproductive rights. America's done with it. They're fed up with the weaponized government, and we're winning big tonight. And President Trump is going back to the White House.
By the way, a hat tip for you. You stayed in Georgia and said, I'm committed to deliver Georgia for President Trump. Talk to me about Georgia tonight, because it's a blowout win.
Huge win in Georgia. I stayed on the ground in my home state. It was so important to me to deliver Georgia for President Trump. And so that's what I did, and we came through. And I'm so proud of everyone in Georgia. Everyone worked hard. They knocked doors. They made sure everyone got out to vote early. Most importantly, Steve, they were poll watchers watching our elections. We have to continue to fight for election integrity. That fight will never be over, because the Democrats will steal elections if they're given the opportunity. But I think Republicans finally learned how to win elections, and we just have to keep it going.
Congressman Green, you've done so much work. You're such a fighter. Now, is there any truth to the rumor that you're going to take over as DHS?
I don't know what's going to happen, Steve. We're just thrilled to have President Trump back in the White House, because everyone knows what that means. We're going to dismantle the deep state. We're going to end the weaponized government. We're going to pardon the J6ers. That's extremely important. And we are going to restore peace and prosperity back for the American people. And we're going to end those foreign wars, and we're going to end the climate change scam. Everything's going to be restored. We're so excited.
Congressman Green, the American people rejected tonight the entire narrative about J6. You're committed with me that we're going to work like crazy to make sure that we get pardons for the J6 individuals, and also go after those people that persecuted them.
Absolutely. I mean, look at what Liz Cheney did with the January 6th committee. Benny Thompson, Nancy Pelosi. They totally abused the power of Congress and persecuted people. Not just President Trump, but people like you, Peter Navarro, Trump's staff, many people that worked in his administration, but also ordinary citizens. And it was so wrong. And then what they did through the FBI raiding these people's home, what they did at the Department of Justice and continue to do, Matthew Graves in particular. Just get this straight. Matthew Graves is about to be fired. And that's one of the people that deserves to be held accountable for what he has done to ordinary Americans. They never did violent rioters. They never did this to BLM. But we're going to take our country back, and we're going to restore the scales to justice.
Congressman Green, how do people follow you on social media? If they want to find out more about your PAC and all that, where do they go?
Follow me on social media, Rep MTG, or MT Green E with 2 E's on the end. Steve, we can't wait to hear from President Trump at the convention center, and then he's coming back here to Mar-a-Lago.
Amen. Congressman Green, thank you so much. I know you're looking forward to the president coming back. We're going to cut to, you see the screen right there. We're going to cut to go live when that starts. Jeff Clark, I don't want to get into too much policy tonight, But when MTG, Congressman Green, who went down to the gulag, the DC gulag, and tried to help the prisoners in Danbury, the J6 guys would sit there and go, you can't imagine what a hellhole that DC prison was. And the people in the Justice Department and the U.S. Attorney's Office kept them there, didn't let them have pretrial, get off on pretrial, get bail or anything. What do you think President Trump ought to pardon the J6ers?
I think all of that needs to be looked at very hard, Steve. I think that, look, if we look at historical analogs, there were full-on true insurrections. This was just a multi-hour riot on one day. George Washington pardoned everybody in an exercise of, immense magnanimousness, right? I think that that's what we should look at. But as to people who, engaged in violence, I think we're going to have to think about that hard and think about that as a particular special set of cases.
You're saying review each one individually.
Yeah, and I also think viewed closely by the White House, there's a pardon office inside DOJ, and you can imagine that the career people inside the pardon office are going to fight tooth and nail against any pardons. It needs a fresh look by people who have an open mind.
Perfect. Let's go. Do I still have Ben Berquam? Do I still have Ben Berquam and Wendy Rogers? Can we go back to Arizona?
Yes, sir. We are here, brother.
Okay, and we're going to talk.
Yes, sir, Steve.
And we're going to go. Okay, talk to me about Kari Lake. The president's got to win Arizona, but we also have to get Kari Lake across the goal line. What's the plan out there? Where does she stand?
Wendy, so talk to us about that.
The latest we understand is that from George Kaloff, who's a very respected pollster here on the ground, that Trump needs to win by 5 points in order for Kari to win. Does that make sense?
Trump's got to win by 5.
It's basically the same number.
He's got to win by 5.
So Trump has to win Arizona by 5 for Kari to be able to win.
Is that doable? President Trump's only up a couple right now. How much is President Trump up right now?
I'm not sure, but what I just got a data input from the great Shelby Bush of We the People Arizona Alliance. And I would like her to, she's a data expert, and I would like her to describe what just got dropped vis-a-vis what we had prior to that. Shelby?
Yes, so we did just get a drop, and all of our candidates have gained ground. So it looks like to us what they had included in the most recent drop was the day of voters. So the voters that came in at the polls today, they've added that in with the early returns. And so it's starting to shift more favorably to us, and those gaps are closing.
And we'll know more tomorrow, obviously, and in the ensuing days, correct?
Yeah, they have quit tabulating from what we can tell tonight. We've been checking the camera footage. So I imagine shift changes at 6 a.m. They'll start tabulating first thing in the morning, and we'll have some reports.
You know what's crazy about that? I was just at the press conference today, and
yeah, I said that earlier, Sentinel. Yeah, shouldn't even been this close because she's again. I would be lucky to let her run a landscape business or a McDonald's, let alone the USA. You kidding me? Get the fuck out of here.
And get ready. We are beginning the fight to tear down the deep state. It's not the end. And pray, everybody in America and around the world that loves freedom and liberty needs to pray now for protection over President Trump and everybody who's standing up to fight this fight across America and around the world.
Amen. One more time. Let's give a shout out. Let's give a shout out to the War Room posse in the room, Ben.
All right, let me hear. Okay, one more time. Steve just wants to know who here, if we can get a camera, Mike, if we can get a camera, who here is a War Room posse who's ready to fight for America?
USA! 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 USA!
Wow. Thank you so much. Arizona, the railhead of the MAGA movement, maybe Ultraman.
President-elect J.D. Vance.
Let's go. Here we go right here. Let's throw back. Let's go back to
along with friends and campaign staff.
and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Yeah.
God bless the USA.
Hey, in the USA, Brett. In the USA, not only the PA. Not only the PA, but the USA. We got this.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you, Steph.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix anything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Looking great. Looking great tonight.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Look, man.
And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come on, Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago. And I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And there was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold, and especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me. I'll be right back. We're gonna rock it. We're gonna rock it. Sorry. We'll be right back. We are literally right. We are. Hold on. Is it? Okay. There we go. I got it.
For 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and
He's
I
got the
saw
mic
those
low,
engines
though.
firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then
I was trying to get a
I saw
link
the
with
fire
the
pour
without
out
the
from the
banner.
left side,
That
and
was
it
Steve
put it
Bannon.
straight, and it came down so gently.
Sorry, guys. I was trying to get a link without the. Again, shout out to Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon fucking rocked it. I don't know what I'm doing. I hit the wrong button. Okay, so I could go again. I could go. There's a okay. Okay, I got Rebel News. Got it going on right now. Okay. We got it. Hold on. We're right back. Sorry, guys. Sorry. We are literally right back. Yeah.
He was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much.
Give me 1 second, guys. I think the one thing it sounded like Trump let that guy just talk more than Vance. Is anybody with me? That guy, was that Dana White? He got to talk more than Vance. Again, maybe Vance didn't want to talk more. I wanted to hear a little more from Vance. I wanted to, again, it's all Trump time. It's all Trump time. It should have been I think Vance should have really took over for a few. That's all. You guys get me? I think so. I think you guys are with me right here. Yeah. Let me press play on it.
Together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any.
I don't know about him helping us out health-wise. He's pro-jab. And he's pro-jab. Shiva called him out. So no thanks to all that. He's going to make us healthy, Mr. Was it RFK Jr.? Yeah. Anyway, we'll go back.
Country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the
Wow.
900, 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important because the rallies were used for us to put.
You know what sucks about that? The guy that accidentally beat him by voter fraud had like literally like 6 to 9 rallies. With like, there was nobody at any of them because it was the COVID-19. They were totally scared of it. They had like, I think there were 6 rallies. I think Sleepy Pedo Joe had like, I think it was 6 rallies, and people were like far spaced apart. Maybe 60 people total at the 6 rallies he did. And we lost to that shit. Because the Trump crew, the Trump people, we didn't care. We were fucking there. And guess what? None of us died. That was all bullshit as well.
Be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be big.
They showed how scum they are too. All the deaths and all the stuff that went down in the Carolinas, let alone Florida. I'm talking about the Carolinas, really, with the hurricane. And they're sending all our money to Ukraine. So what about, it's like, what about the USA? Again, this has happened before with and we've all bitched about it, but yeah, what happened? Anyway, my point being is they showed who they are. They didn't do fucking shit. We'll go back to Trump. Sorry, guys. We're back.
Bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
There you have it, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, giving a speech with lots of.
Oh shit! Okay, so Trump finally said take 5. I think do I want to go back to Bannon? Yeah, let me go back to Bannon real quick. I want to go back to Bannon because yeah, he knows more than all of us. Let's go.
Started with a reference to Lincoln, Steve, staying at the Willard Hotel when he came to start his term.
Exactly.
And it was Lincoln who said that we're either going to sustain the United States or we're going to lose it. We are the last best hope of mankind. And I think Trump captures that spirit entirely. So the American people are connected through those mystic chords of memory, if you will, to borrow from Lincoln again. It was America's victory through the vessel of Trump. And now the American people can recognize what they have and move on to a far brighter future.
Amen. Are we out of so Mo's there? We don't have her. Brian Glenn, let's wrap it up from the convention center. The greatest political comeback in the history of mankind. We've just seen right there. Donald John Trump is the president-elect of the United States, the 47th president-elect of the United States. Brian Glenn, closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts, Steve. We just witnessed the greatest political movement in history. We witnessed the greatest political comeback, and perhaps we're going to see the greatest days of this country. And like you said earlier, the work starts tomorrow. I would imagine President Trump will start getting the pieces to his cabinet, some of his inside and leadership team around him. And Steve, you know better than anybody what the road is ahead for President Trump. But what a great victory, not only for Americans, but Steve, that's a victory for the world.
Brian Glenn, your social media, where do people get you, brother?
Yeah, you can check me out at Brian Glenn TV, at Brian on Truth Social. And I just want to special thanks to everyone at Real America's Voice. I love each and every one of them. Steve, I appreciate your time having me on here today. You're an asset. You're an American hero. Thank you so much. Goodbye. God bless everybody. I love you.
Rob Sig, Parker Sig, the entire American Voice team. By the way, Brian Glenn, I promise you, I'm not going to tell MTG you didn't have the stones to go up there and unplug the teleprompter. We're going to toss to Charlie Kirk out in Phoenix, Jack Posobiec, the entire team. Charlie, are you there, brother?
Today, we're going to cure every single one across the state of Arizona that's a Republican. We're going to get their votes in. That's another 10,000 plus votes for Kari Lake and Donald Trump. We're going to do it. We're just going to do it. It's done between now and Sunday. So the team is incredible. We have an impeccable team that's over there right now. They're ready to not sleep until we get this thing done by Sunday. And we will. We want to put another win on the board for President Trump. We want to put another win on the board for another U.S. Senate seat for the next 6 years. It's a big deal.
It's amazing just how the other networks haven't called that yet. It's just remarkable. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Guys, I mean, this is
CD3 Nevada is looking pretty darn good. We mentioned where we were working really hard in Slotkinsville District. Michigan 7 is looking phenomenal, tremendous. We have worked extra hard in Wisconsin. So we have some, we mentioned Tony Weed, who won without really any problems. There's just a lot of wins in a lot of important places that are happening right now that we have to continue to see through. So yeah, get involved if you want to be involved with us.
1 second, guys. I want to see what he's saying over here. Let's see what he's got. You'll see in a second. Fuck, we're a little late. All right, here we go.
To get all the support of all the American people. And I would really urge those people who have these ridiculously sick personal feelings about them to try to overcome them, huh? I mean, you really, I don't know if you realize it, and maybe you don't want to hear it from me. but you really have been brainwashed. And you've been brainwashed because at least part of what's happened to us is a very, very insidious Marxist takeover of our society, of our universities, our grammar schools, our children, our politics, our corporations, even our churches. Not by accident that we are where we are. And it's going to take a lot to reestablish ourselves. But this is the first step, that the American people exercised a good judgment to resist any further march toward.
Shit, what happened to him? Where'd you go, Rudy? Where'd you go, Rudy? Okay, I got it. I guess I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to Rudy. Is he back? You back, Rudy?
Tomorrow morning. And I won't even say the unthinkable. I really believe it's our obligation to try to leave this country better than it was given to us. And right now, at this very moment, should any of us die, we would fail in that mission because the country isn't better than it was given to us. It's much worse. But we've given ourselves the opportunity to change that with the choice that we made. The very best opportunity to do it. And we should participate in it and not take it for granted. So we'll be back tomorrow. We'll analyze the House races, which look like we're going to have control of the House of Representatives, but there are still 50 or 60 races to be called. The Senate, it should be one of the biggest majorities that Republicans have had since 1928. If we can start to get near 4 or 5, like 54, 55, which is conceivable, I think you got to go way, way back to before the Depression when we had a margin like that. It'd be great help to President Trump. Imagine if he isn't tortured with, ridiculously dishonest impeachments. And he has a House of Representatives and a Senate that works with him constructively. We'll give ourselves a really good chance of reestablishing ourselves as the greatest nation on earth. So pray for the people of Israel and pray for the people of Ukraine and pray for the people of Iran who don't want to be under the dictatorship of that insane Ayatollah. And thank God for looking down on us. God bless America. Okay.
Big up, Fruity. Let me go over here real quick. We'll go over there. Let's see what they got over here. Actually, I didn't want to go there. Hold on. Nothing. Hold on. I wanted to go. Damn it. Stop. I wanted to go here. Yeah, I want to go here. See what's going on here, right here. You guys will see. Give me one second. Shout outs to Victory. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Media, which I think we oversample that, perhaps because we're sensitive to it. But this was about every region of the country, every demographic group. I mean, for heaven's sakes, he won the popular vote. Yeah. When was the last time a Republican won the popular vote? No need to even mention the fringe alt-right. This was a victory for...
Maybe I get an extra satisfaction there. I'm sorry, right?
But I love the fact that he's talking about energy, about prosperity, about paying down, lowering taxes and debt, building, controlling immigration. Yeah, when I said fun, it's nice to have a normal guy again instead of that cackling word salad Kamala Harris. It's fun to have a guy tell you how cool he thought it was when Elon Musk landed the rocket like that. He's a normal guy, and I think. Go ahead, sorry.
I also, I've got to point out, like, for a month, because I thought I was crazy in the last 24 hours. In the last month traveling the country, I've been saying it and I've been predicting it, and I've been thinking while I was saying it, should I be predicting this? But I was predicting it based on the mood, and I kept saying the mood, and I kept saying everybody would talk to you like Kamala had people that were voting for sure, that were passionate against Trump, but the numbers the popular vote just didn't add up as we were crossing the country. It was majority Trump support, and people like in the last night, I really started to doubt my own, as they would say, lived experience over the last month. I started to question myself, thinking, wait, did I imagine that? Was that just hopeful thinking? And I'm glad on a personal level that I didn't let my wishful thinking get in the way of my journalistic brain in analyzing the situation on the ground. And we were so right in our predictions through this trip.
It's very exciting, and I think that the whole world just changed. I mean, Sheila and I were thinking about countries around the world. We were thinking about the UN, about the global warming conference. We were thinking about the wars. We were thinking about what will happen in Ukraine and Iran and the Middle East. I think that the chaos, the pain, the death, the violence, and the degradation of the last 4 years will come to a halt. And I think the question is, will the Democrats, will they say, is it me or is it them? And I think too many Democrats will say the problem is with Americans. We need to censor their misinformation. We need to stop them from having unauthorized opinions. Too many Democrats and consultants and pollsters and certainly journalists. And here's the thing, Kamala Harris just got whooped, but the media went off the cliff with her. The difference is they don't know it because you couldn't vote out the media. So the media tomorrow will be telling you exactly what happened. They'll be your experts on what happened when they didn't see it coming. If the media were subject to the accountability mechanism of an election, they would have taken a drubbing too. Most media will continue to say, we're right, the people are wrong. And you'll see that in Canada, you'll see that in Australia, you'll see that in the UK. And that's why Elon Musk, some of his tweets tonight, one of his tweets was, you are the media. And that's
it's very somber. So there is an energy all around here, and obviously it's
I'm listening too
now mostly, but it is extremely somber in this little square.
Oh, in the media area there.
That was my question. What are they like? How are they handling it? How sad are they? Tell me. I need to know all about it.
But I want to show you. Let me try pull this off a second.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to hit the ground running.
How do I pull that off? I really just want to get to show the audience how sadly the mainstream media are. Sorry, we're going to make you a bit dizzy for a second here. Oh no,
Iran
don't
is
do that.
starting
We're
shit
gonna
with
lose it.
Israel, and
Can you not
the Ukraine
unhook
thing
that?
is just
Sorry,
bleeding us
guys.
dry.
Can you not unclip that? Yeah. I really want you guys to get that little bit. This is for Sheila. Sorry.
It is.
Do you see?
This is for me.
This is for Sheila. So let me just spin this around.
So it's
It is a somber pack up here as we speak. You can see them clothes like there is not a smile in sight. And
It's like a well-lit funeral.
Yes, exactly. That's well put. And yeah. So tomorrow, I'm sure they'll be explaining it away. But tonight, they know that the people won.
It'll be interesting
yes,
to
we
see
did
what
win.
Saturday
We
Night
won.
Live does next Saturday. Do they have any sense of who they are and how wrong they were, or do they just go into more Alec Baldwin playing a rage-fueled Trump? What does Jimmy Kimmel say? How about the P. Diddy celebrities, Beyonce and Cardi B?
The great
how about the
exposure.
leftists who remain in Silicon Valley, like Google,
Yeah.
and even Zuckerberg, who I don't think has done a proper repentance? It'll be interesting to see what all the endless professors have to say. I just am very excited to see
and that other fucker
what
with
contrition
Twitter
or what
are hiding in their gated
accountability
communities.
others besides Kamala Harris have, because she's the only one. I guess she's not fired. She still remains vice president for a couple months. But what about the thousands of surrogates and proxies who were not fired tonight, but whose messages were rejected. If a majority of Americans reject you, if massive new numbers of Latinos and blacks reject you, if you're winning votes from both Jews and Muslims alike, you're doing something.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
a
it's
good
just
point. 'Cause the
very
Muslims
interesting
don't
what's
play with
going
that
on.
LGBT shit
And
at
in
all.
Canada, I don't know much about
At
Australian
all.
media, but in Canada, it will be sneering and appall all the way down, and no self-reflection. Last word to you, Avi.
All I got to tell you is the last couple of hours, I was getting a lot of messages from Australia, people watching the mainstream media there, and they were starting to tell me, no, it's coming close, it's coming close. They're telling us it's coming close, and you could already sense it. It was, as we were talking in the last cross that we did, that it was becoming harder and harder for Kamala to close that gap, but they weren't ready to admit it. I imagine in Australia there is going to.
Let me go back to the war room and see what they're doing at the war room. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Shout out to Nick Bosa, by the way.
For what?
For photo bombing with a "Make America Great Again" hat after we beat the Dallas Cowboys. Sorry.
He's a fascist. He's
not sorry.
It's ultra.
Sorry that to be your team, I guess. But
Kamala Harris, her closing,
celebrate
they
the win.
literally went on stage and said that Donald Trump would commit genocide.
Yes,
that was
correct.
an outrageous thing for them to do.
And that was their close. And by the way, the American people at every state are rejecting that. Illinois, just so we're clear, my home state of Illinois. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
We're gonna lose it by 8.
I mean, like, guys, Illinois with a little bit of work.
I told you.
It's a battleground state in like a decade.
All you do is if you make
texted Charlie as soon as the first numbers came out. I was like, wait, this is like kind of funny.
I mean, but mind you, Chicago, I don't think has totally come in yet.
Yeah, true. That's what's left. But like, if all you have to do is take Hispanics in
Chicago,
take Hispanics in New York, and make them shift as much as the ones in Florida and Texas have, and suddenly there's so many states that were shifted beyond our reach are vastly more in play again. So many House districts are in play again.
There's a really important practice that we have to continue, which is outreach to the union members. And this is one of the things that I personally studied. I studied Russian, and one of the things that Russian history, one of the things that Lenin hated more than anything in the world were unions. And because communism does not align with unions at all. Unions are something that exists within a free society.
Well, it was unions that they were trying to tear Trump down the entire time he was president.
You're going to have to raise your hand or type in private chat to let me know when you want to. Again, I can't hear you when I have the video on. Yeah. I think you made some valid points, but
quickly, because that alone will be able to turn the tide in America for a long time with what Charlie talks about all the time with the muscular class, the working class, the blue collar, really turning back America to what it should be.
There's another through line on all this that, people have been calling it the podcast election. And there was one candidate that chose to do podcasts and one candidate.
No, but hold on. This is a very important thing. Podcasts, if you can ball in podcasts, you have depth and understanding, and you have, that's a big deal.
Yes.
And that means you're not a politician. You can go a level deeper. Am I explaining that? It's like 3 Eastern, right? I mean, we've been streaming for 10 hours. Does that make sense?
Like they would say that those are fake, yet it's like 3 hours. 3 hours on Joe Rogan. 3 hours on Joe Rogan is longer than any interview you'd have to do on a major cable network. It's an hour longer or more than any interview that you'll do on ABC or MSNBC or on Fox.
It would expose anyone. It's the great exposure, because if you have no depth, maybe you can get through some like pre-recorded, pre-memorized statements in one of these interviews, which she was not able to do, by the way. But in a conversational format, you have to actually have grasp of the underlying issues.
And they'll say that like it's empty, but it's not true. You watch the Joe Rogan interviews, and he grills Trump on topics like, and Vance as well. He grilled both of them on topics like abortion as tough as anyone on CNN would. And you could see in the comments, I remember one of the things that made me feel best going into this was when The JD Vance Rogan interview went up a few days ago, and you just looked on YouTube, you could see the comments and people saying, wait, this guy's great. I've had to hear all these terrible things about him, but he's clearly a good dude. He's a serious dude. He can talk about the issues incredibly well. And I've had to hear how he's awful the whole time, and it was all full of garbage.
And it's not just the format, but it's also that America has chosen this format. So America does want someone who's willing to do that. But it's also that so many more Americans are getting their news from these sources now that I think the legacy media is broken. This is the election that breaks the back of the legacy media, 100%. Because how can you say that a candidate has to go through them anymore? You just don't. Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump has obviously a lot of celebrity, a lot of name ID, all of this, but it just shows that this quote unquote, the disinformation ecosystem that they wanted to label all of us is not that at all. We're just new media.
Yeah,
we are new
it means
media.
we don't need the machine
exist.
anymore.
We're not going anywhere, and America has chosen us over you.
By the way, the amount of I just want.
All right, I think I got something. Okay, We Are Change. Oh shit, let me see if I can get We Are Change on. Yeah, I wanna. Yeah, let me see if I can get him on. Yeah, yep. I found that he's live. I wanna hear it for a little bit. Okay, so go to history. Should be a couple buttons. Click. Yeah, click on them. Unmute. Add. Oh my.
Thank you everyone that is helping on SaveLukeNow.com. We return tomorrow. We're gonna have a regular video, 6 p.m. We come back with.
So that catch the end of it.
And we're gonna be back here for the foreseeable future. Nothing
like
can stop us. The future is ours. It is bright. It is beautiful, and it is determined by all of us. I love you guys. Today was
Finally.
And
cut the end of it.
Finally, we can write history accordingly. It doesn't have to be bullshit like they wanted to frame it as.
Shit, motherfucker! I talking about fucking motherfucker.
They said January 6th was the worst domestic terrorist attack since 9/11. Are you fucking kidding me?
At
I saw
home,
people
on
jump
behalf
from
of all of us here
those
at Rebel World
buildings.
headquarters and around the world.
Fuck out of here.
Good night, and keep fighting for freedom.
There you go. So they're out. All right, so now it's just the band and crew, unless I find somebody else. I'd be interested if you watch We Are Change and see what they had to say.
Even metal has become too liberal lately. Metal's anti-authoritarian, period, regardless of who's in charge, right or left. And the left invaded, well, not the left, leftists, not liberals. Liberals were like normal people in the 90s. These are leftists. These are Marxists, really. Socialists.
What's that mean? Yeah.
That's just some tranny trolling.
Acme, a lot of them, were not even, they did not care last night. They didn't care tonight. They wasn't doing research. They wasn't trying to promote. Again, is there really, we know all the Trump people on our side. Is there actually was there ever any Biden or Kamala people? Again, are there Democrats? Are there lefties? Are there just idiots? We know that. But as far as actual, hey, we need more gangs in the country taking over. Fuck Trump. He's got to fuck him in that wall. I need more gangs in the country taking over. Yeah. Again, that's just one point. There's a lot of points I could get to.
It's not the gangs I'm worried about. Gangs are gangs. It's these fucking migrants that are blending in with the Latinos because of their skin color. The ones who have grape gangs all over Europe. Yeah, those migrants. Or, quote, asylum seekers. Like we really want to become Europe and dilute everything American. It's okay to be Poland. It's okay to be Israel. It's okay to be the United States. It's okay to be a Western civilization. Hitler was a socialist. Castro was a socialist. Mao was a socialist. All of these fucks killed more people in the 20th century than any other group combined, and they were all socialists. Socialists wanted to keep Kamala in the White House. They're nothing but gremlins who just destroy from the inside. They brainwash people at college to believe this shit. And it works because there's a new generation every 20 or so years. Looking back, it's amazing how well they program the students in the public school system in California. And what Gavin Newsom did to California businesses, like small businesses, was just fucking unnecessary and just horrible. He allowed Walmarts and Targets and Home Depots to stay open, but not, little mom and pop shops in the Bay Area, especially. Come on,
Bro,
fucking
my
asshole.
my Walmart here, and that's with shout out to fucking Ron fucking DeSantis. My Walmart here closes at 11 p.m. It's never changed. We used to have the 24-hour Taco Bells and other stuff. We don't have those anymore. It's like, man,
Yeah, you probably don't have bums coming up to your car while you're at the drive-through asking for change. You know what you have to say every time? No, I'm just paying with credit card this time, bud. That's how you avoid the hobos.
Bro, I went to House of Blues last night. Exodus,
Yeah,
Havoc.
yeah.
I had my $20 bill, and he's cash
I
only.
know. I was in the middle of something. That was cool. I am seeing King Diamond on November 27th, so I'm gonna definitely take some. And I got good seats, so I'm gonna definitely take some footage. I heard that he put together a really good set list too. So, fuck
Shit!
Iron Maiden.
Maybe hold on. Let me rewind this. So the We Are Change guy live with hold on. Was this live with Alex Jones right after? I may have to rewind.
Yeah, Hard and Alex Jones too. Now, what Alex Jones did upset a lot of people, and I understand that, but the punishment did not fit the crime. Period.
I'm kind of lost on what you're talking about.
You know how Alex Jones said Sandy Hook, the a kindergarten or school shooting, was a psyop, and all of the victims' families got together and filed like $1 billion civil
Well, I
lawsuit.
see some of the real videos on it.
Yeah, just to kill it. It was just all it was designed to do was to kill InfoWars as a platform.
Yeah.
Percent of the voters, something like that. Ridiculous. There was one person I believe could have beat Trump. I'm very happy she didn't run. See here.
Of Kamala Harris.
That could be a video I could do for another time, though. I get it. Okay, so
I'm the one fucking sleeping in here.
be more on my fucking hammered as hell.
That dude's always drunk.
He actually did a 30 days of not drinking, which
No, he freshened up.
I was thinking to myself, again, he had a lot of money to win though. I forget how many thousands of dollars that he could have won.
It was a bet.
Could I go 2 weeks? Could I go 1 week?
I could. Well, at the height of mine, I couldn't go 1 hour. So I don't know. That might have been able to stop me to doing it. There was a big cash prize. But like any idiot, you got to hit that rock bottom. No, you got it.
Hey, let me go back to them. Just a final. Let's see what they're still alive. Let's see what they're talking about. I think it's Steve Bannon restreaming another channel of Freedom Fighters. Here we go.
Bannon got
it's demented.
over.
They're like,
shit.
It's like no one wants to have to like push the button that says, okay, he's back.
Dude, libs are gonna get violent. I'm just gonna project it. That's it. I'm just gonna say they're gonna do some stuff. I hope not. Let's not talk more about it because of YouTube rules. They're gonna do some stuff. I'm telling you, it's gonna be like
not try to gloat,
and then it won't be.
You know something I'm not hearing right now? I'm not hearing anything from Democrats saying, you know what, it was a hard fought race and we need to come together as a country now, and we need
see, they're not giving us their
not
flowers.
go down what you just said.
They don't want to heal.
Inflame tensions.
So,
because I think we kind of all know that that's what they do.
They
Donald
want
Trump
to.
does
They want to
well,
start some shit.
and then they inflame tensions. Donald Trump exists and they inflame tensions. And it's
exactly
going to be
what
like this over and over, because even though what they're looking for right now is sort of the higher echelons, the brain trust, to come up with a reason why the election was illegitimate. And they're going to, you watch, you're going to hear Russia again, you're going to hear interference again, you're going to hear all of those things again, because
I just
when it
heard
happened the first time, they could say it was
Twitter.
a fluke because Russia stole it. But now it's happened again.
Russia stole it
no
again.
Excuse. And they need to find something, and they're going to try to find something. Watch, mark my words, there's going to be some narrative that comes out after this saying that, oh, you know what, actually the election wasn't right, and this thing happened and that thing happened. That's why Kamala was yelling about the bomb threats, that scare earlier, which ended up being false completely. And no, there's going to be something like that comes up, and who knows what they're going to do.
He might carry Michigan by 3 points. That's crazy. This Dearborn, Michigan thing was way bigger than people realize.
The Dearborn thing was what's. It's going to be so interesting to look at the data.
I can't wait to see the precinct map.
Yes, the precinct map is going to tell the whole story. And I'm excited to see the precinct map for every one of these key target states, these swing states, in particular with the Hispanic community as well. Because today, I think we were just noticing, I was pointing this out to Charlie, one of the stories that we're going to talk about for the next few days too is we had really long lines at Hispanic precinct.
Yeah, we're going to see the data from this.
So we're going to see the data from this, and that's going to be really interesting because if Trump wins that pretty handily, which it looks like at least he did this first drop, that's going to tell a huge story.
Big time.
Yeah, and that's important too.
Okay, I want to thank our members, members.charliekirk.com, as we are coming up on our 10th hour stream. No one streams like us. By the way, did we outlast all the other streams? What did I tell you? Thank you, Priscilla, Gino, Kurt, Melissa, Callie, Justin, Dale, Anthony, Audra, Timothy, Rudy, Tom, Sharon, Joseph. Members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. So check it out right now. Members.charliekirk.com. Not yet, Andrew. Not yet. Well, yeah, we'll do that on air, but not on Twitter. We have a whole list of people we're going to tweet at in the coming days. That's
we've got a whole list.
Yeah, that's
a whole list of people who are naysayers too. How many stories were in about
members.charliekirk.com?
This.
Okay.
I got to take over for a second. Joe said this. Joe Biden. Remember him? Let me explain this. There. Joe said that we're all garbage. Hey, make America garbage again. Make America garbage again. Thank you, Joe. You little fucking bitch. You probably helped us. You probably helped us win an election just by doing that fucking bullshit. Fuck you, Joe. Fuck you. Oh yeah, where we at?
Because people don't realize this. Arizona is vacant of money. Okay, there's no money here. Wisconsin.
Well, we're bringing money.
Sentinel, if you want to go off on a little rant, I got a PLM.
Yeah, just real quick. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say, remember when Biden said, "You ain't black if you don't vote for me"?
Yeah.
I remember. I remember him calling all domestic terrorists, all of us who were not supporting him, domestic terrorists. He said a lot of crazy stuff. You know, when Trump first came on the scene, I had my concerns too. You don't think I had my concerns? But when he was elected, and I didn't vote for him the first time, by the way. I voted Hillary. Yeah, I did. But the results, the actions spoke louder than his words, man. The economy was better. Things were just better in 2019 leading up to it. It's better for everyone. Yeah, nobody's perfect. But at least the struggle wasn't as bad. At least the struggle. And that's the point. You guys in your bubble who hate Trump don't struggle like normal working people do.
All right, we're back. Cheers.
I was just saying that these fucking people with Trump derangement syndrome and, Biden voters, they don't know how hard it is to struggle paycheck to paycheck. They don't know what a bad economy does to the average person who's trying to get his kids through college. They don't relate to it.
Hey, let me press some audio on here, see what they're saying.
Under indictment has sentencing in 2 weeks. Donald Trump is going to be sentenced to jail maybe in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
By the way, I have to. By the way, can I now speak openly about why the Democrats ran a bad campaign? Can I now speak about this?
Yeah,
I know, right?
They should have listened to the Young Turks. The Young Turks had it right. They should have went full economic populist, and they should have promised UBI, universal basic income. They should have went full anti-billionaire class.
Oh, and Social Security.
They should also said, you know what, Donald Trump is right on immigration, but these are the things wrong with it. They should have went full socialist, nationalist,
Social Security.
You know what I'm saying though? Like expand Social Security, universal basic income. They should that would have been dangerous for us to run against.
Totally.
Instead, again,
instead they got Liz Cheney.
No, we talked about this on Power Line one
Liz
time.
Cheney.
We talked about how the populist
with Biden though. I'm sorry.
All you have to do is look at
Charlie
Denmark.
Kirk
Denmark is a
here
country. Their
Jack
left-wing
the
party
Seventh
has been in
guy
power
on the
forever.
right
All they had to do is bite the bullet and say, okay, we're doing an immigration pause.
Liaison.
Just
or
pause
some
immigration,
shit,
and
to
suddenly
China, so
you
he's
can get away with
fluent
so
Chinese.
much more.
He's worked for the CIA.
Oh my God, Sentinel, one at a time, bro. What up?
All right, sorry. I'm just this sour diesel's got me going, and I'm just fucking, I'm on pure adrenaline right now, bro. So it is what it is.
I mean, are you that buzzed that you can't tell that I got that other audio full blown going?
No.
Yeah, the guy last night on the panel, and yeah, I'm showing videos, and he's talking the whole fucking time. All right, where are they at?
Oh, they were put in
Right?
a corner.
And exactly. And they were the only ones that understood. Like, you could have expanded the Democrat base. That would have been so scary to run against. If they would have run on like legalization of weed, universal basic income, strict immigration. I'm serious. Strict immigration, ending the wars, like the old Bernie Sanders portfolio.
Yeah.
Instead, Kamala went for the cheap corporate cash.
Oh.
And because everyone said you need to finance your campaign against Trump. And
well, here's the reason why, though, Charlie. and I think we figured this out, is that the only way that the uniparty hacks can fund war is by open borders. It's very clear. They have to be able to fund the entire enterprise of war through this, or they're tied together lockstep at the hip. They have to do all of that. And that's what's being exposed right now, is that you have all these people who've committed themselves to war, and they've committed themselves to China and cheap labor. And so open borders, China, and big war propaganda is them. That's them. And this is what Donald Trump has exposed. This is what this entire movement has exposed. And it's the most critical time that it could possibly ever happen, because if we had not won, who knows what would happen? We would have been in World War III, subservient to China for the rest of our lives, and we wouldn't have a culture here at all. There would be no American culture. It would be completely overrun.
Everything
all that takes a step back, and we'd be able to move forward and continue to create an American culture that's important to the future of the country.
All right, it is now 135 local. We still don't have Arizona data, just for the record.
55%.
Like literally, they are dropping like 3,000 ballots at a time.
No, the ridiculousness of Stephen Richer and how he does this.
The estimates are going up in our favor. They now say Trump's going by 4.6. I think it's more like
he's
5.
gonna win by 5. He'll be win by at least 5.
That's huge. And by the way, that's our chase.
When these things move in our favor, they just keep moving a little bit more. That's how it goes.
So our chase accounted for, I think what we'll end up accounting for is somewhere in the ballpark of 6 points. So 180 to 200,000 votes. Right now we're over 180,000 for sure. I think that's gonna end up land us somewhere about 6 points. So we lose Arizona if that's not the case. We lose a lot of these races. Quite frankly, I think the president was very helpful with us in some of these rural areas. It made it easier to sell, but we had people chasing these people.
Really, he said that the economy is not.
It's actually in the White House Council of
Mosh, I think your mic is off.
Oh shit! Thank you, brother. Thank you. Oh shit! Shout out, Kerry. I was saying, shout outs again to the Steve Bannon crew that I just shut down. Fucking amazing. And then that was actually the Patriot News Network, 81,000 subscribers, and they have not got shut down yet. So, boy, I hope we don't get fucked with. We'll see. Kerry, I went to tears. I totally went to tears because it was that real. It was that real. And yeah, we're back now. Again, are they gonna do what I showed last night? Should I show you? Should I try to find that video? All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it. Show it. I'd like to see it.
Let me go to my
Because We're only
playlist.
3 votes away from. We're only 3 electoral votes away from this thing being a fucking wrap. Right now, it's 267 to 224. There's only.
What did you say?
Show the video.
Yeah. I gotta find. Let's see. I'll find it out. Was this it? This may have been it. Let me yes, this is it. Oh boy. Yep, here it is. I got it. All right. So here's what they're gonna do to us. Here's what they're gonna do to us. All right. So what up, Ghostface? Yeah, let me put in my bullshit. But man, I'm fucking happy as a motherfucker. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. But now they fucked us last time. Are they gonna fuck us again? Here's the video. A shout out to brother Jimmy Dore.
Los Angeles, Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Lexington, Kentucky, Burbank, California, and Honolulu. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. This is going to sound crazy, but it's not. This is actually real, that the Democrats have had a plan in place to not let Donald Trump become elected president again for a while. And I found out about this through Mike Benz. So first of all, they're going to use the 14th Amendment. So the 14th Amendment, here it is. It said, no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elected president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or in any state who has previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or an officer of the United States or a member of any state or as an executive to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same. And so that's why it was so important for the FBI to instigate January 6th. And that's why Nancy Pelosi made sure there wasn't any National Guard or security there. So when the FBI instigated and those people and the cops at the Capitol shot flashbangs they were inciting them, and the rest of the cops took the gates away and the fences away, and they swung the doors wide open, allowing the. So that's what this was all about. And we have the video. We showed it on our show earlier of Nancy Pelosi going, "Oh, they're trespassing on federal property. This is exactly what we wanted." That's because they were trying to make sure Donald Trump could never run for president again because they feared he would win. And that's what the establishment doesn't want, a guy who they can't control. And so they're going to use the 14th Amendment. What makes me think they're going to use the 14th Amendment? Well, here's Mike Benz talking about it on PBD's show.
Listen to Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin in Congress has said, let people vote for Trump if they want. We're not going to certify his election anyway. So he may be elected, but we're not going to let him be inaugurated.
When did he say that?
So here he is saying it. When did he say it? Here he is saying it, that they're going to use the 14th Amendment, and it doesn't matter if Trump wins the election. They're not going to certify it because they're going to invoke that clause from the 14th Amendment saying Trump incited an insurrection. Here he is saying it.
It's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody and civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center. So
if you listen to what he says,
up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody and civil war conditions, all because you went against the Constitution and inserted your pre-chosen candidate. That's why you're going to need bodyguards, and that's why there's going to be a civil war, because you motherfuckers are undermining the Constitution like you've done since 2016, when a guy who wasn't pre-selected by the war machine and the deep state won the goddamn election, and you didn't see it coming. That's why he's a tool of those exact same establishment, war machine, Wall Street, establishment, deep state motherfuckers, and that's what he's planning on doing. I'm not making this up. Did they have this plan? When did they have this plan in place? Here's Mike Benz to tell you.
You'll see what it says there in yellow highlights with the red highlight. Again, this was in June 2020, being organized by military intelligence, State Department, and high-level political operatives from both sides of the aisle. Again, both the former heads of the both major political parties, who were both anti-Trump. And one of the most consequential moves in their war game for how to make sure Biden was inaugurated, even if Trump was elected, was that Team Biden role played by no less than John Podesta, who would then occupy this very senior slot in the Biden administration, White House,
So they did a role play on this, just like they did Project 201 when they role played COVID, and it worked out just like they role played it. They did another role play of how they would deal with Donald Trump winning re-election. And
one of the most consequential moves was that Team Biden on January 6th provoked a breakdown in the joint session of Congress by getting the House of Representatives to agree to award the presidency to Biden based on the alternative pro-Biden submissions sent by pro-Biden governors. This is what they're planning to do. They're going to make the argument that Donald Trump is disqualified under the 14th Amendment because of January 6th.
And then they're going to reinstall. So back then it was Joe Biden. This time it's going to be Kamala Harris. This is exactly what I've been telling people when they ask me, who do you think is going to win the election? And I, just like my friend Russell Doppler says, if Donald Trump is allowed to be inaugurated as president, I have to rethink everything I've thought about the deep state, because they're going to do shit like this, shit you didn't see coming. January 6th, nobody saw coming, that they would try to instigate something like that so they could do something like this. And believe me, they're thinking about other stuff as we live and breathe right now. They're thinking about other ways to do this, if not blatantly outright flipping votes, which is what every video I've seen shows. There's no video that shows they're flipping votes for Donald Trump. It's always the other way. Let me throw it to my panel. What do you have to say? I mean, Jamie Raskin says it right out in open. He blurts it right out. He's not trying to hide it. He's got Mike Benz has the document. What do you all have to say?
Well, it's like the late Norm Macdonald's great tweet about an insurrection so deadly that they stayed between the velvet ropes as they were walking through, right?
It's called the invite-em-in insurrection.
Yeah. The invite-em insurrection. Dude, this has all been about pressure from above, pressure from below. They want martial law, so they're trying to just wind us up so badly. You hear them. Oh, we're gonna have civil war like situation. That's what they want, so they can just throw out the Constitution, and whenever they seize power, they never give it back. I think Governor Newsom still has COVID power. When do we end that? That's what they want. They want to throw out the Constitution and install continuance of government.
Okay, so
Yeah, Jamie wants to talk about that we're going to have a civil war. God forbid that Democrats provide any kind of policy that's going to gain my vote.
Yeah, 100%.
you think he just wants a civil war because he wants one of those hats to cover his repulsive looking hair? By the way, yeah. He looks like, I don't know if you watch Always Sunny, but he looks like when Frank Reynolds went to a mortician to do his makeup to not look like a kid diddler.
Hey, come see us on tour. We're going to be in Los Angeles, Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Lexington, Kentucky, Burbank, California, and Honolulu. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
That's a hell of a fucking video right there. That is a hell of a fucking video. Maybe I need to receive hold on one second. Maybe I need to receive it to one of my other there you go. Other folders. Go ahead, man.
Okay. They can try, but you have to properly identify and describe what an insurrection is. And January 6th, by definition, was not an insurrection. Look up the battles of Lexington and Concord. That's an insurrection. You had AARP members showing up to Congress with bear spray and a bottle of water. That's not an insurrection. That's a protest.
We know the truth. They know the truth, but
so if it goes through the Supreme Court, we're going to have to define, or they're going to have to bring that up and define what an insurrection actually is.
Again, I just put that out there to let everybody know that it may not be as easy as we thought.
That's fine. It's not like it's going to change anytime soon.
I think I may finally just hit the in button and go lurk the.
I'll say this: if Kamala is still in that White House post February of 2025, we're going to start to have a little bit of problems because that's potentially coup d'état. If they find a way to not, they certified the last time. They decided to certify it the last time. They need to do it and certify it this time, if only to prevent a civil war.
Sentinel, are you waking up for Hold'em?
What?
Beast mode. I think I'm on the again. I think I've been live almost 9 hours.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm going to bed too.
Okay,
thanks for having me on.
I'm gonna go to. I think I'm gonna go to beast mode and maybe try to get into the poker game. And again, guys, I just showed you that video. And yeah, I think they're gonna fuck us. We'll see. Hopefully, we don't get fucked. I hope we don't get fucked. Until then, go Cowboys, go freedom, go Jesus. Fuck the jabbery, fuck the face diapery, fuck the 6 feet rule, fuck the NATO, fuck the deep state, fuck the global elitists. Fuck them all. Oh, MAGA's just a fucking puppet. Well, why would I have to try to kill his ass? Why would I have to try to kill his ass, right? Thank y'all. Like, share, subscribe. Support the fucking channel. Y'all fucking rock. We'll see how it goes in the future here. But this was the night we wanted. We wanted a good night, and this is a good night. Oh man, I've done drink after drink and shot after shot, and I got tears in my eyes. Yep. I'm very happy. Shout out to Nathan. Shout out to Fries. Shout out to all the Freedom crew. And I apologize, Dr. Shiva. I like Shiva. I really do like Shiva. I had to vote Trump. The abortion bullshit we shut down in Florida. Yep. Shout out to Ron DeSantis. Again, go Jesus, go freedom, and let's pray for our country. Let's pray for everybody. Oh, by the way, in case I didn't say it earlier, I did say it one time earlier. YouTuber Duke Bothers, his brother just passed. It's been hours, but my point is, put some prayers. Pray every day for Duke Bothers. Put it that way. Thank you all again, and let's pray for our country. Let's pray for Trump, and let's pray for Israel, and let's delay World War III. Yeah, we know that. The libtards, the Democrats. Are you okay? Okay, hold on. We'll do it. We'll end this properly. We'll end this properly. All right, guys. We will end this properly. Let me get it. There we go. Here we go. We're gonna end the stream properly. Here we go. Boom. Oh yeah. Here we go.
Oh yeah, America's the place where your dreams come true and we don't care about your race. Someone tell Kamala Harris not that smile off her face. And what the fuck she done for the United States? What's up? Fuck Kamala Harris. Fuck Kamala Harris. What she do the last 4 years? This bitch should be embarrassed. Fuck Kamala Harris. Fuck Kamala Harris, left the borders wide open for the criminals and terrorists. Mainstream news station twisting up the narrative, pandering to black people, switching up her heritage. She laughing at the state of our country like it's hilarious. America, it's time to let them hear it. All together saying fuck Kamala Harris. Hi Kamala, bye Kamala, we don't want you bitch. Like Obama, we don't like Obama or his husband Mitch. Big Mike on the Ellen show, we know that was a dick. And this the best country in the world, stop trying to fuck with this. No hiding from the lies you helped destroy beside Biden. Inflated gas prices, food, rent, we can't provide it. Can't fix the problem when you is the problem. It's a fact, you lying. How's your bank account grow when the rest of ours are dying corrupted? Yeah, Trump was doing great, y'all interrupted. Y'all done cheated your way into his place. You gave us nothing whole time, kept that smile on your face. When people suffering, ain't no evil piece of shit running this country. Come on, fuck Kamala Harris. Fuck Kamala Harris. What she do the last 4 years, this bitch should be embarrassed. Fuck Kamala Harris. Fuck Kamala Harris. Left the borders wide open for the criminals and terrorists. Mainstream news station twisting up the narrative, pandering to black people, switching up her heritage. She laughing at the state of our country like it's hilarious. America, it's time to let them hear it. All together saying fuck Kamala Harris. Y'all been patient, seeing them pass laws for indoctrination on the children, God willing. Y'all fall in the pits of Satan, and all I'm saying is your whole administration done the damaging. Now the whole world just sees the United States of embarrassment. Talking about Kamala can help us, bitch, I'm not hearing it. What she done so far for this country? Hey, I'm just curious. While Biden's making speechless ass speeches. I'm serious. Everything y'all do just hurts us more, point blank, period. Fuck Kamala Harris. Fuck Kamala Harris. What she do the last 4 years, this bitch should be embarrassed. Fuck Kamala Harris. Fuck Kamala Harris. Left the borders wide open for the criminals and terrorists. Mainstream news station twisting up the narrative, pandering to black people, switching up her heritage. She laughing at the state of our country like it's hilarious. America, it's time to let them hear it. All together saying fuck Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. That is.
Oh yeah, America.
Here you go. That's Burden World. Yeah, Burden World. I'll pop the link in. Again. There you go. Whoever wanted that. Yeah. There you go. Boom. There's the link. Burden World. Big ups. Oh, yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to go. I told y'all I'm going to try to scroll right up. I'm going to try to go over to see Beast Mode and maybe final game of poker. And boy, we poked them, didn't we? We just poked their asses. We fucking won. Take your loss, libtards. Take your loss, them craps. Fuck you, Deep State. Fuck you, NATO. Fuck you, NWO. MAGA is back. Trump is back. Let's go, Jesus. Let's go, freedom. Let's go, Brandon. Fuck you, motherfucking haters. Pray for our leaders. Pray for our countries. Pray for Israel. Amen. Pray for Israel. Amen. Do you hear me? Pray for Israel. Amen. Pray for our leaders. Pray for our leaders. Pray for Israel. Amen. You hear me? Thank you, guys. Talk to y'all soon.